The events begin with the young boys who stood at the apparatus with their fists clenched. Each of them was curious to see how many power points the machine would show after hitting it. When one of the boys hit it, the others noticed that it was a new record. They didn't expect to get this much out of this place, and they had never seen such a result. Another comrade was also very surprised and completely agreed with his friend. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing, and he thought it was impossible to beat out above average. They wondered if the ringleader of the first-grade class of Kinso High School was definitely a human. The boy exclaimed that he was just very strong. Afterwards, he invited his friends for a drink in a cafe. The guys said no, because they had to go to school tomorrow. There was no way to skip classes. The boys agreed on the main thing. After all, he has to live up to his status and go there every single day, even if he is half alive. They were about to leave, but then they heard a powerful blow behind them. The guys immediately turned their heads and noticed that some girl was standing near the machine. Everyone opened their mouths in amazement. The machine was completely broken, blown to pieces. Did the girl really do it? The boys exclaimed that it was like being struck by lightning. Their surprise was unparalleled, and the girl was gone. This machine gun incident was unbelievable. The boys had already gathered in the classroom. They couldn't stop thinking about how strong that girl Seo Young was. Meanwhile, one of the guys whose name is Kim Woo-jun has already sent some high school kid flying. When the boy fell, hitting the wall with his back, Kim wondered if that was all he was capable of. He lived quietly and never lost. He thought everyone else was weak. He defeated everyone and was not afraid of anyone. This boy didn't care who he fought. Kim Woo-jun was recognized by everyone around him. It was said that he was the one who had beaten Kyo-on-soo, a second-year student. There was no equal opponent left for him. At least he thought so. He noticed Seo Young's boys showing something. She was shown the magic of bending a spoon, which was indeed bent, as if by a single glance. Seo Young smiled confidently and wondered if they called it magic. She rolled up her sleeves and promised to show something too. After that, the girl took that very spoon and squeezed it into one lump. That was her magic with the spoon. Kim Woo-jun still thought he was the strongest until he met a girl named Seo Young. To think that among those he hadn't fought remained such a strong opponent. The boy was filled with great excitement. He wanted to fight her by all means. He even sat at the same desk with her, never stopping to think about challenging her to a fight. Seo Young, although she is a girl, she has great strength. He couldn't stop watching her. She must be one of the few strong people in the neighborhood. Whatever it takes to get there, he's sure to want to fight her once. Kim Woo-jun couldn't stop thinking and planning how to challenge this girl to a fight. Then he heard someone talking. He froze, listening to what the guys were talking about. One of them said they were going to have gym class with the girls. I wonder if they're going to play dodgeball with them. The boy replied that he would. Boys versus girls. That's why he advised Shileok to get ready. They can't hit the dirt in front of them. Kim Woo-jun rejoiced. After all, as much as he hadn't planned a fight with this girl, he hadn't been able to come up with anything. He told the girl that she had better prepare herself properly. Seo Young glanced at him without the slightest bit of resentment. He threatened to blow her to smithereens in the dodgeballs, and now they were gathered on the court. Coach had the ball in his hands, and with a whistle in his teeth, he warned the boys about the start of the game. He threw the ball to the boys and instructed them to play on their own, but asked them to be as careful as possible, and so the team rushed forward. They had already divided into several teams. It was boys against girls. One of the guys smiled caustically and warned the girls that they had no intention of giving in to them, so those who are really scared can give up or leave the site right away. One of the boys had already thrown the ball toward the others, and ran as fast as he could. He exclaimed that he wouldn't lose in this game, but Seo Young's girlfriend instantly dodged that punch. Kim Woo-jun thought about how it would be quite boring if he finished so quickly. He just had to win, and then it was the girl's turn. She took the ball in one hand and raised it as high as she could. She threw the ball toward the boy, but the boy was able to dodge it as well. The ball was in his hands now. He wanted to beat her at any cost. It was a hilarious fight. They were both out of breath. Kim Woo-jun was completely wet with sweat. Seo Young was also barely breathing. The whole team was already lying on the floor with their tongues at their sides. The kid decided that this girl was holding up pretty well. This girl was really stronger than anyone he'd ever met. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that it didn't matter how strong she was, but the fact that she's a girl remains a fact. And so, taking the ball in his hands once again, the boy raised it up and threw it forward again, if she could take it. The ball went straight into the girl's stomach, so much so that she started flying backwards. She was in pain as the ball hit her right under her chest. Seo Young found herself several meters behind. The boy exclaimed that he had a direct hit, but he was afraid for the girl, and inquired if she was okay. Seo Young was standing in a standing position. She had very powerful muscles. She grabbed that ball when it first touched her belly, and held it tightly in her hands. She clutched onto the ball as hard as she could and bounced back a few meters without falling. Kim Woo-jun, of course, didn't expect this. He clenched his fists, originally thinking that he had already won. But it didn't. He couldn't believe his eyes. This girl has such an intimidating aura. They both turned toward the school. I think the bell had already rung. Kim Woo-jun thought to himself that this was how it would end. They didn't know who was the stronger of the two. And so the school day came to an end. The teacher said goodbye to his students. He asked the students to go home and not to play too much, because they needed to study hard. Kim Woo-jun admitted to himself that he had underestimated Seo Young. Today unfortunately ended in a draw. But next time it'll be different. Someone called out to him. It was Seo Young. She asked if he lived in the apartment. He asked what about it. The girl wanted to go along with him, explaining that she needed to talk to him about something. Kim Woo-jun agreed. Apparently the girl was eager to fight too. On the way out, she asked him to end it once and for all, and so they walked in silence. This silence made him very uneasy. Seo Young was walking in front, and the boy was dragging behind her. He kicked an empty juice can on the pavement out of boredom. Kim Woo-jun asked her why she was silent all the time. The girl didn't answer him. The boy became angry and asked what she wanted to talk to him about. He asked her to speak sooner, not to be silent. Seo Young looked at him strangely, whereupon she exclaimed that she would ask him directly whether he liked her. It was certainly a killer question on the girl's part. Kim Woo-jun didn't expect such a thing. He immediately turned in her direction and shouted what the hell was she even talking about. Seo Young explained that he was staring at her so intently. It was also an incident in gym class, so she thought so. She asked me to stop looking at her like that then. It's really very stressful. And what he's doing to her. Why he's doing it in the first place. The boy thought for a moment. He couldn't just tell her that he saw her as an enemy and wanted to get rid of her. She wondered if Kim was looking at her like that because she wanted to fight. She hoped that wasn't the case. Seo Young mumbled that even if he didn't have anyone to fight, wanting to fight a girl who was even a little smaller than him was too disgusting. Could he really be up to something like this? A man's voice sounded behind them. The man asked his daughter if her lessons were over. They both turned around at his voice. Seo Young was surprised to see her father. Kim Woo-jun also didn't expect such a bulky man to appear in front of them. This man was really big. He looked like some kind of monster. Kim Woo-jun wondered if the bulky man was the girl's father. Is he really a human being? And then he remembered to say hello to the man. The boy bent down in front of the man to say hello. The man immediately asked his little sister who the guy in front of him was. Kim Woo-jun couldn't understand anything. He thought it was the girl's father, but it was her brother. The man said hello back to the boy, calling him baby. Kim, of course, did not like being called baby. He asked the boy if he was a friend of Seo Young. After all, this was the first time he was seeing him. He didn't know she had such a little friend. The man laughed. He asked why Kim was trying to stay away from them. She must be afraid. The man exclaimed that he was a very funny man. He said he was going to die of laughter. The boy smiled back and thought it was a strange family. Seo Young is also strange like her brother. She stared at the boy with the backpack behind him. My brother looked like a huge, angry monster. He was pumped up and formidable. A man like that would terrify any passerby, much less a boy. Another big man appeared nearby. He threw his piercing gaze at the boy and roared like a beast. Surprised that Kim Woo-jun is Seo Young's friend, he called him a very small dreamer. The man couldn't stop laughing at the boy. Kim Woo-jun concluded that this family looked like some kind of monsters. A man appeared behind the boy and asked what the yellow color of his hair was and called him a yellow-headed anchovy. After all, according to the school rules, they probably aren't allowed to wear colored hair. Kim asked if it wasn't his business what color to wear. The big guy exclaimed that he has no respect for his father at all. Even though he is older, he can't stand it. The boy asked his father not to stop him. The boy asked the man not to talk nonsense. After all, he's still a boy. It's clear which one of them is the older. Seo Young asked Lee Hanbiel how many times she told him not to wear his school uniform. No one sees him as a middle school student, right? Still, no one believes Hanbiel is from middle school, even when he's in uniform. It's not like he's a middle school student. Why are they doing this to him? Lee Hanbiel, 14 years old, a middle school sophomore. The second man immediately laughed loudly. His eyes glittered with an eerie, evil gleam. The man laughed at how he could answer him and yell at Hanbiel. It's really quite interesting. Ordinary people faint just by meeting their gaze. Compared to the petite body, the man noticed that the boy had great willpower. He likes a kid like him. It looks like the boy knows how to fight. Seo Young said he does. He's one of the leaders of their school. The men immediately clenched their teeth and looked at the boy with a wild gleam in their eyes. Kim Woo-jun opened his mouth and couldn't figure out how to behave in such a situation. They said that to think that a yellow-headed man could be the leader. Any passing dog would laugh when he heard that. The man asked his father to stop, for the boy was about to cry. All they did was laugh at him. The girl asked them to stop laughing because he really is the head in their school. She fully realizes that any dog would die laughing if you told them that such a crazy pervert, looking at girls from the sidelines and dressing like a hooligan despite his skinny body, is the ringleader. Even so, she feels sorry for him when they mock him so openly. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he would never forget this shame. After which, the boy ran away. And there in front of us was a huge high-rise building. The sun's rays hit the open windows. Lee So-yeon and his father walked into the room. The man exclaimed that he was very hungry and immediately laughed. They were greeted by some huge woman with big muscles. She asked them to come in quickly and explained that there was curry for dinner tonight. They both got very excited. Lee Seo-yeon jumped up and down when she heard about dinner. The woman laughed as menacingly as they did, and told them to go quickly to shower, change, and eat. The food was already on the table, alluring with its beautiful bright aroma. The men gathered for the meal. The girl also sat down nearby, and everyone wished each other a pleasant appetite. Lee So-yeon asked if she was the only one seeing only chicken breast, vegetables, and tofu. The girl wondered where the rice went. The boy began to chew his food and exclaimed that there was nothing good about these beehives. Then he laughed again. The girl corrected him, explaining that it should say carbs, and called him an idiot. That's when they asked her what was wrong with her hands. Lee So-yeon asked why they were asking what was wrong with her hands. The man looking at the girl's hands began to laugh, after which he exclaimed that her arms were too thin, and asked her not to spit. The other said that their sister was all skin and bones, so much so that sometimes he wondered how she moved at all. Laughter could be heard throughout the kitchen. The other man asked what was wrong with them. He smiled and said that girls should be a little thin. Lee Seo-yeon thought about her being a normal type. The man exclaimed that he wanted to ask something else. He inquired about the girl's relationship with that yellow-headed anchovy, Lee. So-yeon mumbled as he laughed again. She told him that he was really the leader. The man laughed again and replied that it was just funny. Meanwhile, that boy's sister, Kim Woo-jun, opened the door to his room and called for food. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw her brother lying face down on the bed. She wondered if he was crying. The boy asked the girl to leave. She exclaimed that he didn't cry even when he lost the fight. What's this about? Does it have something to do with the girl? But the boy continued to lie silently tucked into his pillow. He was really too upset. The sister said she too had a painful first love at 17. The older sister understands how he feels. But of course she didn't snot quietly into her pillow like some people. Kim Woo-jun turned around and started yelling at her. Does she think that's supposed to comfort him? He asked her to go eat something better. Lee So-yeon in turn thought about what kind of relationship she and Woo-jun have. It's just that they're in the same desk in class. The man wondered if she was hanging out with a guy who looked like a bully. I think they were coming home from school together today. Had she really fallen in love with him? The girl cringed and wondered what he was even talking about. Nothing of the sort from what he'd said. Then the man decided to play the game of choice. He and the yellow-haired anchovy fell into the water, whichever sister saves first. Then the girl began to think about it. After all, she had been given such a riddle. She imagined if they had both fallen into the water, and floundering there, trying to escape, but a different picture rose up before her. It's like they're splashing around in there, but they're not trying to get out. They're trying to fight. The boy runs after the formidable big man, and the man in turn says goodbye to him. His eyes burn with an eerie firelight, like lightning bolts tearing the boy apart. Kim Woo-jun looks fearfully at this man-monster, and screams that she sees a monster in front of her. After imagining such a picture, the girl replied to her brother that her first priority would be to save Kim Woo-jun, of course. The brother concluded that she had fallen in love with the yellow-haired anchovy. The other exclaimed that even he in her place would have saved the anchovy. The father asked the girl's brother to stop talking nonsense and go eat already. After all, Lee So-yeon said that there was nothing like that. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside. The bright street lamps were burning. Kim Woo-jun was walking down the street thinking about how he could deal with Lee So-yeon, so that rumors would spread about her. The hallmark of a real man. He doesn't know the word surrender. How to fight her. It's not very nice to tell her that directly, asking her if she'll fight him to the death. It's kind of idiotic, though. As the kid wandered down the street, he couldn't figure out what to do in this situation. At this time, Kim Woo-jun came across one picture. A man was standing in front of a girl telling her that he liked her, and asking her if he was really that bad. The boy wondered what was going on there. The girl was asking the man if he was ashamed. How could one behave like this in the middle of the street after being rejected by Hube? Being a high school student. He doesn't seem to be ashamed at all because he's too drunk, but she's burning with shame. Apparently he didn't fully understand her rejection last time. So she repeats it again properly so he understands. He's not her type, and she doesn't want to date him. The girl's look was not at all pleasant. It was as if she had seen something disgusting. The man exclaimed that he would make sure the girl couldn't even raise her eyes in his direction again. Kim Woo-jun noticed that it was too noisy outside. The man was being too brazen and manly with the girl. Kim flew as close to him as she could and brought the man to the ground with a powerful punch. The girl didn't expect this. The boy stood up for her, picking a fight with the insolent man. He fell to the ground, drops of scarlet blood spurting from his mouth. He coughed. Isn't he ashamed to be doing that on the street? He's such a scumbag. The boy called him a total wuss and added that he was too bored. Just as he thought, she was the only one who could generate interest. Only Seo Young. Everyone else is just a weakling. The girl he had just rescued smiled sweetly. She was very happy. And as she approached the boy, she exclaimed that he had helped her again. Looks like he's still got the same temper. Raising her eyes to the boy, she mumbled that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and pulled her hand toward the boy. But Kim Woo-jun stood there silently looking at her with a scornful gaze. The girl didn't stop reaching out to him. He couldn't remember who the girl was. It was a benevolent gesture on her part. The girl continued to smile. Kim Woo-jun tried to remember who she was. He decided to do a little research. Memories from 16 years of his life began to fly by in his head. There definitely had to be something that pointed to this girl, but he couldn't remember anything. The girl noticed that the boy had grown a lot. They were almost the same height in junior high school. Kim replied that she had grown too. He didn't even recognize her and laughed. It turned out that she was his classmate from junior high school. He noticed that she was wearing a Kyunso high school uniform. It looked like they were going to see each other a lot from now on. Kim explained that he was in class number 3. He asked her to drop by once in a while. Then he said he still had important things to do and said goodbye. If they talk anymore, it might turn out he's forgotten who she is. So it was time to get out of here. The girl asked him if he was going to go to an important business like this. He replied that even if he did, no one would say anything. She said that in that case, it was not that important. It was the first time they'd met in a long time. I wondered if he was going to shake her hand in return. The boy exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He was pleased to see them. The girl's face changed after shaking hands. She blushed a little, apparently embarrassed. The girl replied that it was nice to see you too. After that, they finally unclasped their hands. Meanwhile, the class was talking about what had happened yesterday. One of the students asked what had happened that was so interesting. There was talk of Kim Woo-jun breaking Dong Seok-hyun's nose since 3rd grade in high school. But it's only been a short time since he entered high school, and he's already gotten into fights with a bunch of people. The students marveled at the kid. They gathered to see who had come. There was a girl standing in the doorway. She apologized and asked if Kim Woo-jun was in this class. The classmates immediately pointed in the boy's direction. The girl thanked the guys. They were curious who this beauty was. One of the guys replied that it was Oh Seho from class number 1, the queen of Kanso High School. The girl walked up to Kim and said hello. She said that she didn't thank him properly yesterday, and handed him the chocolate milk he likes. Kim replied that there was nothing to thank him for. He did it because he was disgusted with that guy's behavior. He thanked the girl for the milk. She asked what he had been doing. The boy replied that he was just thinking about stuff. Meanwhile, Seo Young was sitting at the other desk. She pretended to take notes while she listened to the conversation. Kim Woo-jun remembered simulating various fights. He remembered yesterday's fight with Seo Young. The talk in class was that Kim Woo-jun has been looking at Seo Young all the time lately. Maybe he's in love. Oh Seho immediately turned her head towards the girl. She thought it was Seo Young. The girl felt as if another piercing gaze was burning through her. She began to clutch the pen in her hands, breaking it, mentally asking her not to look at it. After all, she couldn't study like that. The girl asked the boy to give her his hand. When asked why, she explained to him practically. Holding out their hands to each other, it was like they high-fived each other, slapping their hand on their arm, after which they put 2 fingers together and touched hand to hand, making funny noises. And at the end, they clenched their fists and joined together. Fist to fist, it was a friendly gesture. The boy was explaining to the girl that this is how he greets his friends. Now they do too. He asked me to always say hello like that from now on. It was kind of childish. But even so, Oh Seho remembered everything perfectly. It was like it was just a short time ago. The girl sat on the step a little bored and remembering her childhood. She felt a little offended. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun was doing pull-ups on the bar next to the strongman Seo Young. The girl pulled up, smiled, and wondered if he was taking a sweat shower. He was so cocky, but it turned out to be no big deal. Seo Young asked him if it was too hard for him to just take a rest. The boy explained that when he works out, he always sweats a lot. The girl laughed. He capitulated, trying to make up nonsense that no one would even believe. Kim Woo-jun thought to himself that this girl was sassy. After that, the boy climbed up on the bar, doing a strength exercise. He asked Seo Young if she could do the same. The girl was very surprised and thought that she had never done such a thing. Kim Woo-jun was laughing with her now. noticing that even she couldn't do such a thing. The girl began to try her best to show him that she could do this too. He was really annoying her. The boy watched her agonize, but the girl was having none of it. Oh Seo, for her part, continued to sit on the steps thinking about something and getting bored. The windows in the gym were transparent and she could see everything. All of Kim Woo-jun's workouts, next to the girl, Seo Young. She was a little unsure what he could possibly like about this girl. Too muscular, like a man. A little goofy looking. That's what Oh Seo thought sitting on the steps about these guys. She shifted her eyebrows to her nose, unable to stop thinking. There's a little store in front of us. It's been open for a long time, offering various goods to customers. Oh Seo walked up to the bar. The kid behind the bar said hello to her. The girl walked over to a shelf and reached for some kind of juice can. Suddenly, Seo Young walked up to this shelf. They looked at each other, not expecting to run into each other here. They continued to stare at each other with a scornful look. But Oh Seo smiled and said hello. She said she hadn't expected to meet her here. The girl asked if she was a friend of Woo-jun's, and explained that she had often seen them together. She introduced herself to her. Seo Young asked Oh Seo if she would drink that soda. The girl smiled again and replied that she could drink it if she wanted. She decided to give in. Seo Young was somehow surprised by her kindness. She looked at her with a questioning look. When the girls bought what they wanted at the store, they went outside together. Seo Young drank the water from the can. She happily exclaimed that it was the best soda she had ever had. Oh Seo bought herself a juice. When she opened it, she asked the girl if she was dating Kim Woo-jun, as if nothing had happened. Seo Young almost choked. The soda poured out of her mouth. It was a strange reaction. She exclaimed that of course they weren't dating, and she thought that Oh Seo had said the wrong thing. Seo Young asked the girl who would like someone like that boy. He dyed his hair blonde, like he wanted attention. And he talks like he's always trying to make himself sound like something he doesn't understand. He's also really annoying. Saying that, the girl clenched her fist. A man suddenly appeared in front of them. He blocked their way. Then I asked him where the pissed-off kid was. He was very angry. The girls stared at him with questioning eyes. They couldn't understand where he'd come from. Seo Young screamed and clutched her soda can. She crushed it with one hand. The guy started yelling at them and asked the girl to shut up. She immediately obeyed him. Oh Seo was scared shitless, and thought about why this guy kept showing up. He's just a headache. She remembered how Kim Woo-jun had dealt with that guy just a short time ago for her, and asked the kid if he was looking for Kim Woo-jung to get revenge for yesterday. He said he was. That bastard broke his nose. I mean, she's close to this guy. He said to tell him while he's asking nicely where he is. He will only stop being mad if he finishes this brat off. Oh Seo replied that she doesn't know where he is. If she did, she wouldn't tell him. And why is he doing this to her? Doesn't he have any shame? The guy asked if she really didn't know where he was. If that's the case, we need to make him come. She knows what will happen if she makes him more angry. He asked me to call Kim Woo-jun over here right away. There's no one to protect her today, so she should listen to him if she didn't want to die. But the girl said no. At that time, Seo Young suddenly stood between them. She raised her hands in the air. Oh Seo was very surprised at this gesture from the girl. She smiled sweetly and turned to the guy. The girl mumbled that she didn't know what was wrong, but she asked him to stop immediately. She's 100% aware of how annoying Kim Woo-jun is, but it has nothing to do with them after all. The girl asked him to just look for Kim Woo-jun's school tomorrow, and that would be the end of it. The guy exclaimed that he should finish him off today, and she's telling him something about tomorrow. Probably wants to die, too. He put his hand on her head. Seo Young asked him nicely to take his hand away. The girl laughed caustically, and the guy replied that he didn't want to take his hand off her head. She had a complete change of face. He must have really pissed her off. She decided to deal with him differently in this case. The girl tried to swing away from his hand. Oh Seo was very worried about her and started screaming. After that, he grabbed the girl's hair with his hand and asked Oh Seo if she wanted to call that boy, if she didn't want to see that girl die. When Seo Young mumbled something, the guy asked her to repeat it. He wasn't going to let go of his hand from her hair. Seo Young briefly elbowed him in the chest as hard as she could. He didn't know who he was messing with yet. The girl mumbled that she's trying to be polite here, since he's Sunbi. Well, he's bound to piss the man off. Maybe just go ahead and finish him off. She explained to the guy that that was exactly what she wanted to say. He remained sitting on his knees on the pavement. Oh Seo opened her mouth in amazement at what was happening. Meanwhile, let's go back 10 years. The man asked his favorite children to listen carefully. Seo Young was 6 years old at the time. There are many dangers in this world. Various harassment, atrocious crimes, terrorism, zombies, and demons. It's impossible to even count. The father explained to his children that of course he would protect them from all dangers, but the moment would come and they would inevitably face the dangers alone. The girl's brother was 4 years old at the time. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare so that when that day comes, they will be able to protect themselves on their own. From that point on, their father began teaching them the most basic and very basic self-defense and techniques. He asked his children not to worry, as they would be able to defend themselves if anything happened. Sunbae rose to his feet and called the girl a lousy girl. The father at that point explained to the children that these techniques would not be too difficult for them. Oh Seo notices that Lee So-yeon has dodged all the blows, and so fast that she can't follow the movements. The girl was really dodging, also as fast as a snake. Sunbae's face was a little wrinkled. The guy was really angry. He couldn't understand how this girl had so much power and energy. The next kick flew straight into his body. The girl called him a wuss, whereupon a kick flew straight at his head. She exclaimed that she now understood exactly how he was able to get that puny guy Kim Woo-jun. Sunbae didn't have time to dodge her blows. He couldn't understand what kind of monster this girl was. Lee Seo-yeon's next punch flew right into his face. The kid flipped over and fell on the hard asphalt. It was an incredible sight. The girl did her thing in self-defense. People walked by and noticed something was going on. Apparently, this fight. Isn't this the uniform of Gyunso High School? Lee Seo-yeon instantly took the girl's hand, and she ran as fast as she could. She told her to run away immediately. That was quite a surprise. Oh, Seo was even more surprised. It had been a long time since she had run this fast, but there was nothing she could do in this case. She had to listen to Lee Seo-yeon. So they ran across the street together. When they finally stopped, Oh Seo couldn't catch her breath. Lee Seo-yeon asked her if she was okay. Oh Seo replied that her heart was about to jump out. Lee So-yeon saved her, and the girl wondered why she helped her. It had nothing to do with her. She didn't even get slapped. She could have just run away. What if others stronger than Sunbae target her? Lee So-yeon remembered how her father used to train her. The training was very long and hilarious. The girl, being a child, didn't want to do it very much. She was very tired and cried that it was too hard. Her father asked her to look at her brother Hanbyul. Even though he's younger than her, he's trying his best, and what about his exclamations during the punch? Her father explained to Seo Young that it was not only a skill for her own protection, but also a skill that could protect the people around her. Later, when her father becomes senile, she will be able to protect her friends, her lover, and others from danger. Her father explained that this is the kind of person who is truly strong and tough. And to become that kind of person, she needed to exercise and build strength. Apparently, it was time to act cool. Lee. So Yeon told Oseho that it looked like she was in a sticky situation, so she just couldn't ignore it, and let the stronger Sunbae come after her if they want her so badly. Sunbae was very surprised at this girl. Lee So-yeon clenched her fists and exclaimed that she was still the strongest. Oh. Seho thought to herself, this girl is really cool. So Woo-jun just fell in love with her for no reason, even though she said she wasn't interested in him. Afterwards, the girl apologized and said that she must have been worried for nothing. As long as Woo-jun is interested in her, she's her #1 enemy. Sohai adds that Lee So-yeon is really cool, but even so, she can't do otherwise. The girl thanked her and said that she would never forget it. After all, she does like her a little bit, but because of that boy, she can't help herself. That's how grateful she was for the help. One of the guys, meanwhile, approached Sunbae and asked him to stop smoking. He explained that their Dongseok was the main character in all the conversations lately. The guy asked him to shut up, but he kept asking what his name was. Kim Woo-jun, I think, from freshman year. He got it from him, and now he got it from a girl too. Rumor has it that he even fainted. The boy laughed at Sunbae openly. Sunbae told him that the rumor that he was beaten up by a girl was just a rumor. He said that he didn't deny that Kim Woo-jun beat him up. Sunbae asked him to shut up sooner rather than later. It seems like Kim Woo-jun is strong. He's been fighting with everyone lately. He also got it from him so hard. The guy started laughing with him again. Sunbae wondered what it was he was trying to say. Why had he called him over to taunt him? Guy replied that he would catch that lousy Kim Woo-jun. It's been too noisy lately. Since he came to their school, the atmosphere has gotten kind of hectic. Among the guys who received from him are his friends from other schools. And most importantly, he can't ignore that some kid is walking around school behaving as he wishes. He's so angry he can't concentrate on his studies. At least for the sake of getting into university, he'll catch and teach that bastard Kim Woo-jun a lesson. That's the guy Yang Soo-hyun talking. He's the third-year head of Gyeonseo High School. Kim Woo-jun, meanwhile, was walking to school in the morning with his briefcase on his shoulders and his hands in his pockets. Walking into the room, he began to yawn. He was so sleepy. The boy had not slept at all. Just then someone called him behind his back, calling him a thug. Kim told him to shut up. It was Sung Shi-hyun, Woo-jun's best friend, the first year of Gyunso High School. He told Kim that Hyung-nim was already on top of things. The boy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then the friend explained that Lee Seo-yeon is from his class. He knows he's head over heels in love with her. Isn't it too obvious he's showing his interest in her, staring at her every day, and even the fact that he's always provoking her? That's also a sign of affection, but not that a girl would naturally dislike even a guy if trying to get close in this way. Kim replied that it was none of his business whether she liked him or not. Song Shi-hyun asked if he really liked her. Kim Woo-jun replied that he really liked her. Only it's not her, it's her power, which is probably greater than his. That's what this is all about. The boy exclaimed that he would like to show her his superiority in a duel. But he, Kim Woo-jun, is a guy who doesn't hit girls. Now, with a simple competition, he's testing how strong this girl is, and he's already found out that they're pretty much on par. However, in battle, winning and losing do not depend on strength alone. With his professional dynamic vision and speed, he would prove himself superior to Lee So-yeon. The kid in anticipation was telling Lee So-yeon to wait. After all, he's going to come out victorious. The girl was just asking Suki what they were having for lunch today. Suki thoughtfully replied that she didn't know, so she decided to Google it. Soybean paste soup with strawberry cream, melon kimchi, rice. They laughed and decided they'd better go to the buffet. And so they headed amicably to the cafeteria, where there were already many students in line. The girls exclaimed that they were late. Suki wondered what they would do now. Would they have to starve now? Sunbae was there. He called the students rabid-hungry rookies. But to Koo Dong-sok, a veteran with 3 years of experience, it was nothing. Would just walk and eat at the canteen. Couldn't buy much because of the crowds. Well, at least he got his favorite chocolate bun and popcorn. Lee So-yeon was standing right in front of him. She asked him to give him a bite of the bun, and then she thanked him, and she said she'd just asked for a bite and he'd given it all to her. She thought he was just garbage, but it turns out he can be useful. It's kind of small for her stomach. Lee. So-yeon asked why he peed his pants. It's not like she forcibly took the bun away from him. The girl exclaimed as she left that one bun wasn't enough for 2 people. Soo-hee asked what her relationship was with that Sunbae. He looked like a scary guy. The girl replied that there was nothing special about him. Kim Woo-jun sat in front of them. He asked Lee So-yeon if she had had enough of some bun. He had something tasty in his hands. The boy offered the girl if she was hungry he could share. Lee So-yeon was very hungry. When she saw this delicious treat, she immediately became sad. Kim Woo-jun told her that he would only share if she defeated him in a fight. Lee So-yeon said that she didn't like violence, but there was nothing she could do about it. So she asked the yellow-haired anchovy to attack her. Kim Woo-jun asked the girl to take her time like that. He had already decided how they would compete. The girl stood across from him with 4 eyes wide open. That was news. Meanwhile, the students were wherever they were. Some walked down the corridor. Some went to their lockers. Class hadn't started yet. It was recess. Some unknown guy was walking around the school. He looked cautiously into every classroom. Then when he saw the kids from school, he asked if Kim Woo-jun was in 3rd grade. A blonde kid like that. He was answered that he was quite right. The boy thanked the students and started to open the door. The kid, meanwhile, was already entering the classroom. He was looking for Kim Woo-jun. He looked at his hand while thinking about something. The boy was in the classroom. He saw the boy and waved at him. He noticed the blonde hair and the mole under his eye. He also noticed the piercing. So it's definitely Kim Woo-jun. But he wondered what it was they were doing here. Kim asked back, wondering if he couldn't see for himself. Kim Woo-jun and Lee So-yeon, they have a deadly battle. Table tennis with flip-flops. The kid saw that and laughed. That was nice of him. After that, the smile disappeared from his face. The boy mumbled that he hadn't come to play with him. He crushed the ball with 2 fingers. He explained that he needed to talk to him, and asked to follow him. Lee So-yeon asked about the ball. Kim Woo-jun replied to the girl that he assumed that and stole another ball from the gym teacher. The girl laughed, noting that he had a cool background. She wondered what their count was. It was 11. 9. He had 11. The guy who came in asked him not to pour. He thought Kim Woo-jun wanted to die. The boy headed in their direction and walked over to the table. He made a sudden movement with his foot, knocking the table over. Afterward, when Kim Woo-jun threw a ball with 2 fingers, the guy batted it away with 1 elbow strike. That ball flew into the open window. That was an unexpected twist. The boy kept up with him. He kept asking me to follow him. He asked me to stop playing fucking table tennis. Kim Woo-jun was really angry. He couldn't understand what was going on. This guy was pissing him off more and more. He thought the kid was just kidding, so he got another ball. But then he got hit in the side. Lee So-yeon opened her mouth in surprise. She asked the guys to calm down soon. The guy wouldn't relent and asked Kim to talk in this case right here. Does he really think the world revolves around him? There is a limit to how much he can tolerate his behavior. But Kim Woo-jun only laughed in response. He turned to the kid and said there didn't seem to be anything special about the fists of a 3rd-year head. He hadn't really expected any of this. The kid was wiping his cheek after the blow. Lee So-yeon began to greedily eat the popcorn. When everyone reached for their food, she asked them to back off. Kim Woo-jun mumbled that if he annoyed the guy so much, he could definitely fight him. Events that happened a little earlier. When Sunbae asked this guy if he was going to teach Kim Woo-jun a lesson, he asked how he was going to do it. And the guy told him he'd heard he only fights strong guys. I'm sure he's heard rumors about him. So naturally, he'd be all for it. He said he'd quietly talk to Kim Woo-jung tomorrow and challenge him to a fight. When asked why he couldn't today, he said that today was a practice exam. Sunbae asked why he would do such a thing. The boy replied that it was to study at least a little. He explained to Sunbae that there would be negotiations tomorrow, quiet negotiations as much as possible, as intellectuals are supposed to do. Well, of course, it wasn't exactly quiet of him to swing his legs indoors, or elbowing balls. He certainly surprised Kim Woo-jun and everyone else. It's not like a ball went out the window. The kid did it as quietly as possible. He was very calm. Then he called Kim Woo-jun to talk to him, and asked him to stop playing fucking tennis. Everyone wondered where that intellectual had gone in the end. He said he would solve everything quietly, but he made a lot of noise. The girls noticed that Sunbae, who had been watching, must have pissed himself. The other one said he was her future boyfriend. The girls started fighting and then called each other names. The guy laughed and said that Sunbae had been atrocious for 3 years and Kim hadn't even moved. So the kid wants to fight him. Scratching the back of his head, he agreed, and mumbled what he was going to suggest first anyway. He asked Kim to run to the wasteland after school, and added that he would make a man out of him today. The guy called Kim's name and headed for the exit. Today's day of school was over. By evening, the school was completely empty. Kim Woo-jun walked outside with his briefcase on his shoulders. He walked thoughtfully. His friend stopped in front of him as if blocking his way. He asked if Kim was really going to fight Seo Young. Kim Woo-jun asked how he heard about it. The guy explained that rumors were already flying everywhere. The head of the 3rd year came to the head of the 1st year and scored an arrow. He asked his friend to just apologize and leave. Otherwise, he would really get in trouble. Kim asked his comrade not to talk nonsense. A friend asked if he even knew who this young guy was. He's really something. Kim chuckled and asked who he was. The guy asked if he knew that 2 years ago everyone knew about Gyunso High School because it was only attended by hardcore bullies. Young Soo-hyun was exactly the kind of monster who dealt with all of them because they were interfering with his studies. Although at that time, most of the outstanding strongmen of the neighborhood were studying at Gyunso High School. He had just cleared the school of bullies. And then suddenly Kim showed up and stirred up the school's atmosphere again. Yang Soo-hyun won't just let it go. Even if it's him, it's better to give in this time. Kim responded by saying no. He was glad about what his friend had just told him. If he is so strong, he wants to fight him even more. After all, he only fights the strongest. That phrase was like Lee Seo-yeon's favorite phrase. There's a reason they want to fight. The girl laughed at the yellow-haired anchovy, calling him cocky, asked her friend if that wasn't funny. Kim Woo-jun saw Lee So-yeon. He told her that since she came to watch, she should come over. He's going to go to the wasteland to fight Yang Soo-hyun. He asked the girl to properly observe what level her opponent was. The kid's friend looked at him like he was sick. Who's his opponent here? The time was nearing evening. It was slowly getting dark. Kim Woo-jun approached the boys. He noticed it was crowded. I wonder if he'd decided to take him on in numbers. The guy said not to be afraid. They were all just spectators anyway. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that these guys seemed too familiar to him. What about their eyes? They all stood waiting to see who would be the strongest in this fight. They all stared at the boy with fear in their eyes. It was like they knew what kind of opponent Kim Woo-jun had. Did they have that image once upon a time? The boy wondered. What had happened to them after all? The guy who asked Kim to come to the vacant lot said he was 3 minutes late. Maybe we should really kill him, like he doesn't know that time is precious to the graduating class. Kim wondered if those onlookers had originally looked any different, whether it was his doing. The guy replied that it was. He got them back on the right track. He explained to the kid that he was about to become one too. Kim decided there was no way he could lose in this case. He asked me to stop talking. After all, the guy had said himself that senior class time was worth its weight in gold. He's giving him a chance to strike first. The boy was very squishy on the outside. But he agreed with Kim, and exclaimed that it was indeed time to begin. He removed the glasses from his eyes with one hand. Kim Woo-jun wondered if he had already had time to stretch his body. He tossed his briefcase to the ground and headed toward his opponent. The guy replied that he didn't need it one bit to fight someone like him. All he knows how to do is fraternize. Kim Woo-jun rushed towards the enemy. He didn't sit idly by. He clenched his fists and threw himself at the boy. Kim Woo-jun decided to do a leg kick. The guy ducked in response and tried to hit him in the face with a strong arm swing. The spectators rejoiced that the battle had finally begun. One of them said that even though he was trying his best, he too would soon be reborn as a good student like them. The other one noticed that he had a very fierce look in his eyes. Well, this idiot can only give that look until today. They recognized the tenacity of this guy, Kim Woo-jun, coming out against Soo-hyun. But soon Soo-hyun would show him that you can't survive in this world with just one tenacity. Once Soo-hyun took over the school, bad behavior is forbidden. If he doesn't like the system, he has to defeat Soo-hyun. But of course, that's impossible. Kim Woo-jun asked the battle what they were even carrying, and jumped up to deliver another blow to the opponent. Jumping up, he did a spin with his foot and tried to kick him in the face. The guy retaliated with a hand defense. But still, something incredible happened. He was able to land a successful punch on Soo-hyun. The guys behind the guys started shouting at Kim Woo-jun not to give up. They asked him to win, to finish off that nerdy dictator and lead Gyeonso. The nerd looked at these guys and exclaimed that he remembered their faces. The guys who were shouting to Kim immediately fell silent. The nerd threw a scornful, vindictive glare at them. Kim noticed Seo Young. He said that if she was here to watch too, let her come over. He told her that time that he was going to go to the wasteland to fight Yang Soo-hyun. He asked her to observe properly what level her opponent was. At that moment, the girls were left standing silent, wondering what the kid had said. He remembered the words of a friend who said that rumors were already flying everywhere. The head of the third year came to the head of the first year and scored an arrow. A fight between a first-year chapter and a third-year chapter. Seo Young was just thinking about it, remembering how Kim Woo-jun had invited her to watch the fight. The girl wondered if Kim Woo-jun was strong. He's a yellow-haired anchovy. That was the image of Woo-jun in the girl's mind. The guys, of course, say things like he's a strong man, the strongest first-year head and stuff like that. They heard that even the second-year head lost to him. But she's still never once seen Woo-jun fight. In her eyes, he's just a yellow-haired anchovy. And Sunbae Soo-hyun, he didn't look particularly strong either, especially when he asked her to stop playing fucking table tennis. Of course she's curious. The friend asked the girl if she's really going to go watch. Seo Young replied to her friend that they would go together. She was a little scared, though. Seo Young asked the girl not to be afraid. After all, such deviant behavior was quite normal. My friend got a little angry. After all, deviant behavior is a stable behavior of an individual that deviates from generally accepted, most common, and established social norms. Suddenly, Oh Seo appeared behind Seo Young's back. She exclaimed while hugging the girl's shoulders that she was going too. Seo Young was very surprised by the girl's appearance, and inquired when she came. Oh Seo asked why they were so surprised. I was just coming from school and saw them. They're coming to see Woo-jun fight too. The girls didn't expect that she liked to watch fights. Oh Seo replied that fights are violent, so it's hard for her to watch them. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun was rubbing his arm after Kim Woo-jun's powerful leg kick. The guy thought about how Kim Woo-jun was stronger than he really thought. It's just an informal fight, but he's being so harsh and pushy. He was going to fight at half strength, but he might lose this way. Kim Woo-jun was worried that he too would become like the comrades behind him if he lost to him. He realized that the guy is completely reckless. He only acts the way he likes and is very arrogant. Kim said that if he won, in return, the guy would have to wear a girl's uniform to school, and come up to him every morning to check on him. So-hyun agreed. He felt as if he had met himself from the past. Kim was surprised that he agreed so easily. It must be rewarding for him, since he looks like a host. Kim Woo-jun flew at the kid with another punch. He called him a stupid idiot. And in turn, he just needs to not lose, and that's that. So-hyun dodges the punch. Then he came at Kim with his fist. Woo-jun almost got hit in the face. He dodged and began to attack his opponent as well. They both pulled back into a fighting stance. Neither one yielded to the other. Soo-hyun said that Kim Woo-jun is just like him. He's a copy of his past, so I want to set him straight even more. He exclaimed that he too had once been a bully who didn't care about anything. Naturally, he drank and smoked. He fought every day, rode his motorcycle on the roads, and lived without shame. However, even a life that seemed like it would be carefree until the very end, as he grew older, only caused a sense of shame. Such a life was both carefree and empty at the same time. He began to wonder if he was living the right life at all. His doubts turned into certainties after that day, when the guys would gather in the street and tell him to be quiet or they'd pick up the trash again. Soo-hyun was asked by the boys why he was so quiet. They noticed that something was wrong with this guy lately. Young Soo-hyun was 17 years old at the time. The other guy said he's been freaking out about his little brother lately. Almost got in a fight with him today. The kid wondered if his brother was in junior high school. He said that his brother asked him to help him with his homework. It was easy, so he solved it quickly. The next day he came and said that all the answers were wrong and called him a fool. Others said it was disrespectful to the older man. If his younger brother said that, the guy would punch him in the face. When he showed the tasks, Soo-hyun thought he was really an idiot. Basically everything was right there, as the guy thought. Soo-hyun started saying that there was nothing right. He asked him to apologize to his brother. He's definitely a high school student. How could he get such elementary examples so wrong? He made a mistake and is making a fool of himself. For that, he gave the guy a frog cocktail as punishment. They put it in there for flavor. Afterward, the guys laughed. He asked the guys to use their brains. He drank it in one gulp, ignoring the frog that was inside. That's when he suddenly realized that his life would never improve if he kept hanging out with those guys. And he had completely given up on the ridiculous idea that he would ever live, even if he lived a rambunctious lifestyle. Kim wondered what the punishment with the frog and the beer had been like. He was probably thinking the same thing now. But life is such a stale thing that if you don't put in the effort, you can't accomplish anything. If you're a freshman in high school, it's not too late. He asked Kim Woo-jun to get smart soon. Kim exclaimed that the guy was talking too much, whether he was going to fight with his fists or have conversations. Soo-hyun said he didn't have to realize that right now. First, he wanted the kid to take a few punches from him, so he came at Kim with his fists. But the kid instantly dodged once again. He deftly dodged his opponent's blows, then tried to attack. The opponent flipped over doing somersaults in the air. The crowd of spectators immediately roared behind them. No one expected Kim Woo-jun to take this guy down with one strong punch. It was an interesting sight for everyone else. Soo-hyun was lying on the ground after that punch. He was in real pain. Kim said that he didn't actually ask about his past, but he realized that the guy had picked himself up. Then he should just transfer to another school and study. Why is he doing this in Gyeongso? He was thinking of transferring, but suddenly an interesting thought occurred to him. Soo-hyun wondered why on earth he had to leave. It's not like he can just set up Gyeongso completely for himself. It's enough to create a peaceful learning environment. So he quickly dealt with the school's worst bullies and solved the problem. And he's actually very altruistic, despite stupid guys like him wanting to give them a better life. That's why he let all the bullies in the school be reborn as model students. He explained that he had knocked all thoughts of fighting and bullying out of their heads. He made them study so they could get into university. I bet their parents are even grateful to him. From behind the fence, Lee So-yeon looked out. She wondered why everyone had suddenly stopped. What were they doing? Why weren't they fighting? The girls asked Lee So-yeon if she could see anything outside the fence. Lee So-yeon said that Kim Woo-jun had almost won just now. Really, isn't there any other place where they can watch the fight? On the other side, the intimidating Sunbae lined up in a row and guarded everything so no one could squeeze through. They told the girls that it was dangerous and asked them to leave. The girls replied that they could go to church like that. The girls thought that if Seo Young didn't start talking nonsense, they wouldn't be so intimidating. But they can't hang on the wall like her. It would be good if there was some small gap or hole in the wall. Lee So-yeon apologized to the girls and said that she would make a hole for them. The girls asked how. She replied that she would just run through it. The girls exclaimed that in that case they would be caught. Lee So-yeon promised them that she would try to do it quite quietly. She crept up to the wall and struck with all her might, clenching her fist. The girls said she'd promised to do it quietly. This is where they were noticed, of course. All eyes fell on the girls and the broken wall. That was Soo-hyun Kim's way of saying that he let all the bullies of the school be reborn into model students. He blew all thoughts of fighting and bullying out of their heads. He made them study so they could get into university, to the point where their parents are grateful to him. Well, at least his mom was happy. Does he know the guy from third year? He slapped a first-year student. And it's just awful. Apparently the kid doesn't know that. Then maybe tell you something else. That's what they talked about during the fight. Kim Woo-jun walked down the hallway before meeting shoulder to shoulder with his opponent. When they saw that guy, he started calling him names. Kim just wanted to move on. But then the kid accelerated and punched him in the face with all his might, in a way that Kim didn't expect. He flew back against the wall, pressing his back and head into the wall. The guy asked, not knowing that he didn't control his anger. AKA Kim Woo-jun from freshman year. The guy realized that everything happened just in time. Choi Kyu-sop from second year. He's not aware of the guy's offense by purposely tapping on his shoulder and punching him in the jaw. If he had known, he would have corrected this guy. After all, they're the bullies who are messing up the school. These two are the type that pretend to be weak in front of the strong and show strength in front of the weak. So it's entirely possible that the guy didn't know anything. After all, in front of him, their uncontrolled anger is suddenly cured. They probably looked just like guys in his eyes. But in the eyes of the other guys, it was different. He asked me to be honest. He didn't really care about this school. Come to think of it, it was impossible that he couldn't know about it when there were so many rumors going around. Or decided to silently allow this behavior. They're not a threat to him either way, both are just disgusting. It's presented as if entirely devoted to the school of Kinso, intoxicated, imagining himself as a hero. But he seems like he doesn't really care about anything, and only gets rid of people who annoy him. He justifies himself to others by making it seem like he's putting the bad guys on the right path. Kim Woo-jun, pointing his finger at his opponent, exclaimed that he was just a low-grade hypocrite. Soo-hyun angrily called him names. The guy's gaze was angry and full of hatred. At this time, the girls were already looking into the hole that Lee So-yeon had punched with a powerful punch. The girls tried to be quiet, but then Soo-hyun noticed them and wondered who else it could be. That's the guy he hates the most. And then Kim's punch came back at the guy. Kim Woo-jun called him scum, and when he hit the kid, he told him to get punched in the face and die. He punched him really hard in the face. The blood spurted from his mouth in bright scarlet splashes. Kim Woo-jun turned out to be really strong. He didn't let that guy down. He tried to strike again, but there was no way. Soo-hyun instantly dodged his blow. He tried to hit Kim Woo-jun back. The fight broke out again, and the fight continued. This time, they decided not to give in to both of them, and now Kim Woo-jun was already flying backwards. Soo-hyun threw a lot of punches at him in a row. He was really angry. The girls peered through the hole in the wall, and their mouths dropped open. They didn't expect to be hit so hard. Lee So-yeon noticed that Woo-jun was in a difficult position. What he does is interesting. Why he doesn't fight back. It's possible this guy's actually a masochist. As expected of the yellow-haired man, he didn't let expectations down after all. Kim asked them to shut up. Soo-hyun smiled echidnously and wondered if that was his nickname, the yellow-haired anchovy. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that it wasn't his nickname, and delivered a knee strike right to his opponent's head. Then turning around, he gave him another whirl on the head. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth again. Soo-hyun flew back, looking at the boy with a surprised look. He hadn't expected such powerful blows. Kim Woo-jun jumped up again and wanted to strike a second time with his knee. Then he straightened his leg and tried to kick him in the face, but the guy tripped him at that point. Kim Woo-jun didn't notice this blow and flew backwards onto the pavement. He clenched his teeth in pain. Soo-hyun began to approach him, clenching his strong fists. He stood over the boy. He was already very close to Kim. He clenched his fists and tried to attack again. But Kim Woo-jun began to lift his foot off the ground, pointing it toward his opponent. And then another powerful blow flew right into his face. Soo-hyun wasn't going to give up. After kicking him in the face, the guy's fist flew into Kim Woo-jun's nose. Lee So-yeon watched the fight with interest. She exclaimed that she wanted to join in too. The guys were both lying on the floor, not stopping the fight. But then they paused for a moment. They both caught their breath before another attack. Soo-hyun tried to raise himself up on his elbows. It was as if he had lost consciousness for a second. That's why he didn't notice Kim Woo-jun grabbing him by the hair. He couldn't stop. The kid clenched his strong fist and aimed it at his opponent's face. Soo-hyun thought about the fact that if it goes on like this, he would lose. He just can't wear a woman's uniform. After imagining this, the guy decided to take action, after which he also grabbed his opponent by the hair. It was a brutal fight. When Soo-hyun grabbed Kim Woo-jun's hair, drops of scarlet blood also flowed out of his mouth. They were holding each other by the hair, making eerie noises. It was like the roar of a beast. The guys from outside were watching with even more interest than before. In fact, the events began to develop much more interestingly than before. They flipped from head to toe, rolling over the pavement, but they didn't let go of each other. Holding their hair with one hand, they tried to deliver brutal blows with their other hand. Kim Woo-jun threw the boy face down on the ground. Soo-hyun, in turn, kept his hands on his face. Kim Woo-jun has asked his opponent to step up. Does he really want to dress up in a woman's uniform? But the guy never got up. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Kim Woo-jun's back. It was his friend. He came after all. He called his comrade an idiot and asked to see the color of his face. He told him not to fight. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he had won. His friend praised him by calling him an idiot again, and told him to go home already. His sister must be worried, but their path was suddenly blocked by the girls. At their head stood Lee So-yeon. She clenched her fist while looking at the boys. The boy grabbed the back of his head with his hand and was very surprised that they could really come, just because he said so. The guy said it was dangerous and told them to go home. Lee. So-yeon realized it was the yellow-haired anchovy's friend. The guy couldn't understand what she was talking about. The girls noticed that their Woo-jun was in a difficult position. Kim's friend asked them to try to be quiet in this case. It won't be good if they get caught by the Hyungs here. Even if they look kind, they're still crazy. Oh Seho asked Shi-hyun why he came. The guy replied that he came to get Woo-jun. Otherwise, he'll fight again until his whole body is covered in bruises. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that the guy was talking as if this wasn't the first time this had happened. He's been fighting constantly since middle school. Shi-hyun explained that he had always looked out for him. She didn't realize if he was too kind or just a simpleton. Shi-hyun replied that the girl was right. What can you do if he's his friend? Lee So-yeon noticed that the yellow-haired anchovy man appeared to be surrounded by good people. The next day came, the morning greeted with its sunny, tender rays. One of the guys approached Kim Woo-jung. He said he heard that he beat the third-year leader yesterday. That's pretty cool. Kim replied that it was no big deal. He was hoping for an interesting fight since there were rumors about his strength, but it turned out to be nothing special. It was like fighting against a toddler. The guys noticed that he had too many patches on his body for that. Kim said that Young Soo-hyun promised to come in a girl's uniform to school. Let him try to get away, then he'll see. And so the boy was on his way to school. The teacher gave him a strange look when he saw him. He began to stare at the kid without realizing what was going on. The teacher almost lost his jaw. He asked Young Soo-hyun what was wrong with him. What kind of outrage is this? After all, the guy came in a woman's uniform. He said he was done with all the hooliganism and was going to devote himself to his studies. He was speechless. He's crazy. If a man made a promise, Soo-hyun couldn't help but fulfill it. He asked the teacher to understand him. The teacher told the boy not to classify him as such, or he would get it. Soo-hyun exclaimed that he didn't want to wear a skirt at all. He doesn't like it himself. The man asked him not to do that. Even the principal would not allow it. Then the principal appeared and asked who would not allow it. Teacher and Soo-hyun immediately turned towards the principal. They didn't expect to see him here. Seo Young opened her mouth in surprise when she noticed that Soo-hyun had indeed come in a woman's uniform. They were all quite surprised. Kim Woo-jun saw his inveterate enemy. He asked the girl if she now realized how strong he was. Soon they would fight sometime too. Seo Young exclaimed that her father told her not to hang out with him anymore. Kim Woo-jun was surprised by what the girl said. It was as if her father had warned her not to hang out with that guy anymore. He looked at her very surprised. He wondered why. Meanwhile, let's go back to last night. Oh Seo told the girls that Kim Woo-jun fought skillfully. She claimed he was a tough guy from way back. The other friend noticed that they both fought hard. She felt like she was watching an action movie. Only Seo Young exclaimed that they don't know how to fight at all. The girls clearly don't know how to do it. Just then, they heard a sound. Oh Seo wondered what time it was. When she picked up the phone, she realized it was too late. She mumbled that her father would kill her for sure. The second girl was getting worried too. She forgot to tell her mom that she was going to be late. The girls asked Seo Young if she was going to be okay. But the girl froze as if she were standing still. Streams of sweat trickled down her face. Her friends immediately realized that she must not be. Seo Young exclaimed that she was finished. She ran as fast as she could through the house to the window. The girl reached the window and began to carefully open it as quietly as possible. She made a successful sneak entry into the house and landed neatly on one knee on the floor. Seo Young thought to herself as she successfully and quietly made her way to the room. Now just have to play the part perfectly, pretending like she'd been home for a while. But she wasn't. Her brother showed up. She wondered why he was here, whether his mother and father had come. The brother replied that they had. The girl began to ask her brother to help her sister sooner, not to be caught by her parents. But the brother started calling for the father. That was her bad luck. He wasn't going to cover for his sister. The girl coughed. She imagined what was about to happen. She was ready to be punished. She waited for her father to come. And then a fearsome, huge monster appeared on the doorstep. He came out like a monster. The girl sat on her knees on the floor and closed her eyes with her hands in the air. Apparently, she was waiting to be punished. Her father was very strict and asked her to raise her hands properly. Seo Young tensed up even more. The brother, watching the scene, coughed and said that the girl had been caught. Her father scolded her. He had told her that strange monsters came out of everywhere in the evening. He's going to experiment on her, an intelligent body from another planet, in case something like that attacks her. Well, it doesn't matter now. Her father continued to scold Seo Young. He exclaimed that she was still young, so it was dangerous for her to go out alone late at night. As long as she lives in his house, she should listen to him. What was that look on her part? The girl had a look of sympathy. Dad asked her if she thought he'd fall for it. Then he asked her to put her hands down. Her father instructed her to come home early from now on. Seo Young giggled and said that she would do that. The girl wanted to get up from the floor, but then her father stopped her again. He asked who had allowed her to leave. Seo Young realized that there was more to it. Her father exclaimed that he hadn't told her everything yet. He asked her why she'd come so late. Seo Young explained that she was just having fun with Suhi and Seo, and watching stuff, like the yellow-haired anchovy acting like a kindergartner. When her father heard that, he yelled at her not to hang out with that yellow-headed anchovy anymore. He's a gangster. Even if they're not in love, if she goes out with him, she'll get all kinds of stuff from him and become a gangster too. Then he won't be responsible for himself. The girl looked at her father with an understanding look. She agreed with him. That was all she told Kim Woo-jun, fully explaining what had happened yesterday, and added that from now on, they should have fun in a way that they wouldn't be caught by her father. Kim asked if they got caught. Wouldn't it be the end of both of them? Or just him alone? The girl replied that of course it would. Well, it's okay, and they just need to not get caught. She laughed and exclaimed that even though he's a crazy yellow-haired anchovy who can't fight, he's a pretty funny guy. So she likes spending time with him. The kid immediately smiled achidically back, after listening to her incredulous chuckles. Just then, someone's feet appeared in front of them. Someone stomped loudly down the corridor. The guys around them opened their mouths when they saw the kid who was beaten up by Kim Woo-jun. The defeat that Soo-hyun faced for the first time caused a sense of humiliation. But the self-loathing was much stronger, so the humiliation was just nothing to him. In fact, everyone was whispering behind his back, and he knew it all too well. He knew about both Donsok and Kusop, that they behaved as they wished he did not see. He knew everything and just turned a blind eye. The most effective method of correcting bullies is, of course, violence. That's what the kid thought. After all, there are those who only come to their senses when they've had it. He still thinks the same thing, but he's still too weak to put all the bullies on the path of truth, even knowing he would have to give up one thing to get another, wanted to keep the friendship, and was biased. That's why he ended up as a low-grade hypocrite. He couldn't say anything back to Kim, but everything he said was right. What needs to change is himself, not anyone else. He just needs to focus on the entrance exam. Lee So-yeon grabbed Kim's cheek, turning her head towards Soo-hyun. He meanwhile turned her head towards that guy. Soo-hyun approached them in his female form. He said that he had come to show himself to him as promised. Kim grimaced at the thought of having to look at it every morning. Lee Seo-yeon looked at his legs and thought they were prettier than hers. Kim Woo-jun asked Sunbae not to come in a skirt anymore. It's better to forget about it. The guy asked not to sympathize with him. It's only annoying. Like he said, he really is a low-grade hypocrite, so he will gratefully accept his punishment. And why is he going to gratefully accept it all? Sunbae seems to have discovered a new world. He told the boy that they would see each other again tomorrow morning. But Kim asked him not to come. From that day on, Sunbae got a new nickname, the Skirt of Remorse. That's an interesting story. Some guy was walking down the street, taking another guy to the ground, and standing with his foot on him called him a scum domino. He had a cigarette in his teeth. He was laughing snidely at the guy. Then he continued smoking and called everyone around him little bastards. Meanwhile, it was raining outside. The green grass was completely wet. Lee So-yeon was looking out the window, listening to the sound of the rain. She thought about the fact that it was raining, and she didn't have an umbrella with her. Kim Woo-jun went outside and noticed that it was really raining, and he was told to remember to bring an umbrella. The boy didn't listen to his sister. She was right. Kim looked at Lee So-yeon questioningly, whereupon he smiled evasively and pointed a finger at her. He exclaimed that the girl had obviously come without an umbrella. She wondered how he knew about it. The kid asked as soon as she couldn't have predicted it would rain. He was denying her the right to be his rival. She wanted to know why on earth he was her rival. In this contest, his powers of foresight won out. If she needed an umbrella, he could lend her one. But in order to do that, she has to win the palm wrestling. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that she knew it. She knew he wouldn't share the umbrella for nothing, and called him a yellow-haired anchovy. Kim Woo-jun mumbled that if she pissed herself, she could go home, completely drenched in rain. Lee So-yeon asked him to stop talking, but it was better to attack. She was furious with anger at him, and so the palm wrestling began. The one who first breaks the opponent's center of gravity using only palm claps wins. It is also possible to win by using the force of the push against himself. Therefore, this game also involves a psychological struggle. Meanwhile, outside, the rain poured unceasingly. It drummed on the windows and on the streets. Lee So-yeon was holding an umbrella in her hands. She asked the kid what he was doing. Why isn't he running home? Kim Woo-jun replied that he was on his way. He turned around and headed home in the rain. A girl called out to him. She explained to the boy that their houses were in the same direction, so she decided to share the umbrella with him. Kim turned to the girl in surprise. She added that he would carry the umbrella in that case. The rain drummed and drummed. It turned from a light rain to a heavy downpour. Kim Woo-jun was carrying an umbrella. Next to him was Lee Seo-yeon. They walked in silence the whole way. The kid didn't say a word. The girl threw a questioning look at him. She wondered what it was with him. She thought he was just a yellow-haired anchovy, a bandit whose food goes to the wind, but it turned out there were some nice sides to him. The girl asked if his shoulder was all right. He didn't know what she meant at first. Lee So-yeon decided to skip this conversation. What could she expect from a psycho like him? A kitten started meowing in front of them. He was sitting alone in the rain. The girl immediately stopped when she saw this cute kitten. What should we do now, since he's so cute? Kim Woo-jun covered his mouth with his hand. The girl looked at him again with surprise. She was drilling him with her gaze. Kim Woo-jun asked what was so important about a street kitten. He asked her to go home quickly. Well, the kitten was very small and beautiful. He wouldn't stop meowing very pitifully looking at them. Seo Young couldn't remain indifferent. The kid couldn't pass by either. The girl wondered what to do in this situation, and they did not continue on their way until they came to a cute animal. So Yon asked what it was he was saying there a few minutes ago. The kid pretended he didn't say anything. The girl asked what he was going to do with it. Kim replied that he would take him home and take care of him, even though he can't leave him for long because his sister is allergic to cat hair. So Yon asked if he had any allergies. The boy replied that he was fine. But before he could say anything, he started sneezing. The girl exclaimed that he was allergic too, so she's gonna have to take it herself. She asked me to give it to her. She'll take good care of the kitten. The boy changed his face and became sad. The girl asked him why he was so upset. But Kim Woo-jun replied that he wasn't upset at all. He's perfectly fine. After that, the girl had already arrived home. Her father and brother immediately greeted her. The father's face changed completely. His eyes glistened, and he glanced at the girl with the kitten. He asked what it was. Lee So-yeon replied that she would heal him and let him out into the wild. The girl asked them not to fight. The father remarked that he was very cute. My brother exclaimed that he wanted to kiss him. I can't stand it. So he asked his father to raise the little one. They can pick the best name for him, like Ronnie Coleman. They asked her to pick something cute. And so 2 weeks passed. It was a sunny, clear day outside. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Kim Woo-jun was standing behind the girl's back. She got very angry and asked him to stop looking at her like that. I mean, he said he wasn't in love with her. She asked him if he wanted to fight her. I'm sure he has since the beginning of the semester. He asked when Lee Seo Young would give him back his umbrella. It's been 2 weeks. Where's his umbrella gone? He's the one who wants to ask her if she wants to fight. Then let her start if she has the guts. She doesn't keep her promise. Lee So-yeon said he could come over in the morning to pick up her umbrella. The boy resented why he had to come. The girl explained that he was just going to see how the kitten was doing. He loves kittens, doesn't he? She certainly doesn't ask him to do that just because she forgets to take her umbrella with her every day. When he heard about the kitten, the boy immediately smiled. The girl reminded him that he lived with her now. A classmate appeared behind the girl's back. He asked if she had a kitten. What were they even talking about? She sweetly asked Kim if he wanted to come see the kitten at her house. The girl got angry and exclaimed that he had already imagined it. She called the guy an idiot. Kim Woo-jun was very happy. He said that he hadn't seen the kitten in a long time. Lee So-yeon explained that it had grown a lot, probably because it was eating well. And now a huge high-rise apartment building was rising in the midst of a wide, light-colored street. The two of them were already approaching the driveway. The girl led her friend into the house. She explained that she was going to go change, and he could play with Ronnie for now. He asked if the kitten would come to him if he called him. Then he started calling the kitten. When the animal came out to him, he was very surprised. The cat was healthy. He was pumped up like some kind of monster. When the boy heard the cat meowing, you were even more surprised. There was no limit to his surprise. Kim Woo-jun immediately grabbed his face with his hands. His gaze changed completely. The girl's entire family leaned over the kitten. They moved closer to him, watching him eat. They asked the kitten to eat more. If he eats well, he must be very hungry. My father said he wasn't eating well at all. If he eats so badly, he won't be healthy. My brother had a good idea, a really good idea. They started feeding the kitten some supplements, so that it would eat and grow properly. They laughed and said it was a great idea. The father praised his son, which was expected of him. That's the only way he'll become a real big guy. Kim Woo-jun remembered Lee So-yeon telling him that he had grown a lot because he ate well. The boy thought to himself that this family was obviously crazy. What have they done to the poor kitten? Then he heard the sound of the door opening. He remembered that he had once asked the girl if they would be screwed if they both got caught by their father. At the time, the girl had answered that there would indeed be a lid on them. Kim Woo-jun thought about how he would be finished if he was caught now. What to do and where to hide. Lee Han-byul had already returned. The girl's brother walked into the house, started shooting his creepy eyes. The cat stood at attention in front of him. The boy also stood at attention, stretching to his full height. Lee Han-byul was very surprised to see this guy in front of him. His eyes flashed with rage. Kim Woo-jun was really scared. He exclaimed that he had been burned after all. The man waved his arms to grab the boy. He called him a yellow-haired anchovy and asked him if he thought he was an idiot. Kim Woo-jun replied that their family was definitely not normal. Kim Woo-jun immediately dodged the man's punch. He tried to grab the man by the pecs, but the man asked him not to grab him. Just then, Lee So-yeon ran into the room. She exclaimed that she told him to play with the kitten. What a racket he's making. But she saw her brother in front of her, lying on top of the poor kid. She didn't expect anyone to come home at that time, so she just stood there looking at her brother. She asked him since when they had been in such a relationship. Lee Hanbyul exclaimed that it wasn't like that. He asked his sister to listen first. Then Daddy joined them. He started laughing and stretching his arms toward them. But suddenly out of the blue, Kim Woo-jun made a move on the big man, lifting his knee up. When my father saw this, he was very angry and surprised. The room was in complete chaos. The kid grimaced, shifting his eyebrows. This was the situation, and how they were going to get out of it. They found themselves at a table across from each other, and now a pumped-up mother came up to them with food in her hands, offering them something to eat. Before that, my father appeared and walked laughingly into the room, alerting me that Daddy was back. And here we stopped with Kim Woo-jun raising his knee for the hold. Then my father came up and began to shout with a wild roar. What the hell was going on? When the father swore, the mother asked him not to swear in front of the children. She had already told him that. The mother was as pumped up and huge as the rest of the family. She sounded like a monster. They asked the yellow-haired anchovy what was going on here, why he's at their house right now. They asked Seo Young to explain everything right away. The girl replied that she didn't know. Kim Woo-jun asked who he looked like in their eyes right now. There's got to be an explanation for the whole situation. I wonder if that's why he broke into their house. The boy replied that of course not. His head was buzzing with this family. He explained that he had just stopped by to check on the kitten. He wasn't doing anything weird. It was getting late now, so the kid got ready to leave. His father was going to let him go, and his mother wondered if he was leaving already, offering him something to eat before he left. The boy turned and laughed and said that it was all right. He didn't need to eat. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, and his father wanted to get him out of here as soon as possible. His father asked why labor and prepare a portion for the yellow-haired man as well. Kim Woo-jun explained that his older sister was waiting for him. Dad didn't bother. He just wanted to send the anchovy out of here as soon as possible. Then he laughed. The kid thought about how this person annoyed him a lot. Lee So-yeon asked Kim Woo-jun if he needed to go home sooner. Kim Woo-jun replied that it was fine. After all, they even showed hospitality and set up for him. It would be completely rude to just leave. The father in turn wondered why the bastard wouldn't leave. The boy was really sick of his bullying. Lee So-yeon watched from the sidelines and clutched her stomach. It was hard for her to breathe. The boy was wished a pleasant appetite. He said thank you, and noticed that the unidentified brown-colored substance contained a bunch of protein. Just had to get out of here. The father said to the yellow-haired anchovy that they didn't even know his name. The boy replied that he was Kim Woo-jun. His father laughed and exclaimed that, unlike his appearance, his name was manly. In Korean, the word for his name has the meaning of urine. But that's if you say, Ojum, and he's actually Ujun. The man asked which was better, Ojum or yellow-haired anchovy. The boy replied that both were terrible. The father began to yell, pounding his fist on the table as he then called the kid. He asked to just call him Woo-jung. Lee Han-byul asked the yellow-haired anchovy what the address to his father was. He threw a chicken breast at him. The boy opened his mouth and the breast flew inside him. He began to chew on it. Han-byul looked at the boy with a menacing, fierce gaze. Lee So-yeon asked her brother not to throw food, since he was acting too outrageous. Kim Woo-jun thought that this family was really weird. Weird is an understatement. Dad called the kid a yellow-haired anchovy again. Then he said he didn't like the little fellow. Kim Woo-jun thought about just eating soon and getting the hell out of here. Something about this liquid didn't appeal to him. He tried to lift the spoon to his mouth. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. The spoon was too heavy for some reason. His father realized that the boy had overlooked it. In their house, the lightest items and clothes weigh at least 5 kilograms. For a weakling like Kim, eating dinner at their house is not a simple matter. It's hard work. He's going to give him the worst meal of his life. The man asked the yellow-haired anchovy to enjoy it. Disappointment and regret, hatred for his own weak body, that's what awaited him. His father laughed again as he said this. Kim notices that Lee So-yeon doesn't care about the weight of the spoon at all. She holds it very calmly and lifts it easily. Or maybe it's just him. It feels like a spoon weighs at least 5 pounds. He asked the girl to give him her spoon. The father became very angry. He looked at the boy with an angry look. Lee So-yeon immediately handed her spoon to Kim Woo-jun. Father was thinking about why that bastard suddenly asked her for a spoon. Was he about to perform an indirect kiss right in front of him? He called the guy a douche again. In the eyes of So Young's father, Kim goes around seducing girls, smoking, drinking, doing drugs, and has a history of murder. When the guy picked up the spoons, he realized they were the same. He began to look at the spoons and wondered what they were made of. The boy tried to understand. In the eyes of the girl's father, it was as if the kid was flirting with his daughter with a spoon. The father was angry again and reached for the yellow-haired anchovy. The boy barely had time to dodge. His father wished him dead. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he didn't want to die. What a crazy man. He threatened to show the kid what ruthless killing was. Lee So-yeon grabbed her head with her hands and told him to stop. Then she grabbed Kim by the scruff of the neck and dragged her toward the door. The father asked his daughter what she was going to do with the yellow-haired anchovy instead of eating it. So the girl finally dragged the kid right to the door. She wanted to get out of this crazy house as soon as possible. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed, sitting on the floor, that this was too much even for her father. He continued to sit on the steps looking at the girl. There was silence. He kept his gaze on her, but the girl was silent for a long time. Then she apologized to the boy. Finally, he was outside. The girl walked him all the way to the door. Kim Woo-jun said to her that she didn't have to go out and see him off. Lee. Seo Young exclaimed that it was fine. She just wants to get some fresh air since she's out. The girl waved him off and said that they would see each other at school tomorrow. They both felt kind of awkward after everything that had happened at the girl's house. She didn't go straight home. She sat down on the stairs at the entrance to the apartment building. There were some guys walking by. One of them said that the guys from class number 6 were complete dummies at soccer. Mino and Gino are the only ones who can do anything. The other boy replied that their class was doing well. Then they noticed a girl sitting alone on the steps. One of the guys said that the ones they should worry about were the number 1 class. The guys asked their friend if he was listening to what they were saying. He himself said that they should have a meeting to create a strategy. Chung Hosu wasn't listening to anyone. He was looking in a completely different direction. The guys looked at him sadly when their friend didn't react. His name was John Hosu. He was 14 years old. Friends wondered what was wrong with this guy lately. He's been in the clouds all day. He's on drugs or something. He probably wanted to see Seo Young. He's consumed by unrequited love. The guys were standing just in front of the high-rise building at the foot of which Lee Seo Young was sitting with her head down sadly. The boy asked Jung Hosu why he was frozen. They're discussing important things here. It's Nuna Seo Young. So she lives here. Nuna is what a younger brother calls his older sister. The guy asked his friend if he would introduce this girl to him. The comrade replied that he wouldn't. He knows her, but she doesn't know him. His friend goes to Kyunso school and he told about her. But it's different from the stories he's heard. Apparently he's out of shape right now. The guys asked him what he'd heard. The kid mumbled that it was no big deal, deciding to move past this conversation. It's better to continue about soccer. But Jung Hosu asked if he knew anything else about her. With a hand on his cheek, he asked again if the boy knew anything more about Lee Seo Young. Then the guy asked if he was in love. Jung Hosu replied that he wasn't in love, but was just asking out of curiosity. The boys noticed that it was very suspicious. His sister also goes to Kunso. They advised that it would be better to ask her. Jung Hosu exclaimed that his friend was a genius. The boy smiled back and said that he was really smart. The other fellow called him an idiot. After all, he was on his 50th math test together. The kid asked him to shut up, said he was 52nd himself. They couldn't figure out where their friend had gone. That's some speed he had. He disappeared from their sight so fast. In front of us was a huge high-rise building. The lights were on in the apartments. A girl continued to sit downstairs. Meanwhile, the boy was already running to his sister's house, since she was very strict with him. He was in front of her, completely wet with sweat. The girl mumbled that she had told him to come home early. The boy didn't listen to her, but immediately asked if she knew Lee Seo Young. She looked at him with a questioning look. Jung Sabin was Hosu's older sister. The girl asked why he was suddenly interested. He explained that his friend said he heard about her from Hyun's from Gunso High School. His sister replied that she was the one who had been going around with Kim Woo-jung all the time lately. Hosu immediately resented the fact that she had a boyfriend. But his sister said it was unlikely. Kim Woo-jun doesn't seem to be interested in her as a girlfriend. The boy immediately caught his breath, calming down. His sister wondered why he was so calm all of a sudden. He asked a counter-question if she knew anything else about this girl. Sabine sat down on a chair and began to think. She remembered that when she sat at her desk at school, she told the girls that she had gotten a declaration of love yesterday from a guy at her younger brother's school. The girls began to wonder if it was real. They immediately laughed. They asked if there was a photo. Jung Sabin tried to remember his name. Then I found a picture. The girls said he was really cute. They told her to go out with him. But Sabine said she wasn't interested in younger guys. Then, what about So Yeon's younger brother? He's from that high school too. One of the girls said she heard about him. They say he's very mature. What kind of maturity can a middle school kid have? Scratching the back of her head, her sister said that it seems her younger brother is in the same parallel as him, and advised his younger brother to find out from him everything he wanted to know about this girl. Hosu walked around the school and asked the kids. One of them thoughtfully said that Nuna Seo Young's brother, Lee Hanbyul, was in class number 5. The boy didn't give up. He went further down the corridor and saw the numbered offices in front of him. It seemed like just before him was class number 5. He wondered what the girl's younger brother looked like. Jung Sabin said he was very mature. The boy decided to follow her lead. Any way he could imagine him. He noticed one adult and mature guy, and at first he thought it was him. If her little brother is like this man, will she see him as a real man? Scratching the back of his head, he thought it was a bad thing. The other guys decided that Hosu clearly had some kind of itch. Why did he come to their class? Hosu clenched his fist and decided not to give up. With his inner maturity, he wouldn't lose to him. That's the thing about kids. They think they're adults. The boys looked at him and thought he looked strange. I wonder if he's just out of his mind. So Hosu walked forward down the hallway. He saw another boy and asked if Lee Han-biol was in this class. Now he was right in the right place. The boy pointed his finger at the man standing across from them. It was a big, beefy man, who looked more like a creepy monster. Hosu looked at him with a surprised look. This guy was really Nuna's brother. But he didn't believe the kid. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and asked him not to pour it on him. But the boy replied that it was really her brother. I mean, they don't look anything alike. And he's not even a high school student, so why is he even here? But the kid wouldn't stop saying he was a student. He just looks old. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon's brother heard all of these guys' conversation from the corner of his ear. He suddenly asked them to stop, and turning his head toward the boy, inquired what business he had with him, calling him a red-haired anchovy. Hosu took his will in his fist and asked the man if he was really Nuna So-yeon's brother. The man told the boy that he was. Hosu heard the answer and immediately swallowed his saliva. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, but he was a very brave boy inside. Clenching his fists, he went up to him and told him that he had a favor to ask of him. As he approached the man, he asked him to introduce him to his sister, but the man turned to the boy and told him no. He stared at the boy with his beastly gaze. That rejection struck him like a bolt of lightning. The other boy watching them was amazed at how brave the boy was. He stopped in front of the man and wondered why. The other boy decided that this boy was obviously crazy. Lee Han-biol explains that he and she don't even know each other, and he just comes and asks for one. Who in his position would say yes? Then he called the boy an anchovy with a potty mouth. There's no way he'd give his sister to some unknown red-headed anchovy. Lee Han-biol explained that for 500 grams of protein, he would think about it. Hosu immediately exclaimed that he was giving him a box. Afterward, they made a contract between them. The man and the boy shook hands. The other kid watching quietly called them nuts. And so after a while, the boy approached Lee So-yeon's brother again. They stood opposite each other. The man came closer to him and asked if he had brought the promised goods. Hosu asked him to take his time. He prepared everything properly, and took out a box of protein as promised. He opened the box to show the product. Lee Han-biol tasted the protein and said it had a vanilla flavor, but he liked the chocolate flavor better. Hosu asked him not to quibble. He did not say what flavor to bring. Then the man replied that he would first check the product for quality. He chopped one of the bags with his knife and licked the blade of the knife. Lee Han-biol exclaimed that it was indeed the original. Hosu asked to be introduced to his sister sooner rather than later. The man replied that the volume of the item was a bit small. Then the boy exclaimed, had he forgotten that he were high school students? Does he have any idea how much this stuff costs? Or does he want the boy to starve to death after buying him so much protein? Why do business as an inept man? The boy called him a jock by threatening him with a gun. Lee Han-biol asked who he was making it for. Vanilla flavor, which he doesn't particularly like. It's also less than it should be. In that case, he will cancel the deal. Hosu asked if he wanted to cancel the contract. He added that he would be the loser. Lee Han-biol said that in that case, 7 more bags were needed. They haggled and came to 6 bags, not 1 less. The other boy couldn't bear to look at it, and there was a huge high-rise building in front of us. It was already evening. The lights were on in all the apartments. Lee Han-biol laughed menacingly. He exclaimed that he was in a great mood. Hosu mumbled that he would prepare 6 bags for him. The man remarked that the red-haired anchovy had a great solution. First, he finds out what his sister's ideal type of man is, and he advised the boy to try to become a guy who matched him as much as possible. Lee Han-biol was already approaching his sister, but before he could say anything, she exclaimed that she didn't want to. The girl thought her brother would try to take the TV away from her again to watch cartoons. The man promised that he would not take it away. In this case, the girl decided to listen to her brother. She asked him what the matter was. Lee Han-biol asked if she had the perfect type of boyfriend. The girl exclaimed that of course she did. She pointed her finger at someone she really liked. Hyun from the Chocolate Boys. He is tall, muscular, but lean. He has a sensitive personality and a cute smile with his eyes. His clothes also fit perfectly on him. Lee Han-biol thought to himself that he was just some anchovy. Her brother asked if tall, kind guys with a nice smile were her type. Lee So-yeon replied that she was absolutely right. What she hates most is guys who act like thugs, trying to seem tough. A guy's supposed to be kind, after all. Kind men, the best kind. Lee Han-biol noticed that this was the opposite of the yellow-haired anchovy. The girl said that he wasn't a man. Kim Woo-jun's ears suddenly itched. His friend exclaimed that someone was talking about him and laughed. He began to wonder who it could be. If you think about it, yellow and red anchovies, they do look something alike. Lee Han-byul explained that he was just saying that just in case. Well, if he accepts a confession from the yellow-haired anchovy. Lee Seo Young asked him not to say such annoying things. And what kind of nonsense is he even saying? Kim Woo-jun grabbed his ears with his hand. He exclaimed that they were still burning. A friend asked him what he had done. The boy realized that it must be a girl talking about him. Lee Han-byul thought about the red-headed anchovy. Definitely not the ideal type. The height doesn't fit, the kindness doesn't fit, the cute smile doesn't fit. The credibility is nil. The man thought they were in trouble. It's no good if it goes on like this. I'll have to return all the protein I got. He called the red anchovy and told him it was bad. He's the exact opposite of his sister's ideal type. Hosu asked what kind of person Nuna Seo Young is. Lee Han-byul replied that he is cute, kind with a beautiful smile and eyes. Hosu said it was just like him. What other bad thing could there be? He was distracted by a classmate who told him that he had bought him the bun the boy had asked for. The boy immediately praised him. Then he looked at the bun and exclaimed that he had asked him to get banana milk too. A classmate explained that he didn't have enough money. Also, the banana milk had long since been sold out. Hosu, after his classmate explained to him what was wrong, elbowed him in the chest and said that in that case he could buy something with his own money. He's got a lot of experience as an errand boy. Couldn't he have thought of something? The other guy laughed at him. He laughed at what Hosu had said about the errand boys. Hosu exclaimed that he didn't care. After all, he had ruined his mood. The boy then offered the bun to Lee Han-byul. Then the man turned to the red-haired anchovy. Turning his back to him, he clenched his fists and bowed his head down, saying that their contract had been cancelled. Hosu laughed and asked what the hell he was talking about. What then about the protein he gave him? Lee Han-byul replied that he ate it all and would pay him back with money. The boy asked how he could have eaten the whole box. Did he really make a bowl of porridge out of it? The man inquired how he knew that. Then the boy asked if he was really going to act like that. Did what had just happened cause his confidence in him to plummet? Hosu explained that he always had so much fun with his friends. If he received the protein, he should fulfill his request. Lee Han-byul replied that he would definitely return everything with money, and he didn't have trust in him initially. After all, there's a relationship between them based on nothing more than a contract. He thought he was just a guy who didn't inspire much confidence. And he actually turned out to be a piece of shit scumbag. He even felt too sorry to introduce his sister to a man like him. The boy was getting more than a little angry at the man's words. He turned in his direction, and the classmate began to call out to John Hosu, not understanding what he was going to do. The boy grabbed with one hand the chair in front of him. He gripped it very tightly. After which, with a sharp movement of his hand, he threw that chair directly at Lee Han-byul's back. It was very bold and impertinent. Hosu called the man's name. The other boys gathered around him. They opened their mouths in amazement at the boy's boldness. They simply had no words. The man clenched his fists and Hosu stood behind him. It was certainly a very bold move. Hosu thought to grab the chair with his hand. Even worse, he threw it at the big man. Since the man was too big, the chair only tickled him. The boy had the nerve to call him names afterwards. The guys really just didn't have any words. And Lee Han-byul immediately stopped, apparently wondering where this boy got so much chutzpah from. Hosu in turn wanted to attack him with his fists. The guys stopped him, calling him a crazy asshole. How could he have such a temper like his sister? A classmate asked me to apologize to that man sooner rather than later, or he'll really die today. You have to look at your opponent before you star. Can't he see how big he is? Hosu replied that let him try to finish him off. Then today would be the day they die. The classmate exclaimed that he would die today and called him an idiot. Lee Han-byul remembered his father's words. He talked about how no matter what happened, you shouldn't hit people. The son asked his father why. The father explained that it was because they would die if they missed a blow from him. Hosu shouted after the man to try to finish him off and called him a gorilla. Lee Han-byul replied that he was not going to use violence. After all, he wasn't building up his strength to use it for this sort of thing. Hosu thought of the insect trying to act tough. He was determined to break the man's stubbornness sooner rather than later. After all, the boy would not give up. The classmates noticed that he was still going on. That's the kind of character Hosu has. Doesn't he get bored? It's been weeks now. The boy has broken everything against Lee Han-byul's back. Chairs and mops and boards, nothing worked on him. The boy yelled that he was pissing him off and called him a gorilla. He asked me to hit him back. Lee Han-byul was tired of taking it all. And the man was just tickled by his blows. The boys from the side called the boy a psycho and only laughed as they watched. Hosu's rage didn't stop there. He used harsher and more nefarious methods. Slowly but surely, Hanbyul's body and soul were being damaged. And so 4 weeks passed. The bell rang for class. Hosu said he was very lazy. He wanted to skip class, but his classmate didn't agree. He explained that the math teacher was very picky. He asked the boy to go to class soon. The boy asked Hosu what he was doing. To which he replied that they could not come to class with cigarettes. Could it be that they're using Lee Hanbyul instead of an ashtray? The boy put out his cigarette on the man's face. He asked his classmate to shut up. Hosu asked Hanbyul to stop refusing. It's better to just fight. Always saying no, I don't want to, but actually enjoying it. The boy asked the man to take them home today and clapped his hand on his cheek. After class, the teacher asked the students not to hang around in various strange places, but to go straight home. Hosu sat on Lee Hanbyul's neck and talked about how his cab was very comfortable. The classmates walked beside him and asked the boy to get off. After all, they wanted to ride too. But the boy refused them. Suddenly he saw something in front of him and his face changed completely. The boys wondered what had happened to him and why he suddenly got off so lightning fast. The kid exclaimed that if he wasn't going already, let him ride. Hosu asked them to be quiet. Then he hid behind the house and called the boys to come to him. They could not understand what had suddenly happened to him. The boy asked them to stop talking, and he called Lee Hanbyul to come to him too, and as soon as possible. When they were all gathered around the boy, they wondered stupidly what the matter was. Hosu began to explain that there was something. He saw the girl Lee Seo Young in front of him. Hosu exclaimed that this was his chance. A chance to pretend to be Lee Hanbyul's friend and get a couple extra points. He asked the man to just keep quiet and act like they were friends. If he played nice, they would let him go. Just then, the girl heard someone's voices off to the side. She perked up her ears, turning her head in that direction. Walking down the road was her brother. Hosu walked beside him, hugging him behind his back. He was cheerfully saying something to the man. Seeing Lee Seo Young, Hosu asked who it was. Isn't she Hanbyul's older sister, Nuna Seo Young? The girl exclaimed that it was her first time seeing him, and asked who he was. The boy explained that he was Jung Hosu, Hanbyul's best friend. They have a friendship so strong that you can't find it anywhere else. He's heard a lot about her from Hanbyul, that he has a beautiful older sister. Lee Seo Young asked if her brother told everyone about her. Hosu said that she was really pretty, just like he said. The boy laughed and added that he was even a little jealous of Lee Hanbyul. The girl noticed that Hosu has very nice hands. They are just like a girl's. She asked him for permission to look at them. Lee Seo Young took his hand in hers and squeezed it, but the boy's hand immediately turned red. She wouldn't stop squeezing his hand. It was like she was going to break it. Hosu's classmates started screaming, not knowing what was going on. They were worried about their friend. The boy didn't know where to put himself from the pain anymore. His face was covered with droplets of sweat. After that, someone stepped on his foot. She almost crushed his lower extremity. Poor Hosu grimaced. He couldn't even utter a word. The girl didn't let go of her foot from his and took the boy's hand around his neck and pulled him to her. She wondered if he was bullying her brother. The guys who were watching from the sidelines opened their mouths in great amazement. Lee Seo Young asked, and he suddenly froze. Without letting him go, she asked if he was going to answer her. The girl wouldn't stop. She asked if she was right about it. She asked me to tell the truth. She looked at him intently with an angry stare and waited for an honest answer if he didn't want to be punished. Lee. Seo Young put her hands on her head and exclaimed that it was exam time. No matter what happened, she had to pass the exams normally. She'll deal with the most hated math first. Kim Woo-jun appeared behind the girl's back. He offered to compete with her. Lee Seo Young told him to study for the exams too. He thought he should do math too. Lee Seo Young asked the guys to write a couple of encouraging words in her notebook before they started preparing. She'll write in theirs too. Kim Woo-jun remembered her telling him instead of wasting his time on this, he'd better get busy studying. And so they agreed to do it after all. There was always some kind of struggle between them. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that in that case, he would be first. Let Lee Seo Young fall in the rankings. The girl looked up in surprise from the yellow-haired anchovy. She laughed contentedly, showing her confidence. Lee Seo Young mumbled that she just couldn't wait to do it. At that time, a classmate came up to them and took a notebook from the table. Suddenly, she tore a piece of paper that just shattered into small shreds. The girl asked her to go outside, apparently to deal with her. She remembered grabbing the red-headed guy and stepping on his foot, asking if he was bullying her brother. The girl looked into his eyes and wondered why he had suddenly frozen. She wondered why he was suddenly frozen if he wasn't going to answer her question. She asked if she was right. Hosu opened his mouth in bewilderment. He must have thought that this girl right here. She looked him in the eye and questioned the truth. If he didn't want to be punished, that the boy pretended not to know what she was talking about. She, in turn, wouldn't stop. And after his words and deception, she squeezed the boy's hand even tighter. Hosu asked her to wait. Comrade Hosu decided to intervene and wondered what they were talking about. Why did they even think they were the ones who were bullying their brother? Like Hosu said, they are friends, the girl replied, letting her look at Hanbiol. The ridiculously ponytailed beard, more burn marks on it, and his underpants. I think cigarettes were put out on him. Isn't that their job? The boys' comrades didn't know what to say. Hosu exclaimed that they did not smoke. Lee. So Yan asked how he would then explain the odor coming from his hands. Especially Hanbiol doesn't hang out with guys who smoke. After all, indirect smoking is also harmful to one's health. And would his real friends let him walk around like that? Lee. So Yan asked to at least tell the whole truth now, and apologize to Hanbiol. Then the punishment for them wouldn't be so terrible. Comrade Hosu said they'd already said it wasn't them, and about the smell of cigarettes, she just imagined it. She jumped to conclusions without even having proof. The girl asked what then if she found cigarettes in their possession. My buddy said that they'll probably get a lot of grief then, both from Lee Hanbiol and her. He exclaimed that they could just show their backpacks, but only for her to let Hosa go. If she held his shoulder all the time, he wouldn't be able to take off his backpack. But when the girl let go of the boy's shoulder, his comrade immediately sighed, running away. It was a strategic retreat, but there was no way. Seo Young grabbed his backpack with one hand. Then she flipped the boy upside down. He started flying sideways. The other guys opened their mouths at the sight. It was a strong gesture with just one hand. Seo Young mumbled that she thought he was trying to run away, worried that the lie would be exposed. This time, let him not run away and behave obediently. Then the girl took out something and showed it to the boys. They looked carefully at what she was holding. The girl exclaimed that she had the proof. Droplets of sweat ran down the boys' faces. So Yan asked Lee Hanbiol if these guys were bullying him. She asked him not to be afraid, but to tell him straight. The girl mumbled that her older sister would protect him. She held a pack of cigarettes in her hand. The little brother immediately stretched out in front of his sister and looked at her with tears in his eyes. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He finally admitted to his sister that they were really bullying him. At that time, Seo Young approached Hosea and motioned for him to continue. Now she asked him to take off his backpack. If he doesn't confess now, she'll find proof any way she can. The girl exclaimed that she would just bury them. Hosu swallowed his saliva convulsively. The boy turned to the girl's brother and immediately called his name. He held on as best he could. Walking up to the man, the kid exclaimed that they were indeed wrong. Hosu returned to his house. His sister immediately attacked him and asked him if he was going to come home late. Wherever a middle school student might go, Hosu wasn't at his best. His shoulder was very sore. Droplets of sweat ran down his face, a scarlet trickle of blood from his mouth. He looked at his sister. Then he couldn't take it anymore and just fell face down on the floor. She immediately ran up to him and thought about how that creep dared to do such a thing to her brother. Seo Young asked the girl why she tore her notebook. All the spirit was gone. Now she wouldn't be able to study. The girl exclaimed that it wasn't an excuse. She asked Seo Young to shut up and follow them, unless she wanted to die. The girl's friends agreed with her like a support group. Another girl asked Jung Sabin she acted like this in middle school too. She still hasn't gotten rid of her bad habits, and asked her to stop coming to other people's class and making a mess. She sent her back to her classroom. Then Jung Sabin asked what she was talking about. Aren't they in the same class as her? 4th grade. One of the girls was actually in 4th grade. The boy standing next to her was in 3rd grade. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that if they were going to fight, let them come out, since it's too noisy in here. Young Sabin said that she had already told them to follow her. Seo Young said that she needed to study. Well, it couldn't be helped. Jung Sabin told her to shut up and walk faster. The guys around them were watching what was going on. Something more interesting was about to begin. Seo Young asked the girl when they went outside if she had anything to say to her. Jung Sabin said that she had heard that she had beaten up her brother yesterday. The girl was surprised that she was his sister. Jung Sabin asked, apologizing to her brother Hosu, kneeling down, as long as she still speaks nicely. But Seo Young clenched her fists and replied that she wouldn't do that. Jung Sabin's friends, asking her to do it while she talks nice to her. Seo Young asked the small fish to get lost. Chan Sabin asked the girl to just apologize and end it there. She crossed her arms on her chest, saying that very confidently. I mean, it's really her fault. What did her brother do to get such a beating? She's going to live peacefully after all, having entered high school. The girl kept telling her, but Seo Young wasn't going to give in. That's when Jung Sabin walked up to her and grabbed her hair with her hand. She asked if the girl really wanted to die now. She would just apologize as long as she was asked nicely. Seo Young grabbed her back with both hands around her neck. Then she lifted her knee and kicked the girl right in the stomach. She didn't let go of her hair. But after such a powerful blow, she fell in front of Seo Young on her knees, breathing heavily. Guys from their class and from other classes started peeking carefully through the door watching this picture. They noticed that the girls were fighting very hard. Kim Woo-jun thought they would just grab each other's hair and yell. A classmate asked if it looked like a fight to him. Lee. Seo Young walked up to Jung Sabin and started explaining that her brother got it because he deserved it. He bullied her brother first, so he got a little bit of a beating. And she came into her classroom and tore up her notebooks and grabbed her hair. She should be taught a lesson too. That's how Lee Seo Young explained how wrong the girl was. Lee Seo Young gave a classy reception to this girl. She was clearly the strongest in this school. When Jung Sabin fell to her knees in front of her, the fallen woman's friends immediately stepped aside. They were no longer as brave as before. Lee Seo Young explained it like it is, that her brother really got it because he deserved it. He bullied her brother first. That's why he got a small beating. And she shows up in her classroom, rips up all her notebooks, and then grabs her hair. She just needs to be taught a lesson. After the girl explained everything to her, Jung Sabin clenched her fists and started crying hard. Lee Seo Young didn't expect this. She took a few steps back, surprised by the girl's reaction. And there was a huge light-colored building in front of us. The high-rise building seemed to rise up to the heavens. Jung Sabin asked her brother who was the one who beat him up like that. At that moment, the brother replied that he had just fallen. His sister asked him to cut the crap and tell her the truth, but he claimed that what he was saying was the truth. He thought he couldn't tell her that he was beaten by the girl he's in love with, and why they only got caught. He ruined everything. You shouldn't have bullied Lee Hanbyul. The boy thought about how his first impression of her was probably the worst, and he loved her so much. Jung Sabin had asked him to tell the truth after all, but Hosu replied that he would not tell, and asked her to go away quickly. Then she clung to her brother and would not leave him until he had told her everything. The girl exclaimed that Lee Seo Young had completely lost her fear. How dare she bully her brother? Hosu said that he was the victim. Jung Sabin clenched her fist and promised that Lee Seo Young would get it from her. She would make her kneel down and beg for forgiveness. And now the girl was just sitting herself on her knees and crying at the pain Lee Seo Young had caused her. Lee Seo Young couldn't understand that this was happening to her. Jung Sabin was crying and telling her opponent that she was bad. Her solar plexus was hurting. Her friends asked her if she was okay. How could she be so mean? The second girl exclaimed that Lee Seo Young is really mean. How can you do that to your friend? The girl replied that she was the first one to grab her hair. The boys continued to watch them. One of them asked the girl that from what she said earlier, they were classmates. Does she know this girl Jung Sabin? She asked not to be reminded of that. The previous school would have a harder time finding someone who didn't know about her. She was known for pouncing without caring if it was Sunbae in front of her or Hubei. And one day, she had run into that too. 2 years ago, Jung Sabin was 14 years old. Her friend Han Yeji was 14 years old. Kim Miru was also 14 years old. Oh, Seho hoped that from now on they would be present during the cleaning. If they, who were responsible for cleaning the classroom, didn't show up, the other two would have to do the work for the 5 of them. Then the girl asked if she was responsible for cleaning the corridor. If so, then let those girls who aren't happy come to them. Why would she do that? Just have her bring them here. Oseho explained that they left, saying they were afraid of her and couldn't talk, so she came in their place. Chan Sabin wondered if she wasn't afraid of them. She put her hands on her hips, looking into the girl's eyes, and she added that apparently they looked too kind. She jabbed her finger at the girl's forehead. Oseho asked her to remove her finger from her forehead. Jung Sabin replied that she didn't want to. What can she do to her? Then she said that she didn't like her from the beginning, seeing that she's been wearing makeup lately. She is purposely acting like this because she knows Appa Kusop is interested in her. If she's not going to date him, then don't give him a chance. So why does she keep receiving text messages from him? She probably wants to gather more guys around her, or was going to use it since Appa Kusop is a good fighter. What a vixen she is. The girl replied that she just felt sorry to ignore him. They heard that in elementary school, she was always walking alone, and she had no friends at all. And now they see that her situation has improved. She entered high school, learned how to use makeup, and even found a boyfriend who fell in love with her. Jung Sabin poked the girl in the forehead with her finger and asked her to know her place as she was very annoying. The girl staggered backward. She dropped the mop from her hands. Then I put my hand on my head, as the finger on my forehead made itself felt. Oseho remembered what her family had told her, not to allow herself to be abused in any way. Jung Sabin then called out to her friends to go out, but that was not the case. The girl was not going to give in. She called out to Jung Sabin. When asked what else she wanted from her, Oseho raised her palm above her and slapped her hard across the cheek. She fell to the floor on her knees with her hand on her cheek. Her friends gathered around her, comforting her. Oseho avenged herself by not letting herself get hurt. Her arm may have been sore, but she felt different. and she came up to Jung Sabine and laughed at her, and the girl wouldn't stop crying. Kim Woo-jun inquired about what she had done. Oh Seho explained that she couldn't let herself be offended and sit idly by. The little guy immediately praised her. Meanwhile, some guy with his hands in his pockets was walking up the stairs to the next higher floor. Two guys who were on the set noticed that someone was coming, and suggested that they should hide rather. After crying all her tears, John Sabine told Lee So Young that she was done. She called Appa. Someone like her, he'll break her in no time. The girl asked who Ki-sung was. A guy came into the room and said it was him. He was surprised that Jung Sabine had gotten it from her. The girl asked him why he was so late. She pointed at Lee Seo Young. The boy was very surprised to see the girl. Did she really beat Hosa and Sabine? Looking at her, he scratched the back of his head and exclaimed that this girl was the size of a mouse. In middle school, she couldn't ask this guy for help because he was in love with Oh Seho. Jung Sabin was sure that she would finally be dealt with. The boy walked up to the girl and, looking at her menacingly, asked her to quickly apologize to Sabin and Hosu. Otherwise, he would punish her. Before he could say anything, the girl kicked him to the floor with a powerful kick. Appa Kusop slams into the wall, hitting his back. That was an awesome leg kick. Lee So Young blurted out that Jung Sabin herself had said, as if she had taken her own mind and decided to live a quiet life, but ended up calling the dreaded Sunbae and was going to threaten her. Kim Woo-jun, watching from the side, was surprised by this strong kick. She turned out to be much scarier than he thought. She's really bad, just like her brother. If the older sister is behaving like this, what else can the brother learn? Lee So Young exclaimed that he should take care of her upbringing first. The girl rolled up her sleeves and began to walk towards Jung Sabing. She screamed in horror. Through the school's window, you could see the sports field outside for play. And the girls were sitting in class talking about something. They were laughing at each other. Their conversation was interrupted by some man who entered the room unexpectedly. The man was much older than them. He said that this was where he belonged. Jung Sabine looked at him with an angry look and shifted her eyebrows to her nose. After which she got up from the chair and, pointing to it, asked the guy to sit down. Everyone was really surprised that Jung Sabin had gotten so much better. What happened to her? And then Lee So Young appeared in front of her face. She approached her like an evil monster. The girl clenched her fists and began to approach, glaring fiercely at Jung Sabine. Jung Sabine was terrified and started to back away. She must have been very scared. The boys continued to watch from behind the door. Their faces were also twisted with surprise. Lee So Young lifted the girl up by her hands and started tickling her. Jung Sabin laughed from the tickling. That girl is just the devil. She asked the girl not to pretend. She kicked her foot just lightly, and she was so exaggerated with her reaction. Jung Sabine said that it wasn't easy at all. Lee So Young exclaimed that tickling was better. Jung Sabine asked her to just beat her. It brought back memories of how she used to play with her brother. If she misbehaved, then tickling would be expected again. The girl replied that she understood and kept laughing from the tickling. Lee So Young exclaimed that if she wasn't going to answer normally, she would add another 5 minutes. All because this is the time to prepare for the exam. It's fun to do things like that. Jung Sabin replied that she won't do that anymore. Kim Woo-jun thought about where the limit of Lee Seo Young's cruelty was. Gradually, the image of him fighting her and defeating her became foggier. The girl asked what he was standing there for. Kim replied that he forgot his textbook. Disciple Kim Woo-jun was asked to return to her seat. From now on, she won't get away with it. So the boy will stand for the rest of the lesson. Kim asked the girl to share her textbook. A classmate called Kim Woo-jun to go to the cafeteria with him. Kim asked Lee So Young if she would go with them. The girl immediately agreed, and they all went to the cafeteria in friendship. In the corridor, they got strange looks. Just then, someone's hand appeared in the doorway and began to swiftly open the door. Some girl with pumped-up muscles appeared on the doorstep. She turned to Lee Seo Young. The pumped-up girl asked if Lee Seo Young was here. Kim Woo-jun opened his mouth in surprise. That girl who was looking for Lee Seo Young was named Woo Ji-yoon. She was 16 years old. She called Seo Young to talk to her. There was a conversation recently. The guys were talking about Xianbei Seo Ki-sun from second year, they say, fainted after being hit by Seo Young from third grade. Hasn't that Sunbae been fighting since middle school? The boy replied to the other that that was why it was surprising. And even if you forget about the fact that he's been fighting since middle school, what about the weight class difference? Their conversation was overheard by this girl, Woo Ji-yoon. She came up to them and asked them if they were telling the truth. About this, Lee So Young defeated Sunbae from the second year. The girl was as powerful as Lee Seo Young. If the rumors were true, she thought this girl would be just right. I wonder what she's up to. She stood in front of her and stretched out to her full height. And she thought about how Lee Seo Young was so small. She leaned over to ask the girl if she had realistically defeated Sunbae from the second year. But before Lee So Young could answer, Woo Ji-yoon asked if she could do one test. The girl replied that she could, but that she had to hurry. She had to go to the cafeteria, but asked her to tell me rather what kind of test. Woo Ji-yoon clenched her fist and started walking towards the girl, after which she swung her powerful fist at her in an attempt to attack. Seo Young immediately dodged the punch just in time, but Woo Ji-yoon stepped on her foot. The girl hadn't expected this turn of events. Stepping on her foot, it was like her gimmick. Woo Ji-yoon asked Seo Young to stop dodging. After all, she would have to counterattack too. She came at the girl with another punch, but Seo Young dodged it by deflecting backwards, after which she tried to attack the girl back and extended her arm forward. She grabbed Woo Ji-yoon's pecs with both hands. Before doing so, she sagged as she dodged the blow. Woo Ji-yoon stopped doubting her. She was surprised by the girl's flexibility, even more surprised by the girl's strength. Seo Young knocked her to the floor with one move. The boys watched with their mouths open. Kim Woo-jun was shocked by this turn of events. Woo Ja-yoon recoiled backwards and landed on one knee, resting her hand on the floor. Seo Young clenched her fists again, preparing to repel the attack or attack. Her opponent was already closing in on the girl and grabbed her by her powerful arm muscles. She approached her holding her hands and started laughing right in her face. But she wasn't going to hit her. Smiling at the girl, she asked her to join their fitness class. Everyone was even more surprised by this statement. Kim Woo-jun remained with his mouth open. It was a proposal to join the circle. When the girl grabbed Seo Young's muscles with both hands, the girl was very surprised in response. She didn't realize what Woo Ji-yoon was going to do to her, but Woo Ji-yoon asked her to join their fitness club. That was quite a statement. That's a good suggestion to join the circle. That's how it's done. Kim Woo-jun couldn't believe his ears. It was like thunder from the sky for him and the others, just like it was for Seo Young. She was really so disgusted by the thought of it. Seeing her movements, Woo Ji-young was completely convinced. This kind of thing couldn't be achieved by just practicing. After all, she had been practicing sports for a long time. It was all her hard body and agile movements. She felt how much she loves sports with her own skin. Kim Woo-jun noticed that Seo Young is popular with girls. Seo Young replied that she doesn't do it anymore. Woo Ji-yoon asked her to stop. There's no need to be embarrassed because she's telling her for real. Then how can she explain this body with muscles like real armor? Seo Young replied that she didn't have much muscle either. Kim Woo-jun, listening to this, opened his mouth again in surprise. Doesn't she see herself from the outside? Seo Young said that her body might be fast, but it just remembered the training she did as a child. She had always had it like that. Woo Ji-yoon asked her not to make her laugh. Does she really mean to say that it's just heredity? She meant that exercise is what people should be doing to build muscle and increase in size like her. Who is she trying to fool? Seo Young exclaimed that she doesn't know anything. She just hates exercise to the point of shivering. She added that she wouldn't go to their club. Woo Ji-yoon became angry with her. She clenched her fists, not understanding why this girl was so stubborn. She then turned away from them and mumbled that since the bell for class had rung, she was going to back off temporarily. In the end, they didn't get to go to the cafeteria like they wanted to. All because of that girl. Meanwhile, the bright, hot sun was shining outside. The students were going home. Seo Young began to pull herself up, rejoicing that she was finally done. What an exhausting day it had been. She had just started to suggest to the yellow-haired anchovy to go home together when she was interrupted by Oh Seho. She suggested that the kid go to a cafe together to study. Kim Woo-jun agreed. Seo Young was very surprised that he was studying. It was very unusual. She thought he was just a yellow-haired bully. Then the girl decided that she should also go to the library. After all, she had to keep up with him. She took all her will in her fist, but somehow she found herself holding a heavy iron barbell. Woo Ji-yoon was practicing sports. She tried to focus on different movements. When the girl opened the door, Seo Young told her not to even try her damn test again, and threatened to break her. Woo Ji-yoon told someone that she was really worthy of their club. Here the girl was hit on the head by someone asking how dare she throw the sacred dumbbell. Woo Ji-yoon instantly collapsed to the floor. The girls gathered around her, wondering if she was okay. Seo Young thought about how awkward it was. The member of that girl's club had behaved rudely. A picture appeared. He's Kim Kabin from the second year, head of the fitness club at Junso High School. When the boys and girls saw this head, their eyes bulged. They wondered if he was really a schoolboy. Kim Woo-jun asked Seo Young if that wasn't her brother. Why is he suddenly wearing clothes? The girl replied that he was actually a brunette. Kim exclaimed that they really do look alike. The guys around them were very surprised. Does Seo Young's younger brother really look like that? And why is he walking around with no clothes on? The man bowed in front of them and asked for permission to politely say a few words to Seo Young. He exclaimed that she'd better join the club while he was being nice. So he wasn't going to apologize, and that's not polite at all. The girl mumbled that she had already said she wouldn't go to their club. She hates sports. The man replied that he had heard all about it, and that she didn't do it at all. But nevertheless, amazingly good at keeping such a balanced body. So he was even more eager to take her to the club. He was curious. What kind of masterpiece would be born by training this body to the limit? Seo Young started yelling that she didn't want to. But the man wouldn't stop asking her to join their club. The girl stood her ground and asked him not to block her way. He asked what he could do to get her to join them. Seo Young replied that she would think about it if he defeated her. The girl decided to just nail him and make sure no one would even think of joining the sports club. The man was surprised that she was asking him to fight with a girl. That's not manly at all. Only the last human scum would do such a thing. The expression on Kim Woo-jun's face somehow turned bad. He actually slumped his head down. The man exclaimed that anyone who even imagines this is a total scumbag. Guys like that should have their junk ripped off, which offends girls. Seo Young said that if you think about it, it's really disgusting. Even she would rip his ass off and turn him into a girl. That it had become again with Woo-jun. He turned pale, then blushed and lowered his gaze, feeling guilty. The next day came. It was clear bright with a beautiful blue sky. The big man instructed his comrade to take Seo Young alive. They will definitely catch her. Whatever happens, she'll be a member of their club. So the man decided to bring the girl to them after all. Seo Young tried to go roundabout even at school because they were guarding her everywhere. She looked out from behind the door. Her friend asked the girl if she was okay, but the girl tried to freeze herself off from everyone from that club. They were guarding her at every turn, trying to grab her by luring her to their place. Seo Young told her friend that she barely survived and thanked her. Everyone thought that she was always exercising. Suhee said that she didn't expect Seo Young to hate exercise so much. The girl explained that she hated them to the point of shivering. In fact, Dad had been overprotective of her and her brother since they were little. And with simple exercises, he tried to make them stronger so they could protect themselves. Threw them off a cliff to teach them how to fall properly. He said they could survive by using the correct way to fall, which he taught them. He made me pull up a tree with roots and squat with it several times in a row. Could it be that even with their combined strength they couldn't do it? Would they be able to defend themselves with such weak muscles? Sparring with a bear. To use the techniques learned from the father and defeat the bear. When the girl said it was too much, the father asked them not to pretend. Even kids their age do this in taekwondo class, and they can do it. It all seemed like simple exercises to her dad. But from that day on, she couldn't take it anymore and left training. She hated sports. Suhee thought about how much this girl had been through in her life, and yet she was a little envious of her. When asked why, Suhee explained that she wants to go on a diet, but because of her weak will, she always gives up halfway through. She wishes someone would make her exercise. Seo Young asked if she had anything to lose. Talking to Seo more often lately, she realized that her legs were a bit thick. Of course she's skinny. She wants to have that skinny body too. She doesn't even have a belly, and she's jealous of it. Seo Young exclaimed that Suhee could do it. She asked her not to lose hope. Suhee wondered why she was suddenly comforting her. The girl let out a tear and thanked Seo Young. Woo Ji-eun suddenly appeared in front of her. The girl exclaimed that she had finally found her. Seo Young immediately rushed away from the place. She wanted to get away quickly, but Woo Ji-eun told her to wait. She explained that she didn't have to join the club. The girls immediately glanced at her. Woo Ji-eun asked not to leave, but just to talk. She didn't want to force her into the club, and she's not going to eavesdrop, just overhear their conversation. Naturally, considering that, Seo Young doesn't want to join them. She just thought the girl was playing hard to get. Looking at the state of her body, she naturally thought that she liked sports and exercise. The girl apologized to her for drawing a conclusion from her appearance alone. Seo Young asked what was so unusual about her body. She's the epitome of ordinary. Woo Ji-young looked at her with a strange look. Didn't she really understand? She still didn't seem to have gotten rid of her doubts. She just wanted them to get girls too. Their club's all dirty guys now. That's how it looked from the outside. Seo Young wished her luck in finding a girl to join the club. Woo Ji-eun said that there was no need for that. Seo Young was looking somewhere to the side. She couldn't figure out where this girl had disappeared to. A friend said she was nearby. They looked for the girl. Suhee turned her head to the side and then suddenly screamed. Apparently it must have noticed something there. It was Coach Woo Ji-eun and a few other guys. That's a turnaround. The man reached his arms out to the girl and began to congratulate her on joining the club. But Suki put her hands forward, pushing this man and his cronies away. And here before us is a wide, beautiful street with green trees and brightly colored alleys. There was some kid walking down this alley. From afar, he waved and apologized. He explained that he was a little late. The boy was sitting on a bench with a book in his hands. He said that if he was late, he could at least pretend to be sorry. He had an exam coming up, after all. The kid exclaimed that he had a bet with Kim Woo-jung, but ended up losing, and now has to wear a girl's school uniform. He heard that he got the nickname Monster in a skirt. The guy called him an idiot, and asked how he could be a beaten first year. Maybe his body just stiffened up after he suddenly started acting like a model student. The guy said it's not like that and he'll keep wearing the skirt. It's all a kind of atonement for the stupidity of yesteryear. The guy in the female form asked me to stop talking about it. Isn't he going to fight with Kim Woo-jun? The boy replied that he's a quick thinker, probably because he's a good student now. He asked a friend what Kim Woo-jung's style was. The guy replied that his style was very emotional and reckless. It feels like just fighting without worrying about fighting techniques. To that extent, there are too many rumors about how good he is at fighting. His real weapon is rage. Woo-jun doesn't care if his entire body is wounded. With his rage, he simply knocks his opponent down and wins with that alone. That's a tough guy. The friend replied that he was absolutely as good as him in perseverance. He seems like a pretty interesting guy. Now he feels even more eager to fight. The uniformed guy replied that it's up to him to fight or not, but only after the school exams. He asked me not to make a fuss at school. A friend asked what had happened. Before, he would have immediately said not to even think about fighting. The boy replied, "Who is he to tell others what to do?" Then he went to school. The friend realized that he was no longer in charge of the bullies at school. The boy replied that it was so, but the friend asked him to say only one thing before he left, the opinion of someone who's experienced it firsthand. If he and that guy got into a fight, who does he think would win? The guy in the girl's school uniform hesitated and paused. He turned to him. Meanwhile, we have Kinzo High School in front of us. It's basically a wild place with natural selection. Though along with young Soo-hyun's appearance, the school's most important thugs have been re-educated, meaning the reborn bullies. He was beaten by the new leader, Kim Woo-jung. He stopped following them. And under the influence of bandits who got free again, Kinzo High School must be going back to his old life again. Kim Woo-jun kicked the guy's leg and asked him if he thought he was just going to stand idly by and watch the actions of this brat. Just let him get caught in his arms again. With him, they won't be re-educated like Yang Soo-hyung. They'll just die immediately. The boys realized that this guy was also a villain. They turned their heads fearfully in his direction. Kim Woo-jun told those scum to get lost. The trace of those guys is gone. The guy was lying on the floor of the hallway. Kim Woo-jun walked over to him and picked up the glasses that were lying around. The boy thanked Woo-jun and began to rise from his knees, putting on his glasses. Kim Woo-jun immediately thought about it. He perked up his ears and just stared at the boy. He was asked if he was badly hurt, but the guy said he was fine. Not far away was Oh-seho. She walked over to Kim Woo-jun. He was squatting. The girl looked at him, smiling. She was thinking about something. Next to her, Lee So-yeon appeared next to her. She asked her why she was smiling so much. She asked her to go to the cafeteria because she was hungry. But by the way, Suki is not going there with them lately. Something must have happened. Lee So-yeon remembered how she was pushing back with all her arms against that man, who had made her squat for more than a dozen times. The girls told her to hang in there. She's been working out as hard as she can. Lately, she has been struggling to watch her diet. A kid told a classmate that they say they're showing a movie at the club this time. Does he know what kind of movie? The boy replied that he didn't know. He heard it was some kind of weird art house. It will probably be very boring. He will definitely be asleep and asks not to be woken up. A friend asked what he would do with the written feedback. The kid laughed and replied that he would write it off. Kim Woo-jun asked the boy if he was from a judo club. The boy looked at him in response and wondered if he remembered it. Kim exclaimed that if there was anyone strong among his acquaintances, let him introduce him to him. The boy replied that he didn't want to. He's going to fight someone again. The guy didn't go to the literature club. He went to the anime club. They showed each other obscene gestures and told each other to get lost. After that, the guys went their separate ways, acting all tough. The guy who said goodbye to Kim Woo-jung saw Soo-hee and thought about her being at the health club now. That doesn't sound like her at all. Come to think of it, even though they go out together a lot, he's never really talked to her much. I mean, she's pretty reserved. I don't know how to put it. It's like when in a large group of people, they communicate normally, but when left alone, it becomes awkward. It wouldn't be good to keep going on like this, so we'll take the chance to say hello to her and chat. The boy reached forward and waved to the girl, but for some reason she didn't hear him. Then he asked if she was going to the club, and he added that they were going in the same direction. When the boy put his hand on her shoulder, the girl was apparently very frightened and grabbed onto it immediately. She fell to the ground out of fear, or maybe pain. It's unclear what it was. A girl dressed in a kimono appeared behind the boy. She asked what the sound was. When she saw the girl on the floor, she exclaimed that he was a murderer. Jung Shi-hyun used judo technique and attacked the man. The boy started yelling that she had misunderstood. He just wanted to talk to her. The girl screamed, "How could you kill a man because you wanted to talk? It's a crazy serial killer." Suki came to the gym and said hello to Woo Ji-yoon. The girl reciprocated her greeting and appreciated the fact that she finally came. The young sprout of their club, Kwon Soo-hee. Today, she would be especially expected to practice again. She's going to take charge and make her body powerful. She's actually here to lose weight, not to make her body powerful. The girl exclaimed that she should start practicing already. Suki asked the trainer if she could take a break today. Her muscles were very sore. The coach replied that this could not be the case. They based it on Woo Ji-yoon's regular exercises. So it should be easy. That's the point. Their bodies are similar. They should have given her a beginner's exercise. Woo Ji-yoon calmly walked upwards, smiling cheekily. The girl was very annoyed. And why they find it so interesting. That's what Woo Ji-yoon thought while lying on his desk. He thought that about his fellow anime watchers. Here it's been a few weeks. Here it is. Seo Young grimaced and covered her face with her hands. She was behaving unusually. Summer had arrived at Kinso's school. There were trickles of sweat running down the girl's cheeks. She must have been very hot. She thought about getting to class as soon as possible. She wanted to run to the air conditioner and feel the cold air. She barely made it to the door and started frantically opening it, just to get a breath of fresh air. When she opened the door, the girl exclaimed that she was alive after all. A smile appeared on her face. She saw Kim Woo-jun behind her. She said hello to the yellow-haired anchovy. The boy asked her to step back and not block his passage. She was surprised at her companion's tone. He was serious and very strict. The girl wanted to go on, but then she noticed a boy entering the classroom. He waved and said hello to Kim Woo-jun. He wished him a good morning. But Kim Woo-jun, when he entered the classroom, hung his briefcase on the hook and put his head on the desk. Seo Young asked if he was going to study for the exam, and thought about how Anchovy probably has those days. The boy replied that he was a guy. That's very strange, and it can't be. After all, Kim Woo-jung was perfectly fine a while ago. What could have happened to him? The kid continued to lie head down with his arms crossed in front of him on the desk. And so the day passed. It was getting a little darker outside. Huge high-rise buildings and long, light-colored streets spread out before us. There were some guys walking down the road. One of them was talking about how Jung Shi-hyun from the judo club had knocked their newcomer Soo-hee down. The other one asked why Soo-hee didn't tell them about it. She's always quiet. Must have been embarrassing to say. How dare he touch a member of their club? They're just judo assholes. They were stopped by some guy with a cigarette in his teeth and his hand in his pocket. He asked the boys if they were from Kunso's school. He wanted to ask them a question. The boys asked who he was. The boy explained that he was An Do-yoon from Gumong High School. Do they know anything about Kim Woo-jung? He explained that he was the leader from their school. Do they know anything about him? Any ticklish rumors would be good, or family stories. Then one of the boys asked what the purpose of such interest was. The kid immediately cut off that there was no reason for them to know. Again, he asked if they knew or not. Let them say only this. The guys were getting really annoyed with this kid. They looked at him with slanted eyes. And the boy, continuing to keep his hands in his pockets, exclaimed for them to stop wasting time and called them baldies. He kept his cigarette in his teeth. He kept staring in their direction. Don't they have anything to say to him? The boy called them bullies, not the least bit afraid that they were outnumbered and strong. He said that what they knew was enough. The boys asked what was enough. This kid kept his hands in his pockets and lifted his leg to make a move. One of the guys had already flown down to the ground. It was a powerful blow that sent him straight to the floor. The kid stepped on his head with his foot and explained that all he had to do from now on was to get that information out. The guy continued to lie on the ground, curled up, not realizing that this had just happened. After that, the three of them were lying on the cold asphalt. The boy asked if they wanted to talk. Clenching his hands, he reached for them with those hands. Then he lifted one of them by the scruff of the neck. He asked me to tell you sooner. Unless he really wants to die. The guy replied that they really didn't know. They just got angry and lied. The boy asked then to at least name someone who knew something about him. A classmate from middle school or high school, the man next door, anyone. He looked at the boy he had lifted into the air by the scruff of his neck with an angry, savage stare. If you go back a little bit, the guy was taking a little boy on a swing. The one shouted with joy, turning his head in his direction. Woo-jun was asked if he was having fun. The boy replied that it was fun, but his cell phone in his pocket was vibrating. It seems like someone keeps calling. It's basically nothing. It's a call you don't have to answer, the guy said, putting his hands out in front of his face. The boy who was sitting on the swing wondered how he knew. If you get a call about something important. The guy clenched his fists, and the phone wouldn't stop vibrating in his pocket. And really, it could be something important. But by the way, the kid said he's so cool. Gets so many calls, if his brother's popular at his school. The boy continued to swing on the swing, and his brother was already on the phone. He became very serious. After he talked, he went over to his little brother. He took him by the head and said that it was indeed an important call. He asked Ujun what he would do without him. Then he explained to his brother that he had to go. A very urgent matter had come up, and so the boy shoved his hands in his pockets and slung his backpack over his shoulders and walked away. Kim Woo-jun was lying on his desk, apparently remembering everything that had happened to him in his childhood. Someone asked Seo Young if she was friends with Woo-jun. He was answered that he was too afraid of her, and wanted the guy to relay the teacher's words instead. While the boy was lying on the desk, he had already been approached by Seo Young. She poked him in the back with her finger and called him a yellow-haired anchovy. He asked what she wanted him to do. The girl realized he was asleep. She said that the teacher had asked him to come to the teacher's lounge. When asked why, Seo Young replied that she had no way of knowing. Did he really do something wrong again? The boy looked at her with a serious look and said nothing. He just turned and walked forward. The girl accidentally grazed his shoulder. He walked on, grabbing his shoulder with his hand. She looked at him and wondered what was wrong with him. The boy walked into the teacher's lounge. When he approached the desk, the man asked if the teacher was joking. Kim Woo-jun replied that he did not. The teacher asked why the first answer choice in the test was poked all over the place then. The boy said that he was sleepy. The man asked what was the manner of speech with the teacher. What does he do at night? Another said that they were at the age when they watched erotic movies all day long, and advised them not to do it too often, so they don't rub it all over themselves. The teacher asked him to shut up. There are girls here too. Kim asked if they had nothing else to say, if he could go. The teacher said no. After all, he hadn't said everything yet. From now on, he asked him to do the test properly. He asked him to do it properly from now on, and if they tried to poke one more time, he would be finished. He doesn't even talk to students he has no hope for. He got almost everything right on the other tests. Why would such a smart kid do something like this? Isn't fighting gonna feed him in the future? Did he really think the teacher didn't know anything? He'd heard the rumors that were going around, and he thought the kid had gotten smart. The teacher asked another boy to call the students who were late yesterday. He told them to stay after school and they ran away. Jae-hyun, if he's the headmaster, should keep an eye on the boys. What would he do if someone like Kim Woo-jun showed up in their class too? The boy replied that such a person would not appear in their class. This whole conversation was heard by Kim Woo-jun. He looked at him with a slanted glance. The headman, after speaking, exclaimed that he understood everything, and in this case went. When Kim Woo-jun turned around to look at the boy, the teacher shouted at him. "What's he doing here?" Shoving his shoulder right in front of the teacher. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he had just pushed him. The teacher said that he was bickering again. Does he really mean to say that Jae-hyun would do such a thing right in front of a teacher? The exams would be over soon, so even if he was going to make trouble, the teacher advised him to do it after the exams. And be sure to solve the problems on the test, not just poke around. And now it was getting light. The bright light bulbs of the houses were shining. Kim Woo-jun was already approaching the house. Opening the door, he began to walk inside. His sister noticed that he had already returned. She was sitting at the table with a bottle of beer and an appetizer. He mumbled that she was drinking again. She could ruin her health that way. She doesn't even know how to drink. The sister replied that she would definitely live longer than him. Kim Woo-jun said that he would take some snacks from her. The girl yelled back at her brother when he would get a grip on his own mind already. The boy almost dropped the food on the floor. Sister kept asking whether he was going to become a professional wrestler. Until when would he go and fight? Time would fly by quickly, just a little longer, and he would become an adult. He has to live his life. How long will he remember the past? Kim Woo-jun said that when she's drunk, she always starts it. They decided not to bring it up. He asked her to drink another bottle of juice better and go to bed. His sister looked at him with a questioning look. Her cheeks were red. The boy finally went into his room and threw his briefcase as far away from him as possible, after which he plumped himself down on his bed in his clothes. He spread his arms out to his sides, and he thought about how sick he was of everything. He stared at the ceiling with a blank stare. The kid decided he was at the end of his rope. A little more and he'd just explode. Meanwhile, Seo Young put her hands in the air and started shouting that the exams were over. Now it's okay to have fun. A friend asked the girl if she passed the exam normally. She asked a counter question. Who gave her permission to ask? Had she not been taught manners? To respect the right to privacy? Does she really want to die? The girl immediately apologized. Seo Young asked the anchovy girl how he passed the exam. Kim Woo-jun asked the girl not to talk to him, but she was very surprised. After all, they were comrades. She rubbed her nose with her hand. The friend observing this mumbled that she had answered her in this way, and she herself in turn asks. And so they all went outside. happy that the exams were finally over. Suddenly someone appeared in front of them. The boy asked who it could be. Seo Young replied that he must not be from their school. But it looks like he's smoking. Probably some kind of bully, or maybe a psycho. The kid didn't stop smoking and looked in Kim Woo-jun's direction. He noticed the blonde man in front of him, and a mole under his eye and a piercing. He kept his cigarette in his teeth, but when he noticed these signs, he threw it away, and exclaimed that he'd found the kid. After all, blonde hair, a mole under his eye, and piercings are all signs of someone he's been looking for so long. He even asked the guys he beat up recently, and now he's finally found them. Kim Woo-jun inquired who else he was. His gaze was very stern and serious. The boy was already heading towards Kim Woo-jun. He ran towards him. Then he decided to attack. He thrust his knee forward, grinning in a snide grin. Everyone around them opened their mouths in amazement. The comrades had not expected such a turn of events. The unknown guy began to perform holds, waving his legs and arms toward Kim Woo-jung. After that, he did a twirl and tried to hit the kid, but he dodged in time. After flying over himself, the boy got to his feet, but he never managed to hit Kim. Seo Young and the rest of the guys watched in horror. They hadn't expected this to happen. The guy exclaimed that Kim Woo-jun was very agile, but he didn't come to play catch-up. Kim Woo-jun threw an angry look at him and called the kid names. He asked who he was. The guy replied that he was An Do-hyun from Gyumong High School. He decided to get straight to the point. He asked the boy to fight him now. He wanted to see the ability of the leader of the Kyunso school. Kim Woo-jun asked him to get the hell out of here. He explained that he wasn't in the mood to fight right now. The boy was surprised. After all, he was different from what he had heard about him. Isn't he crazy about fighting? Kim Woo-jun replied that he didn't know anything and asked him to look for someone else. But Do-hyun didn't stop. He said that he wanted to fight him, but Kim Woo-jun said he didn't care. The kid called Kim a complete idiot after that. The comrades were surprised that Kim Woo-jun didn't want to fight for the first time. What Lee Hyun-seong died because of his weakness. Kim Woo-jun continued to walk away. The kid's friend really wondered how that guy even knew about such a thing. He inquired of the newcomer. Where had he even heard of such a thing? The boy answered, as if he'd heard it was the name of Hyung, who had played with him as a child. Imagine that. An outcast hanging out with the neighbor boy. Does he know why he was an outcast? There's really no particular reason. He just couldn't defend himself without asking for help. He's a wuss. And he didn't even try to stand. He was always running away. And in the end, the best he could come up with was to kill himself. This whole thing was ridiculous. Kim Woo-jun listened to this guy and got really angry. He started calling me names, but then Seo Young grabbed the boy's hand. She took a firm grip on him and wondered who he was to say such serious things. The girl asked him to apologize. He gave her a scornful look and asked who else she was, what she was doing. Outsiders should stay out of it. The boy begged her to let go, but then he realized that for some reason he couldn't get out of her strong arms. Just then, someone else appeared in front of them. He called out to this guy named An Do-hyun. It was a guy in a woman's uniform. He exclaimed that he told him not to make a fuss at school. In front of them was Sunbae, who loved women's outfits. Seo Young immediately let go of his hand. Do-hyun replied that he had just come to declare war on him, and he wasn't going to fight right here. Seo Young realized that apparently Sunbae knew this jerk. Sunbae mumbled that declaring war or anything else was something that should be handled outside of school. It was so annoying. Do-hyun exclaimed that he had already come after the exams were over, as he had requested. And what's he always pointing out to him? It's past the time when he was cool. Or he still thinks he's the head of the school. Because he's playing the role of a model student, his body went limp, and he ended up losing to some freshmen. He knows it, doesn't he? That he's stronger than all of them right now. And they know better than anyone that he just hates it when someone weaker than him tries to order him around. Just then someone's hand appeared between them. It was Kim Woo-jun. He held out a yellow piece of paper, and he explained to the guys that it was his phone number. He asked Do-hyun to decide on a location and text him. If he wants it that badly, he promised to finish him off during the fight. The boy immediately calmed down and smiled. He exclaimed that this was a great solution. He'd like to rip it right now, but he'll bitch because he doesn't seem to be in the best shape. He needs to be in great shape to have any fun at all. Do-hyun asked the kid to come back tomorrow, in the same frantic state, so as not to disappoint him. Kim Woo-jung's company looked after the boy who was leaving. Seo Young exclaimed, "Where could such a jerk come from here?" But the boy stopped her. Kim Woo-jun asked why she had gotten involved recently. The girl replied that it was because he said bad things. Kim Woo-jun said that it's none of her business, so he asked her not to interfere. Seo Young didn't expect such a harsh and rude answer from him. His friend asked what was wrong with him. After all, the girl had just sided with him. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he never asked for that, and explained that he was very tired. After that, the kid said goodbye to his friends, and went about his personal business. He thought about how that guy could have heard about Hyun. Is it possible that Jung Si-hyun told him about it? But there's no such thing. Shihan can be trusted. Then how did he know all this? The kid was walking down the road and kept thinking about it. He clenched his fists looking down. This guy whose name he doesn't even know. Clenching his fist, Kim Woo-jun thought that he wouldn't dwell on it. He would just find out everything tomorrow. And this An Do-hyun guy, he'll take him down for sure, because he was confident in his abilities. The next day came. Kim Woo-jun was already there as they had agreed. Do-hyun exclaimed that he was happy to see him. The kid responded by asking him to stop talking. He asked who he heard about Hun Seong from. Do-hyun promised to tell me if he beat him, but only if he really defeated him. That's how they agreed. Kim Woo-jun, stripping off his clothes, asked him to start their fight soon. Do-hyun immediately smiled widely and exclaimed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The kid's clothes flew to the side. He too decided to undress in order to start a fight. And then their jackets flew off into the distance. The guys were serious. Do-hyun began to approach his opponent to strike. He was ready to attack. But the opponent was not a weakling and, lifting his foot up, decided to attack first. And so Do-hyun flipped over and was already flying a few meters backwards, falling down. He fell to the ground, grabbing his side with one hand and leaning on the ground with the other. Kim Woo-jun didn't stop. He moved closer to the boy to deliver the next blow. And so the anchovy did the twirl again. He didn't let the guy get to his feet. With one deft movement of his foot, he tried to kick him. This time, the kid dodged and gave him a scornful look. Apparently, he decided to use his move this time. Kim Woo-jun glared back at him, and with a swift kick of his foot again, he hit the guy right in the chest. He wasn't going to stop and accelerated again and started running up to him. The boy took a swing, but Do-hyun was able to dodge it with lightning speed. The fight continued. Do-hyun didn't expect the opponent to be really so strong. He stood in a fighting stance and exclaimed while wiping the sweat off his face that Kim Woo-jun is really crazy. Kyum inquired about his name. An Do-hyun from Gyumong High School. Then he popped. The kid explained that he'd already been annoyed about a bunch of things lately, and he decided to annoy him even more and fight. Kim Woo-jun decided to attack his opponent again. He was very angry and ready to tear this guy to pieces. He hit him right in the face with his fist, then jumped up, did a leg spin, and the guy got kicked in the head. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he was done for today. The boy began to wipe the blood from his mouth and nose. He was already pretty weak. He remembered asking Sunbae if they got into a fight, which one of them would win. The boy had answered that he didn't know, but one thing he was sure of was that it would be Kim Woo-jun. He's very dangerous when he's pissed off. During the fight, Sunbae thought he was the one who was winning, but at some point, all that was left in him was the desperation not to lose in any way. Both he and the guy, they were definitely exhausted by now. That was the first time he'd ever seen a man move like that, a stubborn fighting spirit that fights to the death to put the enemy down. Though ashamed to admit it, he was scared at that moment. Of course, the desire not to lose the argument was also great. Do-hyun was already completely exhausted, but he didn't give up. He started coughing a lot. Sunbae recalled that he fought at the end just to survive, not to win. Do-hyun exclaimed that Kim Woo-jun is past, and he's a lot of fun to fight with. The kid offered to fight him to the death. Then he called him a yellow-haired anchovy. Kim asked where he had heard that nickname. Of course it was Sunbae. He told the guy that Kim Woo-jung's nickname was yellow-haired anchovy, which of course made Do-hyun laugh. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon had a grudge against Kim Woo-jun. She remembered the kid telling her it was none of her business, and asked her to stay out of it. She had taken his side, and he had told her that. The girl decided never to help that insolent yellow-haired anchovy again. She didn't care if that bully beat her up or not. Lee So-yeon punched the wall with her fist. A friend came up to her and asked her what she was doing. The girl said she was doing nothing and laughed. He asked if she was single. Lee So-yeon replied that she was, and asked why he was asking. The kid explained that he had something to tell her, and now they were in a coffee shop with a hot Americano on the table. He asked if she'd like an Americano. He will pay so she can order whatever she wants. Lee So-yeon replied that it's fine and she likes ice Americano. The girl asked what he wanted to tell her. She grimaced and mumbled that it was bitter coffee, but she said she loved him. But she didn't say she'd ever tried it. The kid started telling me that this story is about Kim Woo-jung. The fight between Woo-jun and Do-hyun was certainly intimidating. They fought for a long time as if it were a fight to the death. It was a very brutally interesting fight, since both guys were strong and brave. But more than that, Kim Woo-jun was too reckless and even more dangerous than that guy. Do-hyun didn't give up for a second either. His mouth was already dripping with blood, but he continued to fight. They did all kinds of things to each other. They threw each other to the floor and punched each other in the face. Kim Woo-jun was ruthless towards his opponent. He directed his strong fists towards the boy. He didn't have time to dodge, and he often had to get punched in the face. Of course, sometimes Kim Woo-jun got hit too. The guys were both exhausted, but the fight continued. Kim looked at the boy and wondered why he looked like he couldn't care less. He wasn't even the least bit tired. I mean, he'd been hit several times in a row. and he was just standing there flexing his muscles. He asked Kim to do a better job. He said he wanted to know who he heard the story about the moron from. He said he'd only tell if he beat him, or maybe he didn't want to find out. Kim Woo-jun asked him not to dare call that man a retard anymore. The guy stared at him with a smile on his face and blood on his lips. Rubbing the back of his head, he wondered what to call that guy then. Maybe scum. He angered his opponent even more. Kim Woo-jun tried to attack again. He clenched his fists and headed toward Do-hyun. He grabbed his arm in an attempted move. Again, a hard, long struggle ensued. They waved their arms without giving up. He's been craving it for so long. This fight without any rules or restrictions. The boy craved the ground drenched in fresh scarlet blood. The pleasures of winning a fight to which all the strength, streptobrawl, has been applied. Kim Woo-jun was sitting on the floor. The opponent asked him why he was sitting down. He wondered if he was going to get up. He let him beat himself up properly, whether he was telling the truth or not. Kim Woo-jun wiped the drops of blood from his mouth. He got into a fighting stance and asked to be ready from now on. After all, he wasn't going to spare him. The boy stood in the rack being very confident. He exclaimed that he could quench his thirst. The guy's fist was already covered in blood. Droplets of scarlet blood dripped from it, hitting the floor. Do-hyun remembered his fights as a child. His eyes were scared, but full of eagerness for battle. He scattered all the boys on the floor. Afterward, he sat down next to them tiredly. He wanted to be a strong man. As a kid, the kid was always alone. He had no mother. His father hardly ever came home because of his work, although he did have an older sister. But at that time, she was just in the midst of adolescence and did not pay attention to him. No matter how much my brother asks me to play with him. Big sister is on the phone. She said she'd play with him later. And on the phone, she was explaining to someone that it was no big deal. Just a little brother. The kid exclaimed that basically he wasn't always completely alone. After all, he had a little brother named Hyun-seong. Even though they were complete strangers and didn't share a drop of blood, he always took care of him. To him, he wasn't just an acquaintance of Hyun's from the neighborhood, but a parent and a friend he could trust. This particular kid he'd known since he was a kid. This kind of person to him is very important in his life. Hyung, that boy died. That's how I remember him. That boy died because of some bastards who were just messing with him. A whole crowd of bastards gathered at the big rock, beating him up. They pushed him off the huge high cliff. The ones who drove him to the brink of the abyss of life. Took the life of a good little boy. He hated scum like that. He hated them with all his heart. And from that day on, he pondered every day. He never stopped thinking about it. He thought back to what had happened. What they had done to that boy who had been very important in his life. The boy thought about what he would do to never see them again. There was pain and disappointment in the boy's eyes. In the end, the answer was simple. So much so that there was no reason to even think about it all day long. That's what he'd thought before. Just a boy who decided he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. He doesn't need to turn a blind eye to the situation. He needs to become so strong that no one can compete with him, so that no one would dare to do anything that made him nervous. If no one wants to be beaten up like he is, you need to watch your behavior. If they catch his eye again, he'll kill them. All of this is possible when you're strong and intimidating. When sparks fly around and there is enough courage for someone who would avenge their loved ones. Do-hyun's fist went straight into Kim Woo-jun's stomach. The boy coughed. He instantly flew off to the side, continuing to cough. It was a very powerful blow. Do-hyun noticed that the boy had a horrified expression on his face. He asked if he wanted to take a break. Kim Woo-jun wiped his face with his hand and asked him to shut up. What's he doing waving his weak fists around? The guy put his hand on his head and replied that he wasn't going to let him rest anyway. He really doesn't get tired at all, even when he hits him so hard. Kim Woo-jun swung his fists and legs straight at the guy's head and stomach. Even when it had already been so long since the fight first, this guy still didn't get tired in any way. Even as Kim Woo-jun was throwing multiple punches to the head and body with his legs. The kid's already thinking he's definitely tired. He's just pretending like he doesn't care. After all, this guy's human too. There's no way he'll never get tired or break down. No matter how much Kim Woo-jun beat him, this guy kept smiling back at him. Kim Woo-jun kept dodging his punches, but he had to get hit too. He was already exhausted, and once again he dodged a punch from this formidable guy. He wondered what was wrong with him. How can this guy smile in such a dire situation? Kim Woo-jun flew off to the side again. He couldn't understand how Do-hyun could move so fast. His musings were not ending. He couldn't find the kid's weakness. Do-hyun seemed to revive again and again, trying to attack him. He managed to dodge, but when he got hit in the head, he immediately got up and attacked further. Kim Woo-jun notices that this guy is enjoying the fight. Enjoys this fight so much that he is willing to devote his life to the thrill of any fight. A strong and intimidating man that no one dares look down on. All this time, he was just playing a guy whose goal is to fight forever to become him. And so Kim Woo-jun got punched in the face again. He was thrown back by the kid's hard blow. He didn't feel he could beat him. One whose real purpose and truth are eternal battles. Kim Woo-jun fell backwards onto the floor again. He flew far, far away after the guy's strongest punch. But he did not give up. The boy rose to his feet again and began to approach the enemy. Do-hyun wondered why he was lying down and asked him to get up. Shouldn't he lay him down and find out who told him about his past? Where had all his boldness gone? The guy asked him to get up. He could keep fighting, couldn't he? Kim Woo-jun thought that this guy really is some kind of monster. He looks like he's invincible. Lee So-yeon and her strong friend who she was running away from, who wanted him to drag her to the fitness club, must have been resting against this guy. Kim Woo-jun didn't see or hear anything. He froze, as if in some sort of suspense. He didn't understand much about this fight. For him today, it was as if everything had stopped. And so another blow from his opponent flew right into his face. This guy was amazing. It was like he lived to fight. He asked Kim Woo-jun why the kid was frozen. He thought he had become strong enough. Do-hyun tried to hit him and asked him to move faster, and not just to dodge, but to attack. He even confessed once and decided that there was no opponent for him anymore. Do-hyun exclaimed that he was just starting to fight. That's how it was. But Kim Woo-jun was already weak. The enemy was hitting him with blow after blow. This guy isn't just a crazy guy enjoying a fight. Kim thought for sure he'd blocked him. It's like his arms are gonna fall off. That guy has stamina, speed, fortitude, and fighting spirit. That monster has the same weapons he has, and yet he excels at everything. His perfected, perfect technique. The opponent began to call out to Kim Woo-jun. He lifted his foot on the wall. And standing with his foot on the wall, the boy smiled. He said he was enjoying the fight. Kim Woo-jun wondered what the monster was babbling about now. He waited for Do-hyun to answer. The one in turn explained that their meeting was true destiny. Does he understand this thirst? He too feels the hunger for a fight when his own life is at stake. He thought there were only boring weaklings left in this world, and no one who could stand up to him. But right in front of him, there he is now. The guy said he's just like Kim Woo-jun. Recently, he called him a monster. If he is a monster, then who is Kim Woo-jun? He asked him to fight to the death. Kim Woo-jun was already completely exhausted, and the guy asked to fight between them. Two identical monsters. Kim Woo-jun realized that this guy and third-year head Yang Soo-hyun saw the same thing in him. But he's different. He's different from those bullies. Why do they think differently? And why he too depends on the thrill of battle. Why he feels a sense of kinship within himself. Why does he always want to fight with Lee Seo Young's girlfriend, who's not bad at all? It's really weird, isn't it? That's probably not the reason he's fighting. Do-hyun accelerated, clenching his powerful fist. He was already close to the boy's face. Kim Woo-jun didn't have time to dodge. His fist hit him in the face. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside. Rain droplets dripped down on the green leaves. Bright yellow lights were on in all the high-rise buildings. It was warm outside, but it was drizzling a little. People stood in the street with umbrellas, who were at home, who were walking along the streets on their important business. Slowly, people were putting down their umbrellas as the rain was already subsiding. Here it was over. Kim Woo-jun was already completely exhausted and squatted down. Do-hyun asked what he was doing. All he's been doing lately is getting punched in the face and not answering. I wonder if his morale is already broken. He has to find out who told him everything. He has to defeat him. He's not even mad at him. Is he as weak as Lee Hyun-seong? Kim Woo-jun said that even if he provokes him, it's useless. Afterward, he admitted that he lost. He added that he didn't want to fight anymore. Do-hyun asked the kid to cut the crap. Is he really only capable of doing that and wants to end the fight? All this time, he's been fighting a scum whose spirit is so easily broken. He could go on, just like him. The kid shouted that he was still alive. This means that it is necessary to continue the battle. He asked his opponent to defeat him sooner rather than later. But Kim Woo-jun really didn't want to fight anymore. Why couldn't that guy stop? There's a limit. He asked him to calm down. But Do-hyun clenched his fist again and started attacking the kid. Apparently, he didn't want to stop. There was no end to this fight. Then suddenly, someone came up to them and grabbed the guy eager for a fight by the arm. The man mumbled that his chatter was getting annoying. I can't believe he's jammed up. But seeing him get beaten up made me feel bad. Who the hell was that? The kid recognized this girl when she took off her hood as Lee So-yeon. She couldn't stand it after all and came over. The girl exclaimed that she had come to save him, and called him a yellow-haired anchovy. Lee So-yeon asked Kim if he was done, and called him home. After all, his sister would be very worried. Do-hyun exclaimed that it was time for the outsiders to get the hell out of here. Why should that be the end of it? The fight had just started. The girl looked menacingly at the boy and said that she had made up her mind. She didn't care what he thought. If he liked fighting so much, let him fight her. She was ready for such a fight. But if he loses, he will sincerely apologize to the yellow anchovy and won't be caught by them again. Do-hyun immediately agreed. He replied that if the girl lost, he would just stand quietly to the side and watch. That's what they agreed. The guy exclaimed that she would watch his friend get it from him until she died. Here the girl prepared for the attack. She got into a fighting stance on her strong, muscular legs. Whereupon the girl lifted her foot up so sharply that the shoe flew off her foot. Kim Woo-jun opened his mouth in surprise. He was just marveling at such a leg kick. The girl's opponent immediately fell to the floor face down. Just from one blow. Seo Young exclaimed that they were definitely done now. She called the boy home. Then a slipper landed on her head. Kim Woo-jun couldn't understand what it was. He got hit so many times that he got a concussion and he must be glitching. She dealt with the monster in one blow. Seo Young said that her clothes were soaked. It's just as easy to get sick. Kim Woo-jun realized that the real monster was Seo Young. The girl exclaimed, calling him a jerk, that she had saved him and he was calling her names. He has absolutely no idea how to be grateful. That's when the kid opened his mouth and warned the girl that the opponent was behind her. He didn't have time to tell Seo Young to be careful. Do-hyun came up from behind and pushed the girl behind her head, after which he laughed. He called the girl really crazy. He really thought he was done. Do-hyun explained that he wasn't dead yet, and asked the girl to attack him. Kim Woo-jun asked what he was carrying. He asked her to leave her alone. He said he wanted to fight with him, and to keep his attention on him. Do-hyun exclaimed that he had lost interest in him. He doesn't care about him at all right now. The real enemy is right in front of him. He said he didn't want to fight. Now he doesn't want to fight either. He doesn't want to fight such a weakling of the level of middle school neighborhood bullies. Seo Young exclaimed that he would have to apologize for those words as well. The girl thought that was very strange. She definitely hit with force to end him in one blow. And he turned out to be very strong. Seo Young decided to probe this opponent further. She realized that with this guy she needed to put more force into it. So she got ready to attack. Do-hyun was very happy to have such a strong opponent. He liked to fight strong people, not weaklings. And so the girl turned around and hit the guy in the stomach with a powerful leg kick. When her foot was near the kid's stomach, he suddenly grabbed her. He held the girl's leg with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist to strike. There was some kind of powerful sound. Sparks flew around, a loud whoosh of impact. The girl tried to twist away. With a deft body movement, she tried to kick the guy's other foot off the ground while he held her leg. Whereupon the girl got down on all fours in one piece. But of course she was very surprised. This guy was a real monster. He accelerated and approached the girl. She put her foot forward, and he tried to hit her from the head. She dodged, of course, and got back on her feet. The girl was getting annoyed with the tenacity of this opponent. She grinned, shifting her eyebrows to her nose. She bounced back up firmly on her feet. Do-hyun clenched his fists again and began to approach the girl. He hit as hard as he could, but hit the wall, right next to Seo Young's head. While his fist stopped on the wall, she grabbed his pecs and tried to perform a hold. The girl started to twist the kid around and drove her knee right into his back. Kim Woo-jun wondered if that was even possible, although anything is possible here. After the girl's strongest blow, the boy bent over, clutching his hands to his chest. Seo Young started to attack the kid again, but he managed to grab her by the arm with one hand and her head with the other. He blocked all her blows. Then the girl tried to grab his leg, but he kept his hand around the girl's neck. It was a very dangerous maneuver, but she didn't lose her powerful grip. She tried to roll the boy onto his back. She managed to do it, but Do-hyun grabbed her legs around her neck. She ended up on top of him. The girl thought she couldn't lose, and so by any means necessary she would protect the promise she had made. She asked the kid how much he didn't want to apologize. He replied that she had told him that he would not be allowed to appear in front of her again, but he wants to fight her many, many more times, because there are no other monsters like her in this world. The girl immediately exclaimed who he called a monster. Kim Woo-jun asked Seo Young to get out of his grip sooner. Do-hyun mumbled that it was too late. The way he had grabbed her, the victory was now clearly his. The girl was curled up in his arms. She clenched her teeth trying to break free. Kim Woo-jun was really worried about her, since she was really at a disadvantage. Do-hyun grinned a vicious snide smile. He clenched his powerful jaws and looked at the girl with a sly, cunning gaze. Seo Young decided to take a different path. Since he wouldn't let go of her head, she got to her feet and started to turn the boy over. He laughed and called her crazy. Sweat was already trickling down his face. The girl lifted the boy up and wanted to throw him over herself. He wouldn't stop holding her head. The boy realized that this girl was a monster. She thought the same thing about him. They both flipped over and punched a whole hole in the wall. Kim Woo-jun looked inside and asked if Seo Young was okay. The girl was not going to give up. She got to her feet and tried to catch her breath. Kim Woo-jun was very excited and looked at her with a worried look. This was the first time Seo Young was so tired in a fight. She rose to her feet and grabbed her head with her hand, after which the girl laughed and exclaimed that now he was really finished, so they could go home in peace. Let's go back a little bit. Seo Young asked Kim's friend Woo-jun what he wanted to tell her. The kid said it was about Woo-jun. I mean, she was upset the other day when he was rude to her. She took his side, though. Seo Young replied that that's why his head was asking for flicks. She decided not to help him anymore. Suddenly he laughed and said he was a really annoying guy. He's also rude. Lee Seo Young added that he was also a yellow-haired anchovy. But the friend began to explain that Kim Woo-jun was actually a kind-hearted guy. She had already heard that he had a troubled past. Right now, he's just wandering and looking for his way. He hopes she won't think of him as a bad guy and take care of him. He is sure that the person he is now can be a pillar of support for Woo-jun. It was exactly her, Lee So-yeon. The girl wondered why he thought that. He started to explain that Woo-jun is actually quite stroppy and doesn't have many friends. Everyone is wary of him and keeps their distance. But she, Seo Young, gets close to a guy like that very quickly. Watching them joking with each other as equals and having fun, he realized that their relationship was different. Plus, she stepped forward and wanted to help Woo-jun when An Do-hyun tried to provoke. She's definitely special. Right now, Woo-jun needs a strong person like her to confide in. He asked the girl to be a support for this kid as Nuna. Meanwhile, a guy who was walking around in a woman's uniform was sitting in front of some kind of journal, writing something down in it. He made some notes to himself. He glued the name sheets to the board in front of him. The first name was Sunbae. He kept making some drawings in his notebook. Second piece of paper, a man who likes to dress up as a girl. The third piece of paper was just hey. He taped a piece of paper to his forehead that said amateur dressed up as a girl. Lee, So-yeon, was very surprised by this when she saw the kid and reached her hand towards his head. Didn't look at her with a strange look and asked to go out. She wondered if the 3-year-old didn't have to self-study at night. He's allowed to use the library alone. The kid explained to Lee Seo-yeon that the teachers trust him. So how did she know that? The girl explained that she had asked around for Sunbae since 3rd year. He thought about the fact that 1st year is not intimidating at all, even people like Sunbae. The kid asked what she wanted, and asked her to speak quickly. Lee So-yeon asked if they knew that guy An Do-hyun. The kid replied that they were a little bit, so he might know where they can fight. Sunbae asked why she needed that information. She replied that it was to stop the fight, of course. The yellow-haired anchovy would be covered in wounds again. His sister would probably be worried. Sunbae asked if that was necessary. In their world, there are guys who only come to their senses after they've been crushed. Guys like Kim Woo-jun, who believe that the world revolves around them because they're a little stronger than normal people. On the contrary, he sees this as an opportunity to change his childish mindset. Lee Seo-yeon exclaimed that if she did that, she would defeat that guy, An Do-hyun. And she'll fix them. She just asked me to name the place. Basically, the girl interested him, if she wanted to stop the fight. But he wondered how she could do it. The girl apparently explained to him. Then she asked him if he would tell her where the fight would take place. And so after everything, Lee So-yeon put her hands up and exclaimed that it was over. She asked the kid to go home. How can you continue to upset Nuna further? Kim Woo-jun asked why she came to help him. For the sake of a scum like him. The girl asked not to talk nonsense. What's wrong with him? Didn't he hit his head? His character had changed. He said it was true. That he's trash. I mean, she asked him once before if he wanted to fight her. That's right, he actually wanted to fight her. There's nothing more exhilarating than a fight with a strong man, but he started fighting because he couldn't bear to watch the scum bullying the weak. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that someone dear to him had died because of the collective bullying. He thought that everything at that time was fighting for that very reason. But without noticing, he was consumed by the heady feeling of fighting. My sister started drinking daily. Although she never liked alcohol. Everyone thinks he's a bully. He probably looked just like the scum he hates so much. What would Hyun Seong-hyun think when he sees him now? He's so disgusting right now that he's ready to go crazy with self-loathing. The girl listened to him very attentively. She tried to understand him and to comfort him somehow. Afterwards, Lee So-yeon said that he wasn't a bad guy at all. Kim Woo-jun held his head with his hand. She heard everything, and she knows what a scumbag he is. The girl exclaimed that she was not friends with the bad guys. He explained that he wanted to pick a fight even with her. The girl asked what of it. Even if he thinks he's bad and everyone sees him as a bully, she knows that he's actually a kind and sincere guy. At first she'd wondered if he was weird too. After all, he was always flirting with her, offering her strange competitions. But after spending time together, she realized he was the kind of man who couldn't pass a kitten in the rain, trying his best to protect people who are being hurt and harassed. He is a kind guy with a deep sense of altruism, only looking like a slacker at first glance. So don't hate yourself, anyone can make mistakes. You just have to keep them in mind and keep looking for the right path. There's nothing wrong with that. So how about living a happy tell of his happy memories when he meets again in heaven with his dear one? I'm sure he wants to see him happy, not sad. She'll be his support so he won't be sad alone anymore. Kim Woo-jun asked why he was trying so hard for him. She asked what she meant by why. People who help and support each other. Isn't that what friends are supposed to be? The kid realized that this girl was strong both physically and mentally, in everything. That's right. Maybe that's the kind of strong man he wanted to become. Kim Woo-jun called her a master. He wanted to become a person like that girl, Lee Seo Young, strong and confident. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun and Lee Seo Young were approaching a huge apartment building. The kid's sister was there. She asked why he wasn't answering his phone. He was probably fighting again. Lee. Seo Young walked with her eyes closed, then mumbled that she hadn't looked at the password to his house. Is it okay to open her eyes now? He apologized for making her worry, and told his sister that he wouldn't fight anymore. When his sister came out to him, pointing her finger at Lee Seo Young, she inquired who it was behind him. Kim Woo-jun explained that it was his friend. The girl immediately said hello to her, and explained that the sister is younger than her. That's why it's necessary to address her as you. Out of nowhere, Lee Seo Young's brother came from behind them, a big, powerful man. They didn't expect to see him, and turning their heads, they all shouted in unison. When Kim Woo-jung's sister asked who it was behind him, the brother explained that it was his friend. The girl said hello to her. He asked them to speak to each other on a first-name basis, after which, Lee Seo Young's brother suddenly appeared behind them. The bulky man stood behind them. They were scared out of their wits, and they all screamed with a loud shout. Lee Han-biol explained that he had already searched for Lee Seo Young. The girl suddenly turned around and punched her brother as hard as she could in the face. He flew out the door screaming. Then he said goodbye to everyone as he ran away. The girl asked how he had gotten here. The brother said that Dad asked her to find her and bring her home. The sister asked Kim Woo-jun if the girl was definitely his friend. Kim Woo-jun replied to his sister that this is indeed the case. That girl is his friend Lee Seo Young. When she came home, her father started shouting at her and asked her why she had come so late this time. She said that they were just out for a walk with Suki. Lee Han-biol said that he had seen her with the yellow-haired anchovy. Sister didn't expect him to give her up so quickly. Brother exclaimed that it was a great sight. The father realized she had lied to them. He asked the others if they thought she was bad. The father laughed and said that someone was asking for punishment. I wonder if he's thinking what the others are thinking. Really, we'll have to resort to this. Lee Seo Young was scared and wondered why. And there was a huge building in front of us. The high-rise building seemed to rise up to the heavens. Lee. Seo Young stood there not realizing what was happening or what was in store for her. A big pumped-up cat sat next to him. It was obvious that he was a member of their family. The cat started meowing very menacingly and cast his creepy cat stare right at everyone around him. The family exclaimed that this time, Seo Young was in charge of bathing, clawing, and even brushing Ronnie the cat's teeth. They all gave a friendly shout of hurrah. She didn't know that Mom was in charge of washing Ronnie. She always asked him to sit still. Well, that was under duress. And Dad is in charge of the haircut as well as brushing his teeth. He always said the cat must behave obediently. Obedience was also forced. Lee Han-biol took care of feeding the cat. He wished him a pleasant appetite, and what tasted good was also under compulsion. They explained that Seo Young was the one who brought Ronnie home, but they all take care of him. Mom explained that the cat is a member of their family, so they didn't say anything. But she lied to them, so she'd have to feel their hard work. She behaved very badly, didn't she? Lee Seo Young exclaimed to Lee Han-biol that she would finish him off. He wished her luck and slammed the door. The girl was left alone with her big powerful cat. She threw a scornful glance at him, and she called Ronnie to go and wash with Nuna. The cat was getting ready to run. He was at the starting line. The girl asked what was wrong with him, and instantly grabbed the cat. There, Ronnie's a good cat, isn't he? The cat began to meow and squawk. She called him a lousy cat. How could he scratch her? But the cat was not a bad cat either. He started to get out and run away. Lee Seo Young asked her brother to catch him. But Lee Han-biol was watching something on TV and exclaimed that he was very busy right now. The cat ran away as if laughing, looking at the girl. The girl clutched at her brother's beard and asked him if anime was more important to him than her sister's request. Her brother laughed and replied that she was still asking about it. Anime, of course. When the anime ended, Lee Seo Young laughed and said that it was now bath time. The cat started meowing, the girl asking him not to run away. Lee Han-biol laughed at his sister. She asked him not to laugh, but rather to help her, and called the man not a brother, but a sadist. She asked him not to laugh, rather to help. The brother caught the cat, and the girl adjusted the water and said that if he jumped now, she would really scold him. The girl called the cat a good boy, and started feeling sorry for him, calling the cat poor Ronnie. The cat stood in front of them, looking at them with frightened eyes. It wasn't easy to do all the procedures on him. The girl was exhausted. As she fell to the floor, she threw her arms out to the sides and exclaimed that she was dying. It was really tiring. Does this little guy know how hard it is for him? The cat thought that the mood was ruined because of these little people. He decided he'd better go and have a sniff of valerian. It turns out everyone was working so hard and she didn't even know it. The girl repented of her behavior. Mom said that there was still some brushing and clawing left to do. She wished her daughter good luck. Lee Han-biol started laughing as he knew what was waiting for his sister now. Seo Young began to scream in terror as she fought with the cat. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun apologized to his sister for making her worry. He really isn't going to fight anymore. He promised his sister that from now on he would live right, and he would study. She was very surprised and asked what had happened to him. Why did it suddenly change by as much as 180 degrees? Kim Woo-jun replied that nothing had happened. It was just time. He explained that it was finally time to end the childish antics. Kim Woo-jun sat on the edge of his bed thinking about something. He stared at the floor and closed his eyes, after which he opened them and stared at one point. The boy thought about his friend Seo Young. He visualized her in front of his eyes. Kim Woo-jun immediately smiled slightly. He took a breath, thinking good thoughts about the girl. The boy collapsed on his couch, remembering the events that had happened to him. He suddenly jumped up and sat down on the couch, and he thought about a life of hard work. The kid's t-shirt said 8 a.m. wake-up call. The kid actually woke up so early that the most interesting thing was starting to do the house cleaning. After the boy vacuumed, he began to water the flowers. His sister watched him the whole time, wondering. She watched her brother, not realizing that this had happened to him. She stared at him with her mouth open. It's unrealistic to get used to it. Kim Woo-jun noticed that his sister freaks out even when he lives right. The t-shirt said, literature is everything. His sister said that she had plans for the evening anyway, so she told him to take care of dinner on his own. Kim Woo-jun asked why she was so dressed up. She must be seeing someone. The girl replied that she was with Kang Si-yoon, asked him what kind of expression he had on his face, or he doesn't like Si-yoon. Kim Woo-jun mumbled that he didn't like it a bit. The sister exclaimed that she would tell her so. The kid asked her not to. She was just kidding. My brother asked me not to bring this girl home, but she turned in his direction and said nothing. And so the beautiful and lovely Sheen appeared on the doorstep, as she called herself when she met her friend. She waved at Woo-jun and exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She heard about what she didn't like about him, called him a lousy person. How many years have they known each other? She mumbled that he was upsetting Nuna. She'll have to push them around a bit and stay the night. The kid's t-shirt said, Kang Si-yoon, don't come. When asked what he said, the boy said he was very happy. Kang Si-yoon was her sister's best friend, who they've been friends with since middle school, the person who annoys him the most. She glanced in his direction. He asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she had come to borrow clothes from him. He exclaimed that she should ask her sister for clothes. Kang Si-yoon replied that his sister's clothes were too small, so it's uncomfortable. She's a child size. She's so clingy that she can't breathe. Kim Woo-jun took his clothes in his hand and handed them to the girl. He asked her to take it and leave. She began to change her clothes. He wondered what she was doing, changing clothes in front of him. He asked her to go change somewhere else. She asked him not to say such things in their relationship. Kim Woo-jun asked what it was she said. What other kind of relationship could they have? The girl replied that it was as special as a family. The boy looked at her with great surprise. He squeezed his hand. The sister asked her brother to pack up. He had decided to stop living like that. The kid had to unclench his fists. Kang Si-yoon flopped down on his bed and exclaimed that it was very soft. He asked what she was doing and told her to get lost. She wanted to lie down. It won't wear out the bed. The girl wondered how he had become such a cold and rude guy. He used to be such a nice guy. She asked him to remember what it had been like in the past. When he was 12 years old, he was just a little boy. A girl came up to him calling him cute. She was 15 years old and asked if she could buy him a candy bar. She was ducking him, and she'd ask him to say Nuna to her. She laughed and said she seemed to just love kids, and wondered if he was offended that she thought he was a child. She asked what was wrong with him. What's wrong with his head? The boy replied that he had dyed his hair. He was 15 years old at the time. Kang Si-yoon pointed her finger at him and asked her friend to look at him. Her brother seems to be a bully. She was 18 years old. Kim Joo-yoon was also 18 years old. A friend exclaimed that it really doesn't look good on him. Come to think of it, that hair color looks just like her hair, so they have the same hair color. The girl said that and laughed again. Kim Woo-jun clenched his fist again, more than a little angry. But his sister took his hand and asked him to move past the subject. Kang Si-young mumbled that she didn't just come to borrow clothes. What did she want to say to him? The girl exclaimed that she had heard that he had decided to change. She does not know what the reason was. But looking at him, the girl laughed and said that she was happy about it. He can't even imagine how his sister Joo-yoon was worried about him. In fact, every time they met for a drink, she read all about him. She must have been worried about a lot of things. The only younger brother lived like this. But she looks at him today and sees that he looks so much better already, like he's more relaxed. But she's a little worried about this sudden change. Maybe he's adopted some strange faith. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that she was drunk and talking nonsense. When he went to high school, he met a friend, and her behavior changed him. Sure, sometimes she acts like a fool, but now he wants to be a strong person like her. A strong man who has not only physical strength, but also moral strength. Enough to support the people he cares about. Kang Xiaoyong smiled and replied to the kid that he was also becoming an adult. She's glad he's looking better. She advised to treat this friend well and give him something to eat. And she, in turn, went to bed. Kim Woo-jun crossed his arms on his chest and said that if you think about it, Lee, So-yeon saved him, and he didn't even thank her properly. Who could she possibly like, an unusual girl like her? The kid walked outside with his backpack behind him. He kept thinking about it. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon was sitting on a chair with her hands on the table. She held onto it with her hands, breathing heavily. Kim Woo-jun approached the girl and said hello to the master. He explained that from now on he intends to take her as an example as a master. That's why he uses that address. She asked what it was about him. It was too awkward for her and asked him to stop. He inquired if she wasn't feeling well. Lee So-yeon replied that she wasn't. She's just hot. She can't stand the heat well. She wants to eat something cold. Kim Woo-jun asked the girl to go with him and eat bingsu. It is a dessert that is crushed ice with various additives such as milk, nuts, syrups, ice cream, or fruit. The girl agreed, but only after school. Kim Woo-jun said he was buying, a thank you for his recent help. His sister's friend had advised him to treat his girlfriend to something for a reason. So the kid invited the girl to eat bingsu together, after school. Kim Woo-jun said he was giving her a treat, thanking him for his recent help. She looked at him very surprised. Of course she said yes. Apparently it was the first time he had asked her out. Suddenly the girl jumped up and hit the boy with her fist. She asked him not to address her as you. He immediately fended off the girl's blow, surprised by her attack on him. It's the leader of the first year, Kim Woo-jun. They said not to make eye contact with him. He's a scary guy. We heard he got into a fight with the leader of the Kaimans this time. According to the rumors, they were both beaten up pretty badly. So, An Yi Kim Woo-jun fought as equals. They say someone intervened right in the middle of the fight and stopped the fight. Who could it have been? Who would intervene when those two are fighting? It's probably just a stupid rumor. Kim Woo-jun asked the master if she had chosen which bingsu she was going to eat. The girl closed her eyes and roared. There were people around asking what that just was. Kim Woo-jun used respectful address and called her master. Lee So-yeon grabbed the kid's hand again, squeezing it as hard as she could. She started dragging him somewhere behind her, and asked him to follow her immediately. The girl dragged him down the corridor somewhere around the corner. The rest of the guys were watching the scene. The friends wondered what this situation was all about. They already have a nickname for each other. Kim Woo-jun asked the girl what she was doing. Lee So-yeon replied that she was the one who wanted to ask what he was doing. If he's the head of the school, suddenly starts calling her master, it will attract everyone's attention. Does he really want to die? Kim Woo-jun explains that he can't address master on a first-name basis. She's the person he respects the most, after all. Lee So-yeon seemed like this guy had become even more annoying than he was before. The girl asked the yellow-haired anchovy how about it then, and explained that she was still 16 years old. Therefore, the title of master is a bit onerous, and asked what about the secret relationship between apprentice and master. She crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes as she asked the question. The boy was very surprised at this. He opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding what the girl meant about the secret relationship between the apprentice and the master. She mumbled that if he agreed to that condition and on the officially accept him as her apprentice, take responsibility and train him. Kim Woo-jun understood, if that's the master's wish. Secret relationships are also cool in their own way, and here we are in front of the school building. The day of school had already come to an end. We could only hear the cries that it was finally time to go home. Kim Woo-jun called out to the master to follow him. Afterward, he remembered that she had asked him not to speak like that in front of everyone. He exclaimed that he had simply forgotten. Lee So-yeon asked him not to go back to his own way of thinking and to forget about the student-master relationship. The boy said that he had indeed forgotten. The friends could not understand what had happened between the two of them. They were behaving very strangely. Suddenly, Lee Seo-yeon and her friend and their friend opened their mouths and looked at Kim Woo-jun strangely. The kid wondered what was wrong with them. Do-hyun stood behind him with his hands in his pockets. Kim Woo-jun was immediately wary, throwing a glance at the guy. He saw An Do-hyun in front of him and asked why this guy was here. No one expected him to be here. Kim Woo-jun called him crazy. He asked why he came to their class, if he was going to take revenge. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that she told him to stay out of their sight. Does he really want her to punish him again? Then the kid, closing his eyes, asked them to relax. He explained that he didn't come here to fight. He turned to Kim Woo-jun. The boy was immediately wary, but he turned toward Do-hyun. He in turn knelt down before him and put his head down. Then he began to say to Kim Woo-jun on his knees, for digging up and using his painful past to pick fights, for humiliating and comparing him to scum because of his selfishness. For all of this, he sincerely apologizes to him. They were very much surprised that this kid came to ask for forgiveness. Kim Woo-jun listened to him and asked who he heard about Hyun from. He asked him not about to leave without a clear, crisp answer from the boy. Do-hyun said he'd lost. He said he would only tell him if he defeated him. Kim Woo-jun took a breath and culturedly replied that he remembered everything perfectly. Do-hyun said that the public promises he made in the fight he's keeping by all means. But as an apology, he can say at least this. The one who told him his secret was a student at their school. That's the clue Do-hyun gave to Kim Woo-jun. He asked her to keep looking for it. Meanwhile, a vase of delicious food appeared in front of the girl. She started filming it on her phone while licking her eyes. Seo Young decided to take a picture first. Kim Woo-jun had already forked into this delicious dessert, breaking it apart a bit. The girl exclaimed what was he doing. He tilted his head and apologized. She said it's gone, but is he okay? He's probably not feeling too good. Seo Young exclaimed that she should have made him tell everything. Kim Woo-jun replied that it was fine. Even if it was possible to find out, the feeling would still remain unpleasant. Gradually he'll find out about everything. Because if someone starts going around talking about Hyung at school, it'll only piss him off more. Seo Young said that if there was anything she could do to help, then let her speak. The master would take care of everything. The boy laughed and remarked that it was good that he had a master. The girl remembered that they were not even subscribed to each other in Insta, so she asked what his nickname was. Kim Woo-jun asked what that Insta was. Seo Young realized that he was a primal person. Didn't he even have an Insta in middle school? Kim Woo-jun replied that he was just busy fighting. The girl called him a fool, and I asked for the phone. She mumbled that it would be right away. The boy asked her to eat a binsu first, so it wouldn't melt. But she exclaimed that it should be made right away since it was brought up, and a profile picture is required. She asked him to smile, started taking pictures of the kid with the dessert. She immediately smiled and laughed and exclaimed that it turned out to be a cute photo. In the picture, he was red with a strange expression on his face, and he wasn't smiling in the slightest. She thought the picture came out pretty cute. The sister asked Kim Woo-jun what he was doing and asked him to put a spoon at least. He replied that he would answer the message first. She was very surprised that he had an Insta. The guy explained that just yesterday. Sister wondered what the profile picture was about. Noticed he looked like a fool. She asked if it was a girl who took his picture. Kim Woo-jun said it was a girl. Then she asked if they were dating. He replied that he didn't, and asked me to drive this topic by. Does his picture really look dopey? The kid thought about what Seo Young had said to the contrary, that the photo was really cute. The sister looked at her brother with even more amazement. She had never seen her brother like this. What had happened to him lately? The girl came closer to him and put her hand on his forehead. Kim Woo-jun said that he was fine. Meanwhile, the school was telling the kids that there would be a sports competition very soon. It was necessary to choose a uniform for the class. One of them decided to show the options. If you like something, you should say. The guys started yelling that they wanted the soccer players' uniforms, but they were divided. The others shouted that they wanted something else. The girls noticed the military uniform. They exclaimed that it was very beautiful. They voted in favor of the military uniform. But the guys didn't agree with them, because soon they'd actually have to wear it. Police uniforms are okay too. Everyone said their choices. Kim Woo-jun thought about how it was too noisy. What's all this commotion? He asked to choose whatever he wanted already. Seo Young asked the yellow-haired anchovy man if the police officers' uniforms were beautiful. Kim Woo-jun replied that the master had excellent taste. He was just thinking the same thing. The headmaster said that the 4th grade had already scored her. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed how could they do that. He asked them to tell them to change their choices. The headmaster replied that it was already violence. They also need to decide who will participate in which competition. Tug of war is for the whole class. And for the rest, when he calls out a discipline, you have to raise your hands. There were cheers from all sides, who chose soccer, who wanted basketball. And so the day of the sports competition came. All the students were already in formation, preparing to participate. A friend approached Woo-jun and asked if he would be applying sunscreen. Kim thanked him and began applying sunscreen to his face. Seo Young put her hands up and exclaimed that they had put on their uniforms. Kim Woo-jun noticed that the master had made ponytails. No wonder she's pretending to be cute. They were all in the same uniform. It was really cute. The guys started taking pictures, so we got a funny picture of everyone together. Everyone was smiling except Kim Woo-jun. The girl said she's going to post it on Insta later. She'll tag them all. Kim Woo-jun created an account but didn't sign up with a comrade. He asked for the sunscreen to be given away immediately. Kim Woo-jun immediately apologized. The girl was wearing a police uniform. She approached Mr. Kim Woo-jun, explaining that he had been arrested. Just like that. For no reason. Seo Young noticed that Seo had a really nice uniform. She wanted to wear a policewoman's uniform too. Seha noticed that Seo Young looked cute too, especially her ponytails. Kim Woo-jun asked the girl to undo the handcuffs as soon as possible. She had forgotten that she had unlocked them while they were talking. The girl started to undo the handcuffs, but she failed. They just broke. Someone nearby exclaimed that she had that energy of someone who looks like she's good at everything, but is actually clumsy. The boys were already being assembled by their classes. Everyone moved each student to his or her own. Kim Woo-jun and Seha didn't have the best picture. They stood handcuffed to each other. Everyone around me laughed. The toy handcuffs broke. They were envious to death. Just then, Seo Young exclaimed that she would help them right away. The girl ran to help. Then, with a flick of her hand, she broke the cuffs. They just fell apart on Seha's arm. Everyone laughed even harder. After all, the handcuffs easily came undone, shattering into pieces. Lee Seo Young is really good. Before the sports competition begins, the school principal gives a speech of instruction. The children were very bored, but the man said to the teachers, "I want these lousy kids grabbed and sent to his office. There's a sparring session waiting for them there." This was a speech of instruction from the headmaster. After that, the schedule of the competition was announced. The soccer team wanted to play soccer as soon as possible. There was talk about what prizes there would be for winning. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he had never lost at a sports competition. Besides, there's Master Seo Young in their class. First place is in their pocket. Kim's friend said that they would beat everyone. Kim Woo-jun glanced at the guy who came up to them. He explained that it was water for their class. They can hand out their own. He's Jae-hyun from class 5. He asked if he was talking to Kim Woo-jung, 3rd grade. He suggested we work together properly. Kim Woo-jun took the box of water from him and asked if they were in on it. The boy replied that of course he would. They clenched their fists and wished each other luck. Kim Woo-jun's gaze fell somewhere to the side. He looked at his friend. I was about to call the master, but he remembered to call her Seo Young. He took water out of the box and handed it to the girl. The boy explained that he had chosen the coolest one for her. Lee Seo Young immediately thanked the boy. Seha said she envies their class. They have Woo-jun and Seo Young. Lee Seo Young exclaimed that the first place was theirs. Seha said that their class will also try their best. If they underestimate them, they will be humiliated. Will the monster of their class let this happen? A monster named Seo Young. The girl wondered why she was the monster. A girl with red hair, Jong Sabing, came up to them. She said that the first place will go to their 4th grade class. Don't get cocky. Whether Lee Seo Young is there or the first-year leader, they have nothing to fear. It's all about unity and cooperation. Sabin clutched her stomach sharply with her hands and turned pale. A trickle of sweat ran down her face. After she bent down, the girl fell to the ground, face down. They began to call out to her. But Lee Seo Young laughed and exclaimed that there was nothing special about 4th grade. And so the competition began. First on the list was the tug of war. There was the sound of a gun, and the tug of war began. Everyone immediately rushed in their own direction. Lee Seo Young tensed up very hard before pulling the rope sharply. She clenched her jaws. And with one mighty tug, the string of classmates nearly fell to the ground, so quickly tugged by the rope. And here was the 3rd class victory. Sabin exclaimed that this round was not valid. Everyone noticed that the losers were talking too much. The next discipline was cockfighting. The contestants got ready. And so the next stage of the competition had already begun. With 2 hands they held one leg, and they were closing in on each other. Somebody was too weak. That team or the other team. The girl who wanted to drag Lee Seo Young into the fitness club said that only that girl could be her competitor after all. She pointed her finger at Lee Seo Young and asked her to come out. She wanted to have a round with her. But the girl replied that they were on the same team as her. Odd classes on the black team. But she wouldn't stop. I don't know where that came from. She offered to fight her to the death. Lee. Seo Young thought that there were no rules for this girl. The judge asked Woo Ji-yoon if she was going to dress normally, or if she wanted to be given a warning. The girl replied that it's all because the guys are in bad shape and hide behind their clothes. And she's confident. Lee. Seo Young thought that Woo Ji-yoon is really cool. She's doing what she wants to do. Sonbai from the circle, their coach, took the girl by the head and asked her to dress properly. Woo Ji-yoon mumbled that she didn't want to wear that uniform. She was wearing a kimono in the shape of a bear cub. She looked really cute in that uniform. It was the turn of the next battle. The next discipline was dodgeball. Sabine clenched her fist and told Lee Seo Young that she would definitely win this time. She exclaimed that bouncers were her specialty and started running toward the girl, screaming, "Die." She had no sooner gotten close to the girl than already Jung Sabine and 2 others had already dropped out. Kim Woo-jun shouted that the master was the coolest and asked her to act on it. Lee Seo Young asked her not to yell it out. He forgot again. They were very much surprised. Lee Seo Young even managed to dodge the ball at such a moment. The dodgeball game between the girl teams is so fierce. Meanwhile, the girl who was in love with Ujun, Oseho, asked the other girl if Ujun would cheer for her. But the girl replied that she was actually from the opposing team. Then she approached Seo Young and told her that she was very good at dodgeball. Then she suggested that she go to the center today after the competition. The girl laughed and immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Seo Young exclaimed that the guy's splashing others and asked to be careful. The guy almost sent her away. When Seo Young approached him, she asked if the bottle in his hands was an ordinary bottle. It looked like a water pistol. Then the guy started explaining to her that you just had to put a hole in the lid and push it down. Kim Woo-jun and his friend said it was child's play. Don't they know how precious water is? But Seo Young noticed that it was really fun, and they decided to play with them. Kim Woo-jun decided that they are exactly the same idiots. The guy's specialty, they immediately repeat what they see. They began to have fun pouring water on each other. One of them exclaimed that he had pissed himself. The others called them crazy. Then a jet of water hit Seo Young. Someone hit her cheek with the water. It was Kim Woo-jun. He laughed and asked the master to attack. She smiled and asked if he wanted to fight her, calling him a yellow-haired anchovy. Seo Young started splashing water at him. The boy laughed in response. He took his bottle and grabbed the girl's head with one hand and with the other hand began to pour it from the bottle. The girl pushed him away and started splashing back, but Kim Woo-jun said it was too slow. The friend noticed that they were having fun, forgetting everything. But unlike them, Seha doesn't join in and acts mature. Apparently, she's the type of lady who existed centuries ago. Seha looked at them from the side and decided it looked like a lot of fun. She took the bottle in her hands. The girl ran up to Kim Woo-jun and started splashing water on him. The boys shouted that 2-on-1 was too much. They all pointed their water bottles at Suki and asked her to play with them. She didn't really want to get wet. Woo Ji-yoon walked by next to her. Soo-hee thought she was just in time, so she asked the girl to save her. The latter threw a surprised look at her. She saw Soo-hee wink at her, and noticed too that it looks quite fun. I should have tried it myself to get a better visualization. You have to make a hole with a pencil. Brings back memories of school money and sports. The strongest weapon created. She laughed. Frog screenwriter strongwoman Seo Young. Even if shame comes afterward, you have to overcome it. After all, that's the way of a manhwa writer. Suki was completely wet, doused with water on all sides. They were laughing with her. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he had run out of all the water. Seo Young replied, and she had too. Woo Ji-yeon mumbled while looking at Soo-hee, looking really cheerful. Meanwhile, the basketball was ripping through the net, one shot after another. The boys were having fun, and were happy to have scored more than one goal. 185 points. The talk around was that Shihyun was 185 centimeters tall. He's quite tall. They say guys look their best when they're working out. I guess that's why he seems so handsome. The girls noticed that Shihyun is cool. They wanted his number. They wondered who he was friends with. The girls looked toward Kim Woo-jun. After that, they decided to just walk out of there. They wondered why Shihyun was friends with such a bully. Maybe Woo-jun has something on him. The kid heard everything they just talked about. And I thought to myself, that's probably what it looks like from the outside. That's the image he's acquired over time. It would probably take quite some time to change him. The friend turned to Woo-jun and asked if he had seen his Hyungnim win at the end. The kid said the dunk was really awesome, and the girls were discussing how great he was and wanted to get his phone number. But suddenly they saw him and avoided him. Buddy exclaimed, "It's okay. He already has someone he likes." Kim Woo-jun mumbled that this is the first time he's heard about it. The friend replied that it's because it's the first time he's talking about it. The boy asked how long he had been in love. The friend replied that he had been in love for a long time. Kim Woo-jun said that if he told him, he would help him. But the guy exclaimed that he had just recently messed up and called him a lad. He reminded Kim that he had a soccer game coming up and wished him luck. It was about youth. After all, that was the age they were. The boy thought about his life again. He had the feeling that he was the only one wasting his youth. Had he grown up and inwardly, if it was past him, wouldn't know what was valuable and just kept wasting time. A time that will never happen again. That's what Kim Woo-jun thought as he got smarter before his eyes. If that girl hadn't been there, he wouldn't have understood a lot of things in this life. He remembered what she had told him. How about living happily and sharing your happy memories? When you meet again in heaven with someone dear to you, he will never forget these words. And so the soccer game began. Kim Woo-jun was eager to play. It was his favorite game. He took the initiative, or rather his feet. He started running with the ball across the entire soccer field. The guys on the opposite team noticed that Kim Woo-jun is good at sports after all. If only it wasn't for his temper. He'll probably try to do it himself. He's always done that, though, not passing to anyone on the team. Noticing his movement, participants asked to block his path. Kim Woo-jun didn't do as he always did. Suddenly, the ball under his foot flew toward a man from his team, Everyone was very surprised that the kid threw a pass. That's not like him. Kim Woo-jun smiled and said that there was nothing to be done. The calculations were wrong. The other guy on the team passed to Jae-hyun, and then the ball flew into the goal. The guys were serious. The goalkeeper of the opposing team was gaping at something. He got yelled at for what he was doing. The guy didn't catch the ball in time and it went into the goal. The kid told Kim Woo-jung that he didn't expect Kim to be able to give him a pass. Kim asked him not to be sarcastic. Guy asked Kim to try to keep working together as a team. Like they are now. That was really cool. And the goal was just great. If it continues like that, they'll obviously take the top spot. Kim Woo-jun began to set up again for another strike. He chased the ball and kicked it. The goalkeeper again hesitated and failed to stop the ball flying in his direction. And here's the second goal. They were just tearing this team apart. It was an unbelievable game. The team asked to change their own goalie. They noticed that Jae-hyun and Kim Woo-jun are pretty good. Woo-jun seems to be even better than Jae-hyun at sports. The guy said he thought he was going to play one-on-one. But this guy is also a passer. They've managed to score 3 goals already. Lee. Seo Young exclaimed that he was her friend and asked the audience if he was really cool. They turned around and replied that he was. Oh Seho took her hands to her face and mumbled that Woo-jun was so cool. She watched the boy carefully, and then her gaze changed. Kim Woo-jun must have tripped or been tripped. He fell to the ground. When asked from the other team if he was okay, Kim wondered who was even making such an interception of the ball. He explained to the judge that he was just trying to avoid a punch from tripping. When asked if he could keep playing, the kid said he could. He had a little limp, though. His team exclaimed that it wouldn't work that way, but he reassured them and told them that he was really okay. He staggered a bit, but then Lee Seo Young caught him. She noticed that he was actually feeling bad, and she asked the kid to go with her to the nurse's station. He can't walk properly. The girl asked him to climb on her back. Everyone looked on in amazement as she carried him on her back. Lee Seo Young mumbled that she was taking Kim Woo-jung to the nurse's station. He asked the master if she could just let him go. The girl replied that it would be quicker. He squealed and exclaimed that he wanted to die. He was the head of the school after all. And from the outside now, that's the view. The kid laughed. He asked the master if she was ashamed. She turned her head and asked what she was ashamed of. Kim Woo-jun explains that she brought the guy up in front of all the students. And that way everyone would realize that she's friends with a guy like him. Lee Seo Young mumbled that she's not worried about such a thing at all. She's just helping her friend. So why should she worry about who's thinking what? But then the girl changed her mind and said she was very ashamed. But she tolerates and helps him. So in gratitude, she asks again to treat her to a binsu. The boy immediately laughed. Kim Woo-jun replied that of course he wouldn't be sorry to give her a treat. The girl exclaimed that she was just kidding. So they went to the nurse. She took one look at the guy and said they'd have to go to the hospital. They looked at her with surprise. Apparently the injury was serious indeed. And so the kid's leg was already in a cast. The guys laughed with him, saying that the guy who, after daily fights, had never been to the hospital. Went there after some soccer game. They laughed together, and Kim Woo-jun asked the guy to shut up. One of the students praised the boys. Everyone did a great job in the competition. They got first place. In his hands, he held a festive drink. Juice. Everyone started cheering with their hands in the air. A chicken party awaited them. The first place award was a chicken set. Woo-jun's friend called him a gentleman who led them to victory by dedicating his leg, for which he gives him a chicken leg in return. Kim Woo-jun thanked the guy by calling his name. After that, he began to chew on the chicken crispy meat with pleasure. The girls gave Lee Seo Young a chicken leg to eat too. She did a great job too. Here comes the end of an eventful competition. On the cast is the school's ringleader, the yellow-haired anchovy, the cutie, the gangster. The students wondered why the 4th grade class was in 3rd place. The 7th grade is in 2nd place. They had an eggplant hot dog on the table, a whole box of them. Who should eat that? It wasn't easy. 3rd grade has Woo-jun and Seo Young, and the 7th grade class has Ji-yoon. Jong Sabin asked Oh Sai-ha if her will to win was too weak. She didn't run hard on purpose. They got 3rd place because of her. She asked who was the one who earned the triple kill on dodgeball. If she can't avoid it, one must enjoy it. They'll have to eat it all anyway, so the girl suggested a game. The 4 of them will play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser will eat all the hot dogs. Not even one to eat, and she was talking about all of them. The girl went on to explain that if they won, they wouldn't have to eat them at all. Do they really want to give up the bet? Maybe they're scared. Then she'll offer it to someone else. How can she force cowards against their will? The girls immediately called her to them, and so they began to play rock, paper, scissors. The girls raised their hands in the air in joy. Oh Seha said she was sorry. Now she had to rely on Sabin. And now a whole month has passed. Once again we see a huge school building full of different minds. Suhi held onto her backpack on her back and turned to Ji-yoon. The girl asked what she wanted. Suki asked if she could see anything. Ji-yoon replied that she could partially. Her bangs completely covered her eyes. What kind of answer is that? She beckoned the girl to go and practice sooner, rather than later. Soo-hee exclaimed that she couldn't seem to see anything at all. She asked Jae-yoon to postpone practicing for a while. She should do something about that bangs. But the girl replied that she needed to put on weight sooner rather than later. And what happened to her that made her like this? Soo-hee was holding the scissors in her hands. Ji-yoon asked her to make it quick. She doesn't care how it looks as long as you can see what's ahead. Soo-hee wondered if she was definitely a high school girl. After her hair flew into the trash, she asked how it turned out. Jae-yoon looked in the mirror and opened her mouth. Could she really see now? She praised the girl, calling her an excellent hairdresser, and immediately thanked her. They went to the women's locker room. Suki asked Ji-yoon if she often went to the hairdresser. The girl answered that she was lazy, so she just grows bangs. Ji-yoon said she's really good at it. Maybe she could cut their head of state's hair too. Soo-hee said that she's never cut a guy's hair, so she's not sure. The girl explained that whatever she did, it would be better than it was now. And just then, the head of the group appeared on the doorstep. He suggested that the girls sweat it out today. Ji-yoon asked Suki to look at him. The girl obeyed her, and when she saw it, she agreed with her completely. Ji-young suggested that the head cut his hair today. After all, Soo-hee is an excellent craftsman. She is entrusting him in her hands. He exclaimed that he needed to train his legs and asked for a quickie. The guys around here were talking about how it's summer outside. How about a short haircut? Then he'd be a skinhead. The ringleader politely declined. Just asked him to cut it a little. Just as fast as possible. He doesn't care what it looks like, as long as you can see what's ahead. Sua thought about the fact that these two are definitely related, and so the girl started to cut her hair. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun was walking around the school. He asked his friend if he was going to judo and wished him luck. The kid said he was. Why doesn't he ask if anyone's there lately? Kim explained that he was no longer the same guy he used to be. A friend noticed that his cast had been removed. Time suddenly flew by quickly. Come to think of it, it had been almost a month. He's got a lot of hair, too. The guy asked if he was going to touch up the roots. Kim Woo-jun noticed that his hair had grown back, too. He wondered if he was going to trim them. The friend replied that it was just the right length for him. Why did he suddenly decide to grow his hair out? The boy smiled and explained that it was very sexy. Lee So-yeon mumbled that she doesn't like guys with long hair. Oh, Seo said she didn't like it either. When a guy's hair flies around, it feels weird, and it looks messy. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that she likes a neat style. Like Hyun-young's, for example. He immediately waved his hand. Kim Woo-jun asked his friend if he heard. Lee So-yeon told the yellow-haired anchor woman that it's not his place to say that. Kim Woo-jun replied that he was going to do his hair this week, too. The girl was very surprised and asked what kind of hairstyle he was going to do. The boy began to think for a very long time. He really had an industry of hair. And there was a black spot in the middle of his light-colored head. Kim Woo-jun scratched the back of his head and said he was thinking of a neat, calm style. The kid suddenly caught himself thinking that it had just happened. He was now unintentionally acting like he wanted to look like Lee So-yeon's ideal type of boyfriend. That's what the long-haired man noticed. But it wasn't like that. The boy decided so that no one would think that he liked the girl. Then it was necessary to give it up. Then he laughed and exclaimed that he would probably just touch up the roots. But Lee So-yeon turned to him and said that she thought he would be better suited to a neat style. Since he has a light skin, black hair would definitely suit him. It would be great if he looked like Hyun-young. A school where you can see the chocolate boys every day. That's heaven for her. The girl exclaimed at him to do it after all. She said she was sure it would suit him. Suki wielded a comb and a clipper. She was ready to put order on the ringleader's head. Everyone crowded around. They wondered what it would be like after the hairy man's haircut. They all stood and waited impatiently. They just couldn't wait to see the result. It had been a long time already. They waited a long time because it was too overgrown. And now it's finally done. It's so fresh. The leader wondered what was wrong with their faces. I wondered if it was that bad. The girl exclaimed that it was nothing of the sort. The girl exclaimed that it was nothing like that. It was just unbelievable. Does he really look that different? He went from an old, hairy grandfather to a young, handsome guy. How could he even recognize himself in this situation? He couldn't stop looking at his face, which had completely changed. Everyone around them was just shocked. Woo Ji-yoon exclaimed that their leader was handsome. The guys around her called her a traitor, but she said they had misunderstood. And there was a big, handsome guy in front of us. It was a completely different person. He was swinging lifting heavy weights and barbells. Every muscle on his body was highlighted. Woo Ji-yoon and the rest of the guys continued to watch him. Soo-hee stood there with her mouth open at all times. They couldn't take their eyes off this guy. The leader asked Woo Ji-yoon to tell his fanatics to leave. There were a lot more of them today than usual. The girl replied that they had actually come to see her. In fact, the girls crowded outside the window and began to stare at the head. Woo Ji-yoon grabbed her head and thought about how annoying he was to her. Lee So-yeon sat at the table next to the girls. They abruptly turned their heads to one point. Lee So-yeon wondered what happened. After getting a haircut, he suddenly turned into a handsome man and is taking away all of her female fans. Woo Ji-yoon told Soo-hee that it seems like they cut his hair for nothing, or they should have at least left the beard on to make him look unkempt. A big guy with a good body and a pretty face. Doesn't even know he's attractive. So soon her whole fandom will run to the chapter. Lee So-yeon asked why she was telling them about it. Woo Ji-yoon replied that she can't show her weak side to the fans. This is the fate of a celebrity. As it happens, she has no choice but to surpass the head with special training. From now on, he's her rival, Lee. So-yeon said that it had really been a long time since Soo-hee had been training and how she was doing. Soo-hee replied that it's not bad, although it's a little hard. In fact, she was already used to it and seemed to have lost a little weight. She asked what Ji-yoon thought about it. The girl replied that Soo-hee was trying her best. Well, how can I put it? Apparently nothing has changed. She knows better than anyone that Suki is trying. She's always looking out for her and helping her train. And that's why he doesn't understand. It's amazing. After all this training, there should be results by now. Maybe she's under some kind of curse. Usually it's either weight loss or muscle growth. Lee Seo-yeon told Soo-hee not to worry. She'll be fine. Besides, she's not fat at all. The girls told her not to get upset. I mean, she gave their head of state a haircut like that. She has a talent for it. Soo-hee immediately thanked the girl. Lee Seo-yeon asked her what she thought of him. He's gotten a lot prettier. It's really true. And it's now hugely popular with girls. Soo-hee immediately remembered their ringleader. Her eyes widened even more. The girl even blushed, very embarrassed. It was obvious that she liked him. Lee So-yeon looked at the girl with interest. They inquired about what had happened to her. What's she suddenly hanging up on? Maybe she's not feeling well, but it's weird. Then she just briefly crossed her gaze, and why is it worth it just to think about it and get a tickle in your chest? The image of the head is just a guy who politely helps with training. But he has a nice voice and a strong body. Maybe he's also handsome and very kind on the inside. Why, she can only think of him in good terms. Oh, Seo said that she wouldn't go to the salon anyway once her hair grew back, but would go straight to Soo-hee. Lee So-yeon thought about giving her older brother a haircut. He walks around like a homeless man, so maybe if he cut off his beard, he'd be handsome too. Suki asked if the head wasn't cute before he trimmed his beard. His beard waved in the wind like that. The girls wondered what she was talking about. They say everything seems beautiful in the person you love. That's a really serious symptom. The girls wondered amicably if Suki had a crush. She blushed immediately. Then she turned them down. She turned away from them, and the girls thought she must really like him. Before us is once again a huge, bright school. A new day has come, bright, light, colorful. When Suki was asked to take some item to the teacher's room, she agreed. Even though she was late for class, she was not good at saying no. Soo-hee couldn't understand what was happening to her. Just thinking about the chapter made her heart start beating faster. It was never like this before. In fact, she is the kind of person who falls in love easily, it turns out. That can't be true. Everybody's attracted to beautiful people. It's the same with her, nothing more. Isn't Kwon Soo-hee annoying lately? The girls said she's always talking about dieting. But nothing has changed about her. In order to look good in front of Kim Gabon and Ji-yoon, she went to the gym even though she didn't really want to. She fixed the head's hair and now she's twirling her ponytail in front of him. It's ridiculous. They were talking about how Soo-hee seems like an outcast. She's hanging out with Seha and Seo Young for some reason. If she's hanging out with guys like that, she must have some self-esteem. It's really annoying. The second girl exclaimed that she hates girls who don't know their place. Suki was standing outside the door and heard everything perfectly. She didn't expect to hear such things about herself. Droplets of sweat ran down the girl's face. Then the head appeared in front of her. Soo-hee, when she found herself in front of him, put her head down, being very upset. You could see that the girl was worried. She put her hands together and was very shy. She blushed even more, tears glistening in her eyes, but she could not utter a word. The head also heard everything the girls were saying. When he approached, he told them not to dare insult Suki, a member of their club. The girls immediately turned around. He began to explain that they have no idea how hard she's been trying all this time and what kind of person she really is. Why on earth would they belittle Suha and talk nonsense? Insulting Suki is like insulting their entire club. If it happens again, he won't let them get away with it. One girl led the other away. They blushed with shame as their consciences began to torment them. Since when had he overheard them at all? Suki started crying unexpectedly. She thanked the leader. She said that she was so pathetic that she heard everything and couldn't answer. But for someone like her, the head explained that he had just said not to belittle her value, since she can talk the way I do. She's doing a great job. And he asks not to give in to such meaningless words. The girl asked the head how he could be so genuinely angry about her, a stranger. Besides, she couldn't even do anything for him. Saying this, the girl turned her head towards the head. He gave her a sincere smile in return. And he said it was because she was important to him. There's no other special reason. Suhi was even more surprised by this guy's words. She blushed again and couldn't take her eyes off him, which caused the girl to swallow her saliva and cast her eyes downward. She stood very demurely across from him, surprised at what he had just said. The kid added that he said that about all the members of the club, so that she doesn't misunderstand him. Suki replied that she knew. Asked him if he came because she was late, even made it to the first-year classes. It's just that the teacher asked her to help and she had to stay late. But the boy explained that it wasn't that at all. He handed something to the girl. Woo Ji-yoon wrote a letter to the head. So he won't be deceived that he's suddenly handsome, that mustachioed monster. She's holding his protein hostage. If he wants to save these guys, he should come to her class and compete fairly. He has to come alone. After the girl read the note, the head asked if she knew what class Woo Ji-young was in. The girl replied that she was in 7th grade. Woo Ji-yoon said that from now on, the coach is her rival. Suhi now realized what she meant. And so Woo Ji-yoon sat on her desk waiting for the head. He walked into the classroom and addressed her. The girl turned and exclaimed that today was the end of that pretty face. Asked the boy to attack. She wondered why Suki was here. She said to come alone. The girl replied that she would not fight. Woo Ji-young exclaimed that she would still be embarrassed if she lost. Suki asked her not to fight if she felt like she was going to lose. The fight hadn't started yet as the head lifted Woo Ji-young by her feet, head down. The girl exclaimed that it would remain their little secret. Well, no, that's how the rumors got out. And here we have a beautiful light-colored street in front of us. Very clean and nice to look at. People strolled these streets enjoying the bright yellow sunshine. The boy was walking down the alley with his hands in his pockets. He asked if this was Kunso's school. Another guy was called over and asked to answer one question. Does he know Kim Woo-jung from his freshman year? The guy started describing him, explaining that he's blonde with piercings. He also has a mole under his eye. The kid replied that he didn't know such a thing and asked what grade he was in. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun was very shaggy. He walked up to his sister. She asked what he was so scary to her. A boy consulted what he should do with his hair. The sister replied that it would be good for him to cut his hair. When asked how, the girl replied that he could cut his hair any way he wanted, or he'd suddenly become feeble-minded. Kim Woo-jun explained that he was contemplating whether to continue dyeing his hair blonde, or whether it would be better to dye it black. Sister immediately thought about it. Woo-jun with black hair. She imagined everyone around her saying that with black hair, she and her sister were twins. And she imagined him blonde. Her brother looks like a bully. She didn't know what to tell him and advised him to just hide. He asked if she wanted to fight with him now, so they started bowling. The pins were flying around, flipping over themselves. Kim Woo-jun asked again what he should do with his hair. His sister asked the boy to move over. The friend said that Seo Young said that black hair color would be good for him. He advised him to try it once. Kim Woo-jun explained, then because he constantly dyed his hair blonde, it would probably be embarrassing. The friend said to touch up the roots in that case. He couldn't figure out if it was the right choice. The friend took the ball in his hands and thought about the fact that it encapsulated all the desire to nail Kim Woo-jung. Then he swung and threw that ball right towards the pins. That was a great throw. The kid laughed, pleased with his incredible punch. After the game was over, Kim Woo-jung's cell phone flashed on, which was lying next to him. The comrade who was sitting next to him on the chair asked if he was in touch with Oh-seha. He had just received a text message from her. His friend told the guy that the bad boy was a real Casanova with lots of girls. But the other one said that it means that the bad boy image is really popular with girls. The friend went on to say that it's not just an image, he's really a bad guy, and laughed. Kim Woo-jun promised to finish him off right away. Meanwhile, the girls had gathered around the table and were celebrating something merrily. They raised their glasses up in the air and clinked them together. The boys looked in their direction and exclaimed how lucky those girls were. They wanted to be grown up soon and drink as much as they could. Kim Woo-jun asked what's the big deal about that drink. It's unpalatable and there's nothing good about it. The friend replied that he was talking as if he had a lot of experience. The kid exclaimed that he had little experience. He became angry and clenched his fist. He remembered the girl, his sister's friend, how they both drank and what they did afterwards. When she came to her sister's house, she offered him a drink. He would send her away explaining that both she and he were underage. She told him not to be shy. Everyone learns in advance. Did he really think he would have many chances to drink with such beautiful nuns? After which she poured him a little drink. The sister was already very drunk, and the friend was pouring him some drinks. After he had a glass of liquor, the girl laughed and called him cool. Then she asked the kid how it tasted to him. Kim Woo-jun started coughing really hard. He couldn't understand why he would even drink such a thing. And the girl called him cute. Kim Woo-jun told his friends about everything. They called him lucky. The other exclaimed that life was bitter. Kim Woo-jun called them jerks because they hadn't been in his shoes. They asked to be given that chance. Meanwhile, it was already getting evening outside. The boys noticed that it was getting quite late, and so they began to part ways saying goodbye. Kim Woo-jun told them to be careful not to get hit by a car. In the end, he still hadn't decided what to do with his hair. Why would he even care about something like that? It's just hair. I mean, come on. It's all he's been thinking about all day. He's never been the type to worry about his appearance. Just then, a friend called out to him. Kim Woo-jun thought he had already left. He asked if the boy was still thinking about his hair. When asked how he figured it out, the friend explained that when he had been asking about hair all day, he had that exact look on his face. Kim Woo-jun laughed and said that he didn't know why he was worried about such a small matter. A friend asked him if he could guess. Kim Woo-jun replied that he didn't even know why he was acting like that. How would he know that? Then the friend explained that he might be in love with Seo Young, and asked if that was true. Kim Woo-jun started yelling, "Is he joking or is he crazy?" Of course he's not, he's also asking. A friend noticed that he took her saying that black hair would look good on him a little too personally. I mean, usually, whoever said whatever just did what they wanted, without even thinking about it. I mean, he said it himself the other day. The boy exclaimed that it was just a misunderstanding, and if he said that anywhere else, he would kill him for sure. Kim Woo-jun turned around and told his friend that he was off. The guy asked him to say hello to Nuna. The boy shouted that he didn't want to and left immediately. The friend remained standing pensively, deciding that this was highly suspicious. Kim Woo-jun walked down the street toward the barbershop. Now it was up to him to decide. The kid was already in the chair. There was nowhere else to retreat. The barber asked him to be quiet. He then asked if he had decided how he wanted his hair cut. Kim replied that he wanted a simple, calm hairstyle as much as possible, and if I can make it look like Hyun Young from the Chocolate Boys. The hairdresser immediately agreed, and he started doing wonders on his head. The kid ended up dyeing his hair black after getting a haircut, but it's definitely not because of Seo Young. He doesn't have 1% feelings for her. He wanted to try this style himself. Jung Se-hyun said such strange things and made him worry. Why is he worried at all? He doesn't know what's wrong with him lately. Meanwhile, on the street, the guy approached the other guy again. He asked him to answer one question. That one couldn't stop wondering if he knew about Kim Woo-jun. Then he paused a little while looking at him. He looked as closely as he could. Then he asked if Kim Woo-jun was the one standing in front of him. The boy stared at him with a surprised look. He didn't stop looking at him. I asked him if he'd changed his image. After all, he used to look completely different. Kim Woo-jun asked if he used to act like that. He asked who he was and if they knew each other. The kid replied that of course they knew each other, and he noticed that Kim's shoelaces were untied. When Kim Woo-jun lowered his gaze to look, that guy tried to hit him. First with his fist, then he decided to use his foot, but Kim Woo-jun dodged it. That strange guy started swinging his fists again, but each attempt failed. Kim Woo-jun noticed that this guy was really bad at fighting. He asked him to shut up. Kim responded by asking the kid to shut up. But this fellow did not stop and wanted to fight Kim Woo-jung. He cried out that he would defeat him. Kim Woo-jun calmly replied that he had to go to class. He was very firm in his decision. But the kid started waving his arms around like he couldn't stop waving his arms around. He really wanted to fight with Kim Woo-jun. Meanwhile, Soo-hee was standing in front of Seo Young. Her gaze fell sharply towards the door. The girl wondered what was wrong with her all of a sudden. They suddenly turned around and started shouting. It was an extraordinary surprise on their part. Kim Woo-jung was approached by his friend who noticed that he had finally chosen black, and how much doubt he had before. The boy asked if it looked bad. A girl came up to them and exclaimed that black hair suited him much better. The boy turned his head towards Seo Young and Soo-ha. He waved his hand at them. The girls turned around looking at him in surprise. They had a strange reaction. He couldn't understand what that look was. After all, Seo Young had said it was good for him. Of course he didn't change his coloring to look good in front of her. Just then a classmate started running into the classroom and shouted that they had breaking news. Kim Woo-jun from 3rd grade has dyed his hair black and looks awesome. Oh Seho ran up to the boy and asked him if he had changed his coloring. The boy was glad that she had some kind of response. The girl said it really suited him, and she noticed that he had black hair in elementary school too. If you look closely, you can see features from that time. He looks like some kind of celebrity. A classmate standing next to me exclaimed that she had thought of that too. And then they remembered that he looked a lot like Hyun Young from the Chocolate Boys, which made Seo Young very angry. She immediately ran up to the other girls and asked how a yellow-striped anchovy could look like Hyun Young. Are they crazy? She clenched her fists and thought about how the yellow-haired anchovy had become just a black-haired anchovy. And what made them think he looked like Hyun Young? What kind of nonsense are they talking about anyway? Lee. So Yan couldn't calm herself down from her anger. The first lesson came. She really wanted to sleep. The girl thought it was because she had recently had lunch. And why the sunlight is so warm today. The exam is coming up, so you have to take notes properly. Kim Woo-jun came up behind the girl and advised the master to lie down for a while if she was tired. He would give her his notebook later. The girl exclaimed that she would not sleep. She has no sleep in either eye. And is he good at taking notes anyway? Kim Woo-jun replied that he actually takes better notes and keeps them cleaner than she does. And he's higher on the grade list. Seo Young laughed and asked what if she used his notes and rose above him in the rankings. The kid replied with a smirk that if it was someone else, he would be jealous. But if it was her, he wasn't jealous. When he smiled sweetly, looking in her direction, she immediately looked at him. Some sort of questioning look, followed by a little slump on the desk. She laughed and said that then she should trust their yellow-haired anchovy and lie down for a while. If he didn't let her copy his notes later, she'd punish him. The boy laughed in response, agreeing with her. Seo Young closed her eyes and fell asleep. She started having some interesting dreams. There were guys dancing on the stage. Everything around them was glowing with bright lights. Kim Woo-jun was the center of attention and waved his hand. Seo Young sat in the middle of the auditorium and told Hyun-young that she loved him. The guy was behind Kim Woo-jun. He laughed and apologized for being late. He exclaimed while greeting everyone that he, Hyun-young, was with them. Seo Young held her head up when she saw the two Hyun-youngs in front of her. She thought it was kind of cool. Hyun-young hugged Kim Woo-jun and mumbled that he thought he was going to be late today. So he asked a friend who looks just like him to fill in for him for a while. Afterward, he asked if they had managed to hold the audience. Seo Young asked then who she had been supporting all this time. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed, turning to the master, that he was the one in front of her. The girl started screaming as if it was a nightmare. She jumped up immediately. Kim Woo-jun noticed that the girl was awake. He asked her to relax because the lesson was already over. The boy said they had to go to the chemistry room. Seo Young asked about the free class. Kim Woo-jun explained that she slept through it too. The girl yelled that they should have woken her up, and began to fall asleep again. He said he was going to wake her up, but she slept so well that he decided to leave it at that. He didn't expect her to have a nightmare. The girl hesitated and said she didn't even know if it was a nightmare. Everything was fine until the middle. She asked where the other guys had gone. Kim Woo-jun explained that everyone had already left for the chemistry room. He was waiting for her to go together. He wanted to ask her something. Seo Young stared at the boy in surprise. What did he want to ask her? Kim Woo-jun looked at the master and laughed and asked her if black hair suited him. The girl immediately jumped up, clenching her strong fist. The boy kept saying what she'd told him, as if it would be good for him. He had changed his style so much, but she hadn't even mentioned it all day. And if it doesn't suit him, the kid asked me to tell him honestly. Then he won't wear black anymore. Seo Young replied that it looked good on him. Kim Woo-jun got angry and loomed right over the girl. He exclaimed why then she hadn't said anything until now. He just doesn't understand. After all, she only speaks out of politeness like that now. The kid yelled that he wouldn't be upset at all, and asked her to tell him honestly. The girl jumped up from her chair and mumbled that it suited him, calling him a fool. Afterwards, she asked me not to ask him again. There's no way she's admitting it. She exclaimed that he didn't look anything like Hyun-young. The boy couldn't understand her reaction. Meanwhile, the guy who wanted to fight him asked him to fight him then. But Kim Woo-jun didn't attack him. He politely replied that he had to go to class. But the guy said he didn't care about his lessons and asked him to attack. Kim Woo-jun said he didn't want to, that he was lazy. He said he could come back after school, and then he turned around and walked away. That guy came after school, of course, but Kim Woo-jun was still gone. He kept waiting for his opponent in vain. Kim Woo-jun sat on the windowsill at school and thought about his hair. Doesn't his hair look like that? But it's really weird. Everyone but Seo Young says it looks good on him. So he shouldn't be upset. What other reaction could you expect from her? Looking out the window, the boy noticed that Seo Young had gone home alone, so he should go too. Kim Woo-jun noticed that that blue-haired guy was really waiting for him. He didn't even go to school. What a persistent guy. Kim Woo-jun decided to go out the other side of the school, although it's a very long detour to the house. Meanwhile, Oseho followed him. When the boy went outside, she ran after him. Someone stopped him and asked him why he was pretending not to hear, and called him a fool. Some guy approached him and mumbled that he had really changed his coloring to black. He didn't even recognize him at first. Kim Woo-jun asked if he was with the blue-haired guy. That's the way it was. That guy showed up. He exclaimed that Kim Woo-jun had decided to run away from him through the back gate. Does he even know how long he waited? Then I asked him not to leave. Why upset him again? They still have work to do. The guy wouldn't stop and kept challenging Kim Woo-jun to a fight. He wanted to fight him very badly. The blue-haired man motioned for the boy to follow them. Apparently he had chosen the battle site. Oh, Seo noticed this, but didn't have time to say anything. Kim Woo-jun was already approaching the place where the guys had called him. He asked if he had done something wrong. The guys laughed and thought he was joking. They were clearly getting into trouble. When Kim Woo-jun slapped one of them in the face, he asked why the kid was hitting him. Kim replied that he was doing what he wanted to do. The guy responded by calling him a psycho, and thought about the fact that he was acting normal. Kim Woo-jun asked the blue-haired guy what he did to him. This guy also thought Kim was joking with him too. Then the kid hit him in the face too. The blue-haired man went flying off to the side. He also asked why Kim Woo-jun was hitting him. The kid replied that he just wanted to punch him. He was called crazy again. Kim Woo-jun realized that he was really crazy, but he didn't remember anything and apologized to the guys. They said they could see it themselves. Kim Woo-jun said that they must have done something in the past that deserved such treatment. The guys decided that he definitely wanted to die. The blue-haired man asked the kid to shut up and attack sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he threatened to attack first. Kim Woo-jun asked the guys what he needed to do for them to forgive him. The boys looked at him angrily. Sweat dripped down their faces. They were very surprised. If it's really Kim Woo-jun. Maybe they just grabbed a similar guy. But the guys exclaimed that it was definitely him. Have her take a good look at his face. He's got a mole under his eye, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. They asked the kid if he was really sorry to apologize by getting on his knees. Kim Woo-jun actually kneeled down in front of them, and the guys were watching. They asked him to bow his head before them. Kim Woo-jun did exactly as they asked. The blue-haired man started filming him on his phone. After that, he asked the boy to crawl between his legs. Only in this case, he would forgive him. He laughed and exclaimed that this jerk really does everything you tell him to do. That's the look on the head of Kunso High School's face. Meanwhile, Oseha was watching him from behind the door. She wondered why the boy didn't resist. The girl then couldn't understand what was going on with Kim Woo-jun for a long time. She held her phone in her hands and read the correspondence. He had changed a lot lately. She was texting him. He explained that he wasn't going to live like that anymore. He'd just been an idiot once. He said he wasn't going to fight anymore and was going to live a normal life. The girl was very pensive as she read this correspondence. Her eyes were filled with regret and some anxiety. She decided that after all, she shouldn't be allowed to beat herself, to abuse herself like he had allowed. After the kid got off his knees, the blue-haired man exclaimed that they'd had a great time and told him he could go. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with this jerk. Kim Woo-jun tilted his head and headed for the exit. He really let himself be abused. He let himself be bullied by these guys. As he turned his back to them, he felt some new blow on him. Seo was very surprised. She was worried about her friend. The girl was scared. They grabbed a bat and hit the kid on the back. One of them asked the guys why they had let him go. Kim Woo-jun fell to the ground after that hard blow. The one who hit him asked if he could hear him at all, and exclaimed, clutching his head, that Kim Woo-jun would be the end of Kim Woo-jun today. The guy bulged his eyes, wondering if the kid was laughing at his words. Kim Woo-jun really laughed. He said that he must have really lived a shitty life. And how could he ever think that the world around him would immediately change if he did? The boy laughed. He asked what he should do to make him forgive him. If he wants to beat him until he takes his anger out on him. Who asked him to do that? He smiled in his opponent's face and allowed himself to be beaten as much as he wanted. Then the opponent grabbed a bat and came at the boy. He started hitting the helpless Kim Woo-jun. He asked him if he thought he was getting punched in the face now because he did something wrong. That bald guy got then because he asked him for cigarettes and started getting into a fight. And that guy trying to get attention got caught trying to avenge his friend. His friend had caught him bullying one of the outcasts. The blue-haired man was very surprised. The guy who hit him with the bat exclaimed that he never started a fight first. Did he know he was actually a tough guy, protective of the weak and really strong? But that look on his face. He can't stand it now. That's why Kim Woo-jun is getting it now, for something he just doesn't like. Kim Woo-jun stood in front of him and stretched his arms out to the sides. Streams of scarlet blood ran down the boy's face. He looked him straight in the eye. The enemy looked at him with angry, crazed eyes. Then he picked up the bat again. He came closer to him and swung the bat. Suddenly, Oseha ran up and covered Kim Woo-jun with her. She asked the guy to stop, not to do that. He swung again, but the girl covered him with her breast, telling him to stop in time. Kim Woo-jun was surprised and wondered where the girl had come from. He felt that she herself was trembling with fear. After all, she wasn't even strong enough to truthfully protect him. He felt the fear in her heart and body. The boy really wondered why she ran forward to protect him. The boys called out to him again. The guy holding the bat asked who she even was and asked her to get off. Does she want to get one too? Or thinks he can't hit her, just because she's a girl? The girl gritted her teeth and begged him to stop. She clenched her fists. There were trickles of tears running down her face. But she did not move aside and asked them to stop doing that. The guy with the bat in his hands was very angry. He clenched his teeth and looked at the girl with anger. If you recall before this, the girl had told Woo-jun that they were going out with the guys from Class 4 today. and asked him to go with them. But the boy refused at that time. The girl persuaded him anyway and asked him to go with them. She said that the boy could address her as you. The one who was currently holding the bat gave the girl and Kim Woo-jun an angry look. He watched as this girl took the kid's friend and they headed for the exit. That's when he held a grudge against him. He clenched his fist and thought about how he would get revenge on him someday. Oh, Seo started crying. At that moment, the guy with the bat asked what happened to her, why she was crying, and what bad person had hurt her. The girl explained that Woo-jun had said he didn't like her. How could you say such harsh words right in her eyes? What was wrong with her? Meanwhile, her classmates were talking about how hungry they were and asked what she should get from the cafeteria. They heard that there were new buns with chocolate cream. The girl turned around on those classmates and asked them to sit quietly, unless they wanted to die at her hands. Then she turned to that guy again and started calling Kim Woo-jun names. How dare he insult her? This guy was listening to the girl, and now he was remembering everything that had happened. The blue-haired man and his friend were surprised by his story. And the guy kept asking them to take this Kim Woo-jun guy down, to make it a threesome. He wanted revenge for that incident very badly. And the boys listened to him very attentively and went to meet him after all. They talked about how they didn't realize at first what he was even going to do by secretly summoning them. They asked him not to make them laugh. Blue-haired told his friends back then that Kim Woo-jun was a real psycho. He defeated 15 men by himself. He even fought with An Do-hyun, but he lost in the end. Which means he is not invincible. A friend exclaimed that he didn't get the main point. They don't really like him either. But there isn't a single person who really wants to fight him. This guy's on a whole other level. The blue-haired man said that even if they teamed up and the three of them fought him, but the guy wouldn't stop. He asked who said they were going to fight. Then he grabbed the bat in his hands and looked angrily in their direction. The boys exclaimed that this was a crime. He must be out of his mind. The guy asked them to just drag him to a secluded spot. Asked them to use provocation or something. And afterwards, he would beat him with a bat to neutralize him, play with him, and throw him away. They'll add to it if they want to. They've got a grudge against him, too. He'll take the blame. Whether he goes to juvenile detention or not, he has to do it. The kid explained that they didn't have to do anything. He would do it all himself, and asked if they agreed. Then one of my friends replied that it was true, especially if it doesn't affect them in any way. And so Osea stood in front of the boy with no intention of leaving. She was protecting him at her own risk, and the guys couldn't figure out where it had even popped out from. Blue-haired exclaimed that he didn't know that. They asked the guy with the bat if he would hit her, but the guy asked them all to shut up. Then the guy raised the bat over the girl's head and exclaimed that he had definitely told her to get off. He swung over her head, but then someone's fist flew toward the brash guy. That fist knocked the bat off in a flash. It missed the girl's head. It didn't make it to her. And now the fist was already approaching the face of that shameless guy who dared to take a swing at the girl. After a powerful punch to the face, he immediately flew back a few meters. His bat flew far away. Kim Woo-jun grabbed Osei from behind and put his arms around her to cover her head from the blow. With his other hand, he protected her by hitting that guy. He couldn't let his girlfriend get hurt. That guy was in a lot of pain. He thought about how the guy just wanted to scare and stopped halfway through. Trying to get up from the floor, the guy wondered who she even was and why she was here. It wasn't like this had anything to do with her. She could just run away. The girl exclaimed that she wouldn't run away, not even if she got a kick out of it. The boy who had been hit in the face by Kim Woo-jun's fist rose up on his elbows, looking in their direction. He exclaimed that he was really annoyed with the whole thing. He started calling names and tried to get to his feet. He got to his feet and said he was sick of it. He was apparently trying to leave, and his friends just stood there doing nothing. Droplets of sweat ran down the girl's cheeks. She pressed her lips together, trying not to cry. The girl sat on the ground breathing heavily. She was really afraid, but she stood up for her friend. Kim Woo-jun also clenched his teeth and looked at Osei. He started yelling at her, saying that it was very dangerous. What is she even doing? He called her names and told her that this was not a case where she could interfere. The girl explained that she had always only received help from him and wanted to be useful too. But you have to look at the situation rationally. If the guy had not just pretended to hit her, but had actually hit her, she would have been hurt. She has no reason to take that risk. Osei replied that he had said so himself. You don't need any reason to help someone you care about. And to her, a loner, he suggested that they become friends. The girl explained that he was her first friend. He is a dear person to her. Oh, Seo was trying to get through to the kid. After all, she didn't just stand up for him. Kim Woo-jun listened to the girl attentively, but he was still very angry with her. I mean, he was worried about her getting hurt, especially with the guy with the bat in his hand. Osei repeated, smiling slightly, that he was her first friend so dear to her. The girl looked at him with sweet, frightened eyes. Kim Woo-jun tried to understand her. He bulged his eyes, not understanding why she did that. Then he went up to her and started yelling at her. She was in great danger. The girl remembered how the guys came up to her and asked why she wore the same thing every day. They said she even smelled. Doesn't she wash her clothes? The girl begged them to stop. They called her a beggar, mocking her all the time. They asked what she could do to them. And then some kid came along and elbowed this insolent boy right on the head. He was very surprised and asked who it was. The guys around him looked surprised. A boy stood in front of them and asked what they could do for him. The boys tilted their heads and walked away, since there was really nothing they could do to that boy. When he turned to the girl, she exclaimed that she had no money. She started waving her hands away. Then the boy asked her why she constantly tolerates the jeers and does not respond to them in any way. The girl realized that he had just helped her, and wondered why he had done it. He asked if she couldn't see for herself. What do you mean why? I just didn't want to see anyone get hurt. He asked her to fight back from now on. The boy asked her not to let herself be bullied, and he spoke to her very seriously and asked her if she understood that. The girl answered him then that even if she tried to fight back, it would be useless. She is alone, and not as strong as him. The boy asked if she had no friends. The girl said that she really didn't. The boy stood listening to her in surprise. He looked at the girl with a sad look, whereupon he extended his hand towards her and asked that she give him her hand. The girl was surprised, but the boy only asked for a moment for her hand. He first pulled her palm to his palm, then his fist to her fist. She looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. The boy explained to the girl that this was his way of greeting his friends. He suggested that she always greet him that way from now on. They're friends now. If anyone hurt her, the boy said to tell him, he would be sure to teach them a lesson. The girl wondered why he was helping her. The boy replied that you don't need any reason to help a dear person. All friends do that. She was upset. She thought Kim Woo-jun didn't remember her at all. She's very happy that she didn't. Oh, Seha told Kim Woo-jun that she thought it was just her imagination. After all, how could one forget a friend, even if they had changed a little? The kid replied that she hadn't changed a bit. Anyway, he thanked her for her help, and said he would give her something nice to thank her, even though he didn't have much pocket money. The girl began to refuse. What other gratitude could there be? But Kim Woo-jun was really grateful to her. Oh, Seha looked at him and asked him to take a walk with her after the exams. And there in front of us was a bright school building. It was already full of students sitting in class. One of them was Kim Woo-jun. He sat obediently at his desk with a pen in his hand. The kid was thinking about something. Meanwhile, not far away from him, Seo Young was raging. At school, there was a piece of paper hanging near the blackboard that said no cheat sheets. Kim Woo-jun's friend exclaimed that he did just fine this time. He's definitely going to get 100. Kim replied that he was jealous of him. Seo Young said that since the exams were over, we should have some fun. She suggested going to the movies on Saturday. Kim Woo-jun replied that he already has plans. He has a soccer game. Suhee said she has a soccer game too. Seo Young mumbled that if everyone is so busy, then she'll go out with Seha. She got very angry, and sitting at home exclaimed why everyone was having fun but her. My brother, meanwhile, was yelling that he was very hot. Of course, he was very hairy and bearded. My sister explained that if you sit still, you won't get hot, and called him a jerk. He's making her hot too. He's standing there, radiating a lot of heat. He said he's just sitting there quietly. She asked him not to squat, and laughed and called him an asshole. She asked him to either just sit or lie down. Her brother called her very meticulous. When he stood in the bar, the girl praised him, calling him a good boy. Suddenly, Seo Young grabbed her brother's hair and pulled him up. She clenched her other hand into a fist. He laughed and exclaimed that he was joking. The girl said she wanted to go out with Seha, but she had plans too, and the others still had exams. She was really bored. At a time like this, the best thing is watching videos of Hyun Young. That Chocolate Boys guy was her healing of mind and body. She visualized her idol in front of her and clasped her hands together. It was as if she saw Hyun Young in front of her, who called her master. She couldn't understand why she remembered that nightmare. Her brother came up to her and asked her not to make so much noise. The girl asked him to shut up. She put her face to the floor and thought about how she was annoyed with everything around her. Meanwhile, it was a bright sunny day outside. A beautiful light-colored alley with green huge trees. Kim Woo-jun walked down the street strolling. Sweat trickled down his face. The kid said he was really hot. And why is Seha so late? Then someone suddenly called out to him. It was Seha. Could it be that she had finally come? Folding her hands in front of her, she apologized to the kid and explained that she had tried to get there on time, but the bus was never coming. The girl asked him how long he had been waiting. Kim Woo-jun replied that he just got here. That's when Seha asked him to look at that sweat. She apologized and said that she should have at least gone to a cafe to cool off. The kid thought about the fact that a lot of people have said this before, but Seha really is beautiful. He couldn't tell if this was definitely the girl he remembered. She had really changed. He noticed that she had put on some makeup. Why did she have to dress like that? He was so hot in just a cotton t-shirt. The girl asked the boy why he was frozen. Kim Woo-jun replied that at least it was cooler in the cafe. He asked Seha what they were going to do. She suggested he watch a movie. Digging into her phone, the kid suggested she watch a movie. Oh, Seha mumbled that it looked interesting. All the guys were excited about the movie. It was called Hello, My Friend. My friend is an alien. Here the girl was very surprised for some reason. She exclaimed that was fine too, but apparently she had one idea. She picked up her phone and mumbled that she'd like to watch a ghost movie. The girl thought she would be scared and snuggled up to Kim Woo-jun. Under the pretext of watching a horror movie, it would be natural to get close. She'll also show him how scared she is and he'll see her sweet side. It was the perfect plan for her, and now they were in the movie theater. The boy was sitting half a meter away from her, and she looked in his direction with fear. She inquired if he was scared. Kim Woo-jun smiled and replied that he wasn't scared at all. Meanwhile, the movie theater was showing a horror movie with some kind of ghost monster. At one point, when the kid got creepy, he got close to the girl. Even spilled the popcorn. She was suddenly embarrassed. The girl's cheeks turned red. She was really cute at this moment. And so the movie finally ended. They sat in front of the dark screen. Kim Woo-jun wondered what he should do now. It looked like he wouldn't be able to sleep alone tonight. When the kid got home, he told his sister he went to a horror movie. And now he was so scared that he couldn't sleep alone. His sister told him not to even think about it, and that he shouldn't annoy her. He was thinking about what to do now. He had to somehow seduce Jung Si-hyun into staying at his place for a sleepover. His friend wondered why he was offering him a sleepover, if he was gay or something. Oh, Seha mumbled after the movie that the movie was over and asked Kim Woo-jung to leave. So they went out to lunch. Their order was brought to them. The girl exclaimed to the boy that she didn't know he was afraid of ghosts. It's kind of a surprise to her. She thought nothing in the world scares him. Kim Woo-jun explained that you can just beat up a person and that's it. That's not the case with a ghost. There's no way to catch a ghost. Oh, Seha laughed and asked what kind of reasoning that was. So you can fight with people, and that's why they're not so scary. Kim Woo-jun replied that of course he did. Here's to imagine that the maniac will run at him. But then he would knock him out and that would be it. The kid imagined Lee So-yeon's big-haired brother and father running after him. He said that it still depended on the opponent, of course. The girl laughed and noticed that he was also confident that he could beat anyone. Kim Woo-jun explained that there are beings that only belong to the human race but are not really human. She wondered what he was even talking about. But Kim Woo-jun replied that it was better for her not to know about it. After they had eaten, they went to a machine where they could win a toy. She got a beautiful soft frog. After that, they went to sing at karaoke. Oh, Seha sang different beautiful songs. The next step in the plan was the store. They chose different clothes. Then the girl picked out her swimsuit, making the kid blush. In another store, they tried on bunny ears and different heart glasses. They had a lot of fun walking around making fun of each other. Then they started taking pictures. They were making faces, winking, wiggling, leaving very funny pictures. Then they screamed and laughed. All in all, they had a lot of fun together. And then, without a trace, evening came. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. They headed toward the house. The girl thanked the boy for today. She said that she had a lot of fun. Kim Woo-jun said he had fun too. Oh, Seha said that she was very happy that they had met again. She really hoped it would happen someday. She only wished they were in the same class. Kim Woo-jun replied that they would probably get to know each other faster then. Oh, Seha asked if she had changed a lot. She said that she had actually put a lot of effort into it. As a child, she was happy to be his friend, and every day she came to see him. Then he always treated her well and did not show any dislike. But apparently the other guys didn't like it much. He was the strong and tough guy, and she was the pathetic poor loner. In fact, she knew she was no match for him with that shabby look. Then her father's business took off and they moved. After that, she was estranged from them, but thought about the fact that if they were to meet again someday, she wanted to be the right person for him. The girl wondered what he thought of her, whether she was right for him now. Kim Woo-jun replied that she overestimated him. He's not that tough, and he helped her because it was convenient for him. It was like that at that moment. He began to remember how he had behaved then. Afterwards, he thanked the girl for always seeing him as a good guy. Why worry so much about other people's opinions? She's good just the way she is. Oh, Seha exclaimed that he meant he really hadn't noticed. She thought she'd been letting it be known little by little since a long time ago. The girl went on to explain that if she just wanted to be friends, she wouldn't worry so much about appearances. She added that he was really her first friend, but the feelings she had felt for him since she was a child. It was more than just friendship. She confessed to Kim Woo-jun that she had felt something for him since she was a child. The boy hadn't expected such a confession from her. He gave her a strange look. Lowering her head, Seha asked him again what he thought of her, specifically as a girl. Kim Woo-jun remained standing with a surprised look. He looked in her direction with his mouth open. Since he hadn't expected such a question, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. Seha explained that once in middle school, she was once harassed by other girls because of a guy, so she's pretty sensitive about it. And now she doesn't act too friendly towards guys unless she feels interested in them. And he's the only one she always talks to first about meeting, and is very friendly. She had originally wanted to confess to him when they were a little closer, but her heart had become too uneasy. The girl explained that she was very afraid that Lee So-yeon would ever take him away. This conversation struck the kid like a bolt of lightning again. Oh, Seha went on to say that she knew that she had intervened when he had fought the head of the school the other day. After all, Seo Young is the only person strong enough to intervene in a fight. And after that, he started calling her master, and they became even closer. Even when he twisted his leg and almost fell during the competition. While she was hesitating, Seo Young ran out in front of the whole school to support him. She's a kind, strong girl who can be relied on. Maybe she would have fallen in love with her too if she were a guy. And so she was even more jealous and worried. Even then, perhaps the problem would have been better dealt with by calling Seo Young over. But she couldn't do that and at the same time sit idly by because she cared about him. She apologized for that time. Her selfishness could have put him in danger. And yet she liked him so much better, even from a long time ago. And she'd put so much effort into it. She apologized again and said she looked just disgusting, but she wasn't going to say all that. Her feelings took over. Kim Woo-jun asked her to calm down first. She knows he's interested in Lee Seo-yeon. He dyed his hair black to look good in front of her. And even so, she still owed it to herself to say it. The girl was brave enough. She said that she liked him a lot. Kim Woo-jun was stunned by this confession. This guy's name is Jung Si-hyun. He's Kim Woo-jun's classmate from middle school and his best friend. Somehow, he and this gangster became close quickly, because they've been friends for a long time. He's seen Woo-jun in all sorts of ugly images. Kim Woo-jung's sister is normal. Then why is this guy such a jerk? But today, that girl Lee Seo-yeon, there's something different about him. Jung Si-hyun asked his friend to pull himself together. He was acting weird. Si-hyun was surprised that he wanted him to spend the night at his place. He asked if his sister had said it was okay. Kim Woo-jun replied that she told him to come over soon. He actually asked his sister if he could call Jung Si-hyun to stay with them for a sleepover. The girl said she wouldn't feel comfortable, but the brother said that she knows him. She explained that it was just a fact that a stranger would stay overnight. Kim Woo-jun asked her to sleep with him in that case, just for the night. He's afraid that a ghost will come out from under the bed. Then his sister asked him to call Si-hyun right away to come over soon. Jung Si-hyun asked his friend what the abomination was. He's not going to sleep with him. After finding out what the matter was, he calmed down. The guy wanted to consult with him about a matter. He explained that his head was already splitting. He exclaimed that he wouldn't fall for that. The kid told his friend that he'd gotten in after all. Something did happen. Kim Woo-jun waved to his friend. He greeted him. The kid's sister was standing next to him. After scratching the back of his head, Jung Si-hyun said that he would have to push them around today and laughed. If he didn't hear more about the story, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Kim Woo-jung's sister told the kid that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She noticed that he had grown up and his hair had grown back. Si-hyun noticed that she cut her hair the opposite way and said it looked good on her. Afterwards, he handed her her favorite cheesecake. The girl thanked him and said she would eat it with pleasure. She noticed that he was an attentive guy, unlike some people. Kim Woo-jun asked his friend where his favorite brownie was. What kind of discrimination? He's the one who invited him to visit. The sister wished him a good evening anyway and left. Jung Si-hyun said in his friend's ear that he wanted to hear the whole story. Kim Woo-jun mumbled that he wanted cheesecake too. Since his friend was very eager to hear the story, Kim Woo-jun was already gorging on the deliciousness. He showed the class and exclaimed that great taste. He thanked the guy for sharing it with him. For some reason, he felt scared and couldn't understand what was going on. The beautiful girl from the other class, he meant Seha, was suddenly his childhood friend, and she's professing her love to a bully like him. That can't be right. There's a novel that could be published. Kim Woo-jun asked his friend to keep his sister's voice down. Since there was zero soundproofing, she was actually listening with her mouth open. Woo-jun's friend said that if he didn't hear exactly what happened, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. So he asked the boy to tell everything. Is a girl like Oh Seha in love with him since childhood? That's just some fiction. I mean, she's really pretty. So much so that there's a rumor that she was offered to be an idol. She must have been beautiful as a child. How could he not see it? Really, the kid didn't think about it at the time. Just now he suddenly heard a noise behind the wall. He strained his ear, and he opened the door to his sister's room sharply. She heard everything and exclaimed that it couldn't be. That's love. The girl warmed her ears after hearing everything. The brother slammed his door harder afterward. Young Shi-hyun asked if something had happened to his sister. Kim Woo-jun said no. She's having a hard time. She is immersed in her studies and seems to be going crazy. Kim Woo-jun began to reveal that before taking his exams, he was attacked by bullies with a grudge and almost died. After walking together on the way home, Seo said that she had been in love with him since childhood and tried hard to look good in front of him. He replied that he would think about it. Jung Shi-hyun said that he knows that this doesn't happen every day and he must be confused. How about we just try dating her? It's a good event after all. When else would he fall in love with a pretty girl like that? Of course he doesn't have to agree. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that it was really a good event. Oh, Seo has really become very beautiful and looks different. But apparently the kid didn't have feelings for her. Her sister continued to warm her ears, but when her brother opened the door, she abruptly turned the other way and began humming a little song. She pretended not to hear anything. She pretended she couldn't hear anything. He periodically looked into her room. The girl pretended not to hear anything and sang songs, but she kept sitting by the door. Jung Shi-hyun asked if his sister was sure she wasn't sick. Kim Woo-jun said that sometimes when he looked at her, he wondered if he should go to university at all. All that matters is that the man is happy. He's not sure if this is the right way or not. A friend asks if he remembers what he asked him recently. Even though he denied it, it's because he's secretly in love with Seo Young. Kim Woo-jung's sister thought that this idiot couldn't have so many girls around him. She started looking for Seo Young. When she looked through her phone, she noticed that this girl was cute too. She had a lot of likes on the pictures. The sister did not stop looking at her brother's girlfriends. She was very surprised at this girl's body. It was pretty pumped up. Here she began to frantically remember and realized that she had definitely seen this girl somewhere. She had even dealt with her. The sister remembered many events related to her. She remembered the creepy huge monster of the girl's brother. She remembered how it had scared her. She had completely forgotten about her because of that guy. It was certainly unexpected for her. Come to think of it, didn't Woo-jun say something like that back then? He said it was his friend Seo Young. There was a reason she suspected something back then. Because it was the first time she'd ever seen him smile like that when introducing a friend. It was some kind of love triangle. High school relationships are so much fun after all. Kim Woo-jun's sister thought about it. Kim Woo-jun, for his part, was also thinking about how interesting youth was after all. Shi-hyun told his friend that he denied it. But he's secretly in love with Seo Young. This conversation gave the boy a lot to think about. He began to remember what Oh-seha had told him. She mumbled that she was afraid that girl would take him away from her someday. Shi-hyun crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Kim Woo-jun. He smiled and asked if he liked Seo Young. Once upon a time, Seo Young also asked Kim Woo-jun if he was in love with her. She asked in an allegedly joking manner. Now the kid realized that from the outside it seemed as if she cared so much about him. From the outside it looked like he was really in love with her. The boy wondered how he felt about Seo Young after all. Followed her day after day to compete. Even went home and met the family, and then he was in a real bad place. Kim Woo-jun smiled, remembering what had happened before. But in fact, after Shaihan, this was the first time he'd had someone so close to him. For the first time, I thought my 1-year-old was really cool. I started calling her a master. For the first time, he thought it was fun to play with a girl. When they played with water bottles. Only now the boy thought about it. After all, it was the first time in his life. Totally remembered my friendship with this girl. I mean, it wasn't just a friendship. Kim Woo-jun remembered every moment spent with her. Even when he was injured, and she took him on her back, carrying him out of the stadium. As he sat on the girl's back with his hand over his mouth. It was very unusual. They joked around and spent time together. They hit each other jokingly and laughed. Oh-seha always watched them sneaking up behind him. His friend saw the change in him too. He was replaying all the events in front of his eyes. Somehow he hadn't thought about it before. He stopped himself abruptly. He decided that enough was enough of thinking about strange things. Shi-hyun asked him where he was going. Kim Woo-jun was a little nervous, so when he opened his door, he answered his friend that he was going to get some air. The friend offered to go together. And turning to his sister, I explained that they were going for a walk. The sister exclaimed, "Where are they going and what about the continuation?" He remembered how fights used to happen. If anything, he used to swing his fists. He never let himself get hurt, and made moves to defend himself and attack his opponents. He shouted at them not to stand still, but rather to attack. He wanted to finish them all off. A teenage delinquent who only comes to his senses when he gets punched in the face. That was him in the past. The only thing he was happy about was the various fights. He couldn't understand why he used to behave like this. It's all anger towards those who drove his loved one to his death. Or perhaps it was anger at himself, not noticing nothing around him. Until that loved one died. Maybe that's what left such a stain on him, on his soul. Anyway, he doesn't want to think about his past. Back then, he was a teenager consumed with anger, and fighting was a means to ease the inner pain. But everything he did to achieve comfort ended up suffocating him, turned his back on the people around him, and made life difficult for them. That's how he was at the time. He was gurgling like he was drowning in a swamp, his life slowly falling to the bottom. He hated this world. After that incident, he had changed too much, and it's been dragging on for a long time, trying to live in fights, in blood and broken fists. Someone who pulled him out of that quagmire and supported him when he felt like he could collapse at any moment. His friend couldn't stop asking him what he thought about it. Kim Woo-jun replied that he didn't know. He suggested that Shihyun go to the store to buy at least an ice cream each. Could that be the reason for this feeling? The boy felt uneasy. They approached the store and suddenly saw Seo Young. She had already come out of the store. The girls saw Kim Woo-jun. They looked at each other with a look of surprise, since they weren't expecting to see each other. The boy blushed a little, noticing her. Seo Young in turn waved her hand at him. Shihyun told her to either eat or talk, to choose one of the two. Kim Woo-jun said hello to her, calling her master. Seo Young wondered what Shihyun was doing here. Isn't his house in this neighborhood? Shihyun replied that Woo-jun had told him that he wanted to consult with him. So they decided to get together as a group of men and stay at his place tonight. Seo Young asked what he wanted to consult about. She exclaimed that she was curious. It must be about a relationship. Since they'd met, a friend suggested asking her. Girls are good at that sort of thing, aren't they? Kim Woo-jun asked him to shut up. Seo Young said that he could really ask her. After all, girls have great intuition. Kim Woo-jun said that he didn't know whether he liked her or not. She asked if he couldn't tell if he liked her or not. Kim Woo-jun replied that it was too complicated, he couldn't be sure. Then she asked if he was trying to convince himself of his own feelings, and calling him a fool, she advised him to accept those feelings as they were. He immediately thought about it. Seo Young explained that some person said that there is no emotion as complicated as love. Well, isn't love the most intuitive emotion? Even if there wasn't a moment that was vivid enough to convince him, isn't what he's feeling right now the right answer? A master needs to point out even such fundamental aspects. Her students still had a lot to learn. Shihyun supported her, and advised her to keep it up. Kim Woo-jun hesitated again. He was at a loss, but perhaps it would be clearer now, little by little. Seo Young stared at him with a questioning look. He thought about what she'd said about accepting things as they were. It really was better to do it that way. Why push away what you have? Kim Woo-jun began to put his feelings together. He tilted his head down and turned to his friend. He paused for a moment and looked up at the sky and said, I think he likes Seo Young. Shihyun smiled back and let out a sigh of relief. Kim Woo-jun decided to think about how to talk to Osaiha now. Shihyun had no idea about that. He told his friend to be strong, or to think about it together. And so the next day came. The students gathered in the classroom. Some slept on their desks, some walked around the room. At this time, Osaiha was sitting in her classroom at her desk thinking about something. Osaiha immediately turned her head hearing something. Kim Woo-jun was standing on the doorstep of her classroom. Apparently he had the courage to talk to the girl. She felt something too. Blushing a little, she looked at him with a strange look. He began to walk slowly into the classroom. He must have already had some plan for the conversation. The girl began to walk out, following Kim Woo-jun. He strode forward down the hallway, preparing for a serious conversation. She walked behind her with tears in her eyes. Osaiha clearly sensed that this was not going to be an easy conversation. The worst thing in the world must be the waiting. She couldn't forget their last conversation, and followed the boy in great anticipation. Like I was on my way to some kind of penal servitude. Until they reached a certain place, not a word was spoken. Neither Kim Woo-jun nor Osaiha said anything. The anticipation was really suffocating the girl. She wondered if he would pay attention to her someday. After all, they had a special relationship. The girl was telling the kid that he was a special person to her. She remembered those words. When they met again, she even thought it was fate. Apparently it wasn't what she thought it was. She hoped he would look at the person she was now, not the person she used to be. But from somewhere came a tremendous restlessness, an unbearable uneasiness in his heart. They arose because the possibility that only she thought the relationship between them was special. It's getting higher and higher. Anxiety grows, so does excitement. When they reached the street and finally stopped, Kim Woo-jun turned to the girl. He mumbled that it wouldn't be a surprise if she dated another, cooler guy. He thanked her for feeling for someone like him. She looked at the boy and thought he'd say that. The kid started to explain to her that it's really like she said. He's in love with Seo Young. He immediately apologized to her and said that he couldn't accept her feelings. That's how it ended up. But it's okay. I mean, it's what she expected. Now, like a cool girl, she will wish him happiness by leaving good memories, especially if it's for Woo-jun's happiness. She laughed and said that's what she thought. She apologized and exclaimed that he was already in love with someone else, and she had taken it upon herself to confess to him. The girl suggested that they not act awkward and stay as good friends. She promised to keep it a secret from Seo Young, and that he wouldn't worry. Though defeated, she supports his first love. He stared at the girl in surprise. She just acted really like a tough girl. She was strong now. But tears glistened in the girl's eyes. She turned away, blushing. Her feelings had taken over. She began to cry, walking away. The girl wiped her tears with her back turned to him. Kim Woo-jun was a little upset, since he didn't want to hurt anyone, much less hurt that girl. She was very good and kind. The boy scratched the back of his head in thought again. It wasn't easy to say the kind of words he'd just said to the girl he liked to her. The long, bright hallway of the school is in front of us again. The girl could not calm down. Oseha began to wipe her bitter tears with her hands. She tried to calm down, but she was too heavy at heart. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. She accidentally bumped into Seo Young. The girl asked Seha if she was okay. She asked if she had any pain. Why is she crying? Who made her cry? Seo Young asked what happened to her. She had never seen her like that. Oseha exclaimed that she herself didn't realize she was so petty and limited. The girl asked in return why she cared, and added that she just hated her. Once again, everyone was gathered in the classroom. The lesson was about to begin, but the students were in high spirits. They exclaimed that they were going on a trip soon. A schedule will now be handed out to everyone. They've been asked to look at it very carefully. Kim Woo-jun sat at his desk with his phone in his hands. He had written many messages to Oseha and was waiting for a reply from her. He was very worried about this girl. He couldn't find peace in his soul. There was no telling how she would survive this blow. Shi-hyun handed his friend some kind of list and asked if he was hovering in the clouds again. It must be because of Osehi. That's what he told her. Kim Woo-jun said he just turned her down. That's how it usually happens. Shi-hyun said that Seha had been in love with him since she was a child. Something like that couldn't be solved so easily. Kim Woo-jun explained that he'd tried to continue the conversation, but she'd left. What could he do? Meanwhile, the students were talking about Seha and Seo Young having a fight. The other one asked if he thought they were going to stop talking. The guy mumbled that it didn't seem that bad. It's too complicated. They might not be able to spend time with Oseha on this trip, but that's the kind of talk the students were having. After all, a lot of guys at school liked this girl. She was very pretty and nice. Everyone was looking forward to the trip. The school children were in an excited state of joy. The girls were screaming that the trip was really cool. They're gonna have a blast. Oseha waved to the girls and asked if she could join them on the trip. Sabine laughed and asked if she was in Seo Young's group. Isn't she going to go out with them? She's in the class with Seo Young. Don't let her try to join class 4 without a sense of belonging. So why does she want to join her? Did Seo Young really ditch her? There were tears in the girl's eyes. Sabine's friends told the girl that asking if she had been ditched was somehow cruel after all. Indeed, they ended up splitting an eggplant hot dog between the 4 of them. Oseha, wiping her tears, said she was fine. She's the one who doesn't know her place and apologized to them. But the girls laughed and said it was a joke. Naturally, she could join them. The girls supported their friend. They said that they were only happy to socialize with such a beautiful girl like her. Oseha was very happy about this and thanked the girls. She hugged Sabine, throwing her arms around her. The girl inquired as to what the big deal was. Meanwhile, the most beautiful view from the bus window. The students were all sitting in their seats on the huge bus. Some were just talking, some were looking out the window. Whoever felt like it. Kim Woo-jun sat pensive and sad. He was always thinking about something. Suddenly he turned to the master. Seo Young was sitting in the seat in front of him. He told the girl that he had heard about her and Seha having a fight. Couldn't she consider whether he might be allowed to inquire about the circumstances? And also, could she not let him express his curiosity about whether he could get an answer to his question? Seo Young asked what it was with him. It wasn't like they were fighting. He laughed and said that he and Seha couldn't really be fighting. I'd just heard it from someone, so I thought something had happened between them. So Young replied that of course she can't fight with a weak girl like Seha. Is it possible that he means something else by fighting? Like a violent fight? You can't do that. The girl would definitely die in that case. Seo Young explained that it was just a small argument. He has nothing to worry about. Of course Seha pissed her off, but that's okay. Kim Woo-jun said that he would keep a close eye on whether they were having a good time together. Seo Young asked what to watch out for, if he was crazy. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that they definitely had a fight, 100%. Meanwhile, they were already pulling up to the final stop. Sabine and her friends looked out the window. Seha sat silent. She was very sad. Even when the girls ate, she couldn't get any food down her throat. They were having fun, walking, rejoicing, and laughing. Then they saw an amusement park in front of them. Only Seha was sad and nothing made her happy. The girls asked her to smile just a little, because she sits there sullen all the time and their moods drop. The friends supported Sabine. Sabin wondered if she was the protagonist of the tragedy. As she approached Seha, she took her cheeks and asked her to smile just a little. She asked her to at least tell her what had happened. She wanted to join them. The girl couldn't stop being sad and thinking about what had happened. She pictured Seo Young's face in front of her. That girl was now hateful to her. But she couldn't stop thinking about the fight between her and Seo Young, so she told the girls about it. Sabine asked them to make up. But Seha and Seo Young asked her not to interfere if she didn't know anything. She asked in that case to tell what they had happened. Seo Young mumbled that she wanted to know that too, what she had done wrong. Seha suddenly became sarcastic. She was just worried about her after all. The girl began to remember Kim Woo-jun's words. He had said that he really liked Seo Young. Obviously, it's her fault after all. It's not like she did anything wrong to her. It's Kim Woo-jun's feelings. Seo Young really isn't to blame for anything. It was her jealousy that caused the separation between them. Even knowing it was her fault, she couldn't calm down. The girl didn't say anything, but just turned around and walked away. As she walked away, she thought about why she was acting like this. She felt like she was being an idiot. Seo Young looked at her with astonishment. She couldn't understand what was going on with this girl, but she felt really lousy. She was not at peace at all. The boys, meanwhile, were walking around the park and saw a huge Ferris wheel. The kids saw churros. It is a sweet fried pastry made of custard dough, which has a cross-section in the shape of a multi-pointed star, or is simply round. There was a pigeon in the square, which the boys called a gentleman. They politely said hello to the pigeon. Kim Woo-jun noticed that things are not good at all. She doesn't look cheerful at all. He thought about it again. He looked toward Seo Young. Turning her back to the kid, she thanked the yellow-haired anchovy. She knows he's doing this to cheer her up, but he doesn't have to try so hard. The girl advised him that he better go ride rides with Shih-yun and have fun. She exclaimed that she was fine and needed to go to the bathroom. Kim Woo-jun immediately became sad. After all, he couldn't make her feel better. He put his head down. Upon reflection, though, he decided to go to a master. He called out to the girl and handed her his food. He asked the girl to eat, and he thought that he couldn't go on like this. Soyeon immediately thanked him. She looked him in the eyes in a strange way. Something was obviously going on with him. He realized he needed to go back to the previous relationship. When she turned to the master, he asked her not to worry and began to assure her that he would solve everything. He asked her not to worry. He's the reason for this, after all. Then some kind of bracelet appeared on the kid's food. They couldn't figure out where that beautiful bracelet came from. Who had left him in the first place? Somebody's laughter sounded next to them, and some guy turned to them. He came closer and exclaimed that it was his bracelet. The boys immediately stared at him in surprise. They turned their heads to the side, not realizing whose bracelet was on the food. There was a kid standing there, who explained that it was his bracelet. There was an immediate look of surprise on their faces. Seo Young and Kim Woo-jun immediately dropped their mouths, surprised that this guy was also on the tour. She was definitely telling him to stay out of her sight. But the guy said it wasn't fair. He didn't know if he'd run into them. Laughing, he scratched the back of his head and asked for his bracelet. Then he thanked the guys. He noticed that Kim Woo-jun really changed his coloring. He said that it looked unusual. The boy asked if there was a rumor about it. The guy replied that he really went. Something about the demise of the yellow-haired anchovy. But he doesn't know exactly. And just where the nickname yellow-haired anchovy came from. Anyway, he told Seo Young that he was always open to new things. Only that if she wanted to fight, just let her say so. The girl replied that if he didn't disappear within 3 seconds, she would definitely get it. He asked around to find out what school Seha went to. He was told it was their school. The boy realized he was imagining things. He noticed that she was there crying. So he asked them to go and comfort this girl. Seo Young showed the kid an obscene gesture with her finger. What does he care what that girl does and where she does it? Kim Woo-jun asked where she was now. Kim Woo-jun offered the master a yummy meal, reached over to give her the food. Do we have to go? She meant why care about these girls who thought they were princesses and acted unknowingly to their friends. Kim Woo-jun said that the master knows very well that Seha is not like that at all. He realizes that her actions are hard to understand. But in times like this, everything can be solved if you just talk calmly. Soyeon asked how she should do that with someone who wasn't even going to talk to her. Kim Woo-jun explained that he would find her and make her talk. The girl replied that he didn't even have a plan for that. The kid said he'd do it by all means. After all, he's friends with her. He didn't really say it because it's embarrassing. But after entering high school, he had the most fun time of his life. Sure, maybe they'll distance themselves as adults, but she doesn't want to end their relationship in this strange way. Seo Young became sad again. She put her head down and looked at one point. She continued to stand alone in the square. She was very sad and restless. All the guys had already dispersed. And Seo Young continued to stand still. Seha couldn't stop crying, wiping her tears away with her hand. The girl was walking across the square towards some shop. She sat down on it thinking. Oseha sat there being very sad. Her soul ached and her heart cried. She smelled the foul odor of cigarettes, and she thought of the children walking here. Somebody's crazy enough to smoke in a place like this. She saw a guy in front of her. He told his friends that she cried in front of him because of Kim Woo-jun. They realized he was smoking because of the girl, so he lost his temper. Even so, waving a pipe in front of a girl is not very nice. The guy said it wasn't real. He was just pretending. He doesn't want to cross paths with that girl or Kim Woo-jun anymore. Seeing them, Seha wondered where those guys came from. Of course, it's the season of school trips. What could be worse than meeting them here? The friend was asked to stop crying and take a better look at this. How Kim Woo-jun is crawling between his legs. The girl was listening to their conversation. One guy handed the other a cell phone, started showing a video with footage of Kim Woo-jun being humiliated in front of them. Seha continued to sit on the bench with her head down. She clenched her fists. She closed her eyes as she listened to their conversation. She remembered the events that had happened recently. She remembered herself sitting alone at her school desk, looking out the window. This guy who raised a bat at her that time was standing nearby with a cigarette in his teeth. Seha sat at her desk all alone. But she wasn't friends with anyone when she was still in elementary school. The kid tossed his cigarette away and smiled evasively. He put his hand on the desk, thinking about something of his own. The boy, meanwhile, approached Oseha and asked what she was doing here alone. He asked her to go get something to eat. She asked him if he didn't usually eat lunch with the kids in his class. The boy replied that he overslept and they had already gone somewhere else. But if the other guys see him eating with someone like her, Seha was worried about that. He took her hand and started pulling her along. The boy exclaimed that they could watch if they wanted to. He never stopped calling the girl to follow him, to make her realize that there was nothing to be afraid of. The guys came over and asked where Kim Woo-jun had gone. The other one said he didn't know. He flew out as soon as the bell rang. Then the friend suggested that his other friends have a threesome meal. Then suddenly, this guy who was holding a cigarette recently was approached by Seha. She asked the kid to delete the video. He turned to her surprised. Meanwhile, the boys continued to walk around the square. Kim Woo-jun apparently heard someone talking behind his back. He tensed, listening intently to the conversation. He wondered what was going on. Seha got up from the bench, tired of yelling at those guys. She asked them to delete that video. Kim Woo-jun realized that those jerks showed up here. What a day of coincidences today. Lee So-yeon saw those guys and asked the kid who they were. He was very surprised that the master was following him. Kim Woo-jun remembered that picture when one of those three guys raised his bat and Seha covered him with it. He began to tell this story to Lee Seo Young. She was very surprised at what had happened. The girl realized that these guys were not good at all. They were probably going to attack Oseha. The girl immediately rushed lightning fast in their direction, waving her fists and legs. She began to tackle each of them, scattering them across the pavement. She stood up for Oseha. Kim Woo-jun asked if Oseha was hurt. After she had already scattered everyone on the pavement, the girl exclaimed that the matter was settled, but it sounded from behind that it wasn't quite done yet. Indeed, they realized that the matter was not yet fully settled. The guys who were lying on the pavement abruptly stood up, and with the speed of the wind rushed away. Meanwhile, it was already evening. 1930. The high-rise buildings glowed with bright yellow lights. They saw a place of lodging in front of them. After the night came a bright, sunny morning. The guys exclaimed that the Kyunso school had clearly made an effort. Awesome terrace and even a pool. It's just a crazy hotel. The school children immediately began to dismantle the beds. Whoever had already put things there was the first to go. Shi-hyun laughed at the fact that they were arguing over the bed like some toddlers. It's not like it's mature. He asked Kim Woo-jun if he was right, but the kid ignored him. Kim Woo-jun rushed off somewhere. He hadn't been near his friend for a long time. Shi-hyun didn't even realize that he wasn't answering because the trail of him was long gone. The kid was running as fast as he could. He was faster than lightning. He stopped abruptly when he saw Oseha in front of him. He must have been heading for her. The girl sat at the table and waved to him. She sat under an umbrella because it was very hot outside. Oseha waved at the kid again. She decided to beat her sadness somehow. Kim Woo-jun immediately came over and sat down across from her at the table. He turned to the girl. Seha apologized to him again. She said that Lee So-yeon was around then, and it wasn't easy for her to talk in front of her. That's why she ran away. She doesn't want their relationship to be the way it is. It's better to talk and settle things, and she'll apologize to Seo Young separately later. The girl told the guy that when she was a kid she thought they were in a relationship, but she actually made it up and embellished it. To him, she was surely one of the many friends he wanted to take care of. As close as they seemed, the distance between them was very great. Rank in the society called school the wall that separated them. As a child, she wanted to break down that wall in any way she could. That's why she worked hard to improve her appearance. To get him to look at her, it was really limited thinking. That's why she paid the pain for it. She made up all sorts of things for herself. Like an idiot, she thought her efforts had been rejected. From the beginning, such things had no meaning in his standards of values. But even if from his point of view she was just a friend, he is still a precious friend to her, to whom she is grateful. After all, he supported her when things were really hard for her, and showed her what love was. He made her happy, so she wants him to be happy too. This is her way of being loyal to her best friend. Kim Woo-jun thanked the girl. He exclaimed that it was a little sad. As a child, even before they got close, he had a close Hyung. He was very dear to him, but he left the world early. Because of the cruel bullying of his classmates, he didn't know anything, although he considered himself his closest friend. From that day on, he decided he never wanted to see anything like that again. That's why he helped her. Like she said at the time, he just wanted to take care of a friend. Oh Seha listened to all of this with her head down. She smiled a sad smile. Kim Woo-jun went on to explain that after he got close to him, he realized that talking to her was the most fun. Sometimes he even felt like he had his deceased Hyung next to him. They really did look alike. Though she seemed quiet, she spoke clearly and distinctly in front of him. Looked like she was good at everything, yet so clumsy at times. The boring jokes he made back then. She was the only one who laughed so loud when she heard them. When he went to middle school, no one laughed as much as she did, so it was boring. Jung Si-hyun's reaction is just the worst. Basically, he wanted to say that she was a special friend to him, basically the same as now, so he would be happy to remain friends for a long time to come. Oh, Seha immediately jumped up and spread her arms out to her sides. He wondered what she was doing all of a sudden. The girl exclaimed that it was a friendly hug, and smiled back at him. She threw herself into his arms, hugged the boy tight. He was surprised at her reaction. But it was nice to make up again, and to come to this conclusion. He was glad she understood, but Oseha, hugging him, said goodbye to him. She had just said goodbye to her first love. Hugging the boy, she closed her eyes. Sha-hyun and the rest of the guys saw Kim Woo-jun. They came in just as the girl was hugging her friend. Sha-hyun, on the other hand, wondered why he had gone out so abruptly. He must have been on a date. Kim Woo-jun explained to the guys that it wasn't like that. He inquired about the hug then. The friend realized that it was probably a friendly hug. It looked like everything was really settled already. Meanwhile, Seo Young stood with her arms crossed over her chest. Oh Seha walked over to her and apologized immediately. She explained that she had behaved too childishly. Just because something hurt her feelings, she treated her so rudely, even though it wasn't her fault in any way. Seo Young replied that she wasn't such an easy girl. She was the first to try to make up, to get rid of the bullies. And she ran away without even thanking her for it. Now she's decided to wash her hands of it. Shi-hyun asked Seo Young to calm down. She apologized to her so much after all. But the girl asked outsiders not to interfere. Oh Seha said it wasn't enough to make it up to her, but she could treat her to tteokbokki and ice cream. Maybe then she'll forgive her. Seo Young, when she heard about the goodies, immediately forgave her, exclaiming that it couldn't be helped. And now the fun trip is over. Kyunso school went on summer vacation. Woo Ji-yoon turned to her brother and said that she was going to go to the gym. My brother had just woken up and was just yawning. Woo Ji-won was Woo Ju-in's older brother. Scratching the back of his head, he wished the girl good luck. She advised him to go to the gym too. His brother replied that he was satisfied with home workouts. Otherwise, he would become an even bigger jock. His sister asked if he thought it was so easy. Even the head of their club had practiced like hell to become one. He asked his sister to invite his friends home. Meanwhile, the kid was sitting in a chair talking about wanting to date someone. The friend replied to him to date if he wanted to. The guy asked if he thought it was that easy. He asked if he could introduce him to any of the girls, at least with an older sister. The kid said he only has a younger sister, but he doesn't want him to meet her. The kid didn't expect to have a sister. When asked why, he explained that the kid looked like an only child in the family. So he became even more curious about his sister, and asked what she was like. His friend's little sisters are all cranky. But the boy explained that she was gentle. A friend inquired as to the manifestation of this. The guy replied that when he was a kid, she used to call him brother. He still gets that reference sometimes. The friend replied that it was very sweet and not at all like him. He asked the kid to show her picture. The friend promised to finish slicing the sushi and show it afterward. The friend mumbled that even though she was so nice, he wouldn't introduce her to him. He showed a picture of his sister. The guy was surprised that she was very tall, but her body is awesome. A female employee came up to them out of the blue and asked what they were doing here. The guy asked Hana to help them. She remarked that it was too dangerous and asked him to put the knife down. The friend explained that he was assessing his sister's body. The guy exclaimed that he didn't mean it. Afterward, asked to stand still and become sushi. The friend again said he didn't mean it. The guy said she was definitely in great shape. When Hana saw the picture, she asked if that was Ji-yoon. That's her. That guy wondered if she knew her name. Can she talk about it? The girl said there's a rumor that she's dating an old man, and he didn't think it was a big deal. Someone had seen her leaving the classroom late at night with a man, all disheveled, and she was out late with some guys. Well, that's just a silly rumor. She said not to worry. The guy said she made him worry even more. He said he'd ask his sister about it. Hana asked him if he was dating an older woman, would he confess to the family. She has friends, he could ask them. He's good at cooking, so he can suggest to her that if she invites her friends home, he will cook something delicious. And while her sister wasn't around, gently question her friends. The boy exclaimed that it wasn't a bad plan. If he gets close to his sister's friends, don't let him forget about him. A friend heard that and asked him to get out of here. In an attempt to put this plan into action, the guy suggested that his sister call her friends home. He asked what they would like to eat. He apologized for the long wait, standing up in front of his friends. Now he's going to find out the secret about his sister's relationship with the old man. The brother decided to find out about it and get rid of him. Lee. Seo Young thought about how big brother Ji-yoon scares her a little. He looks too determined. That's enough of that. He's a handsome man after all. This sushi is delicious. Honestly, the course is pretty ordinary. Well, maybe because they were prepared by such a handsome man, it's like they came from a 5-star hotel. He's just a great cook. Lee Seo Young asked her to bring whatever the guy cooked. One of them said that the sushi tasted basically the same as always. Woo Ji-yoon decided to go to the bathroom immediately. Her friends asked her to come back soon, but the girl replied that she would sit for a long time on purpose. They all looked in her direction in surprise. Lee Seo Young, Soo-hee, Osaiha, and everyone else. They stayed like that with their heads turned sideways. Then someone called out to them. Woo Ji-yoon exclaimed that there was no paper in the toilet. She put out her fists and headed towards the guys. She quickly started looking for the paper. Everyone looked at her with even greater astonishment. She finally found a roll of paper and rather ran to the bathroom. The boys looked in her direction again in surprise. Their eyes bulged as they looked at her. Then they heard again that she was coming back, and they wondered what it was this time. Woo Ji-yoon exclaimed that she forgot her phone this time. Her brother asked her to go to the restroom sooner already. The girl replied that she was really going now. The boys exclaimed that Ji-yoon was just like that at home and laughed. She is so absent-minded by nature. The brother thought this was his chance. He thanked the guys for being friends with his sister. He hopes she doesn't act weird or cause problems. Lee. Seo Young said that she seemed a little strange at first, but Ji-yoon is a very kind and caring girl, and asked him not to worry. He asked just in case, if there were any strange rumors about Woo Ji-yoon. Maybe they heard something about it. Lee Seo Young wondered if they were talking about how she had a fight with a man. The brother immediately perked up his ears and asked what the news was. It brought back memories of my childhood, when Woo Ji-yoon asked her brother to play dolls with her. The girl noticed that the buttons were not fastened. She was asked if maybe she was exercising too much. She won't get a boyfriend that way. She replied that in that case she would just date someone as athletic as herself. Her brother imagined that she was introducing him to her healthy husbands, and it was as if they were all greeting him together. When he imagined this picture, his brother was horrified. He was very afraid of it. He even started having nightmares at night. He remembered what Lee Seo Young had just said. It was about some guy his sister had a fight with. His brother asked what the news was. The girls asked Lee Seo Young how she could tell about it. Soo-hee supported Osaiho. It would shock him. The girl replied that it seems like he already knows about the rumors. It's wrong to say outright that none of this is true. His brother was in a state of turmoil. He kept trying to find out more about his sister. He bent down in front of the girls and asked them to tell him the truth. They replied that they would, only asking him to raise his head. Someone saw her leaving class late one night with a man, all disheveled, 10 o'clock at night after all the extracurriculars. School's out. Had to go to night practice. Today was back day. Gotta take care of my muscles. Jaehyun appeared behind the head's back and exclaimed that she had forgotten her protein in class. The man told her not to worry. He would lend her his. The girl didn't like his disgusting-tasting protein. Then the man asked what she would do in that case. Woo Ji-yoon immediately hesitated and coughed. The girl exclaimed that she was very, very much afraid to go alone at night to class. Isn't there a trustworthy sunbae nearby to go with her? The man got angry and clenched his fists. He asked her to stop and ran after her. The girl asked to go along with her. As they walked, Woo Ji-yoon said that she didn't know what she would do without him. The man replied that he didn't know she was afraid of such a thing. It's kind of unexpected. Ji-yoon mumbled that she was actually a weak schoolgirl. She's not actually scared, she's just bored to go alone. It's such a gloomy atmosphere. She asked me to tell her some scary story. The girl explained that she doesn't believe in ghosts, so she's looking forward to a human crime story if possible, and for the perpetrator to be over 200 pounds. If he's weaker than she is, the story won't be scary. She wondered if she had built up more muscle, and asked the man who was escorting her to touch her. She thinks she might even take his place as head. The head noticed that this girl was acting particularly annoying today. Wasn't she always like this? Ji-yeon was looking for protein in her bag. The head asked her to look faster. She replied that it was definitely around here somewhere. And at the same time, Miss A's Class 17 student, living in the dorms and forgetting her report card. At this time, sitting in ambush in the student club room on the first floor, Japanese cockroach, some student with an angry expression and an open jaw. The girl exclaimed that it was a ghost. They must have seen something in the dark. The head said that Woo Ji-yoon said she wasn't afraid of ghosts. The girl explained that she was just pretending so that he wouldn't mock her. He put his hands out in front of her and started to scare her. Woo Ji-yoon screamed and asked him not to do that. The man asked if she hadn't already realized that he wasn't actually the head of her club. The girl was scared out of her wits. She screamed and asked him to stop. When she started waving her arms, the head apologized to her and asked her to stop. The head noticed that she was indeed very strong. Rushing to his seat wasn't a bluff. What a lousy girl. The man went on to tell Woo Ji-yoon that she had overlooked something. When force is applied to someone, they are expected to be subdued by the head. He began to approach the girl. He put his hands out in front of him and decided to rather subdue her by punching her in the face with his hand. After a light peck on the cheek, the girl passed out a little and hung on his shoulder. The head began to carry her out, holding her slightly. At that time, someone appeared in the doorway. So whoever saw her leaving the classroom late at night with some man, it was a lie. It wasn't a strange man, but the head of the sports club. The guy exclaimed that now it makes sense. So all the rumors that she supposedly went out with men weren't true. Seo Young replied that it was the members of the sports club and the head of the club. Brother Woo Ji-yoon thanked everyone and said that the misunderstanding was now cleared. Seo Young asked to make sushi for them at that time. So the guy she had a fight with was the bad guy. Her brother was very relieved when he realized that all those rumors where she was supposedly walking around with men were all untrue. Seo Young calmed him down and told him that it was the members of the sports club and their head. Then the kid thanked them for clearing up his misunderstanding. The girl asked for more sushi, but now they realized who Woo Ji-yoon was fighting with. Seo Young exclaimed that it was a bad case. The guy said that everything was fine now. They're friends. Things happen. I mean, he's been messing around with his friends at knife point too. Seo Young mumbled that if you think about it, she and her younger brother had fistfights too. And then they finally brought out a lot more sushi. The guys were asked to eat more since they have a lot of sushi here. Seo Young exclaimed that she hadn't eaten like that in a long time, and she thanked the guy. She thanked him for the food. The guy thanked them in return for eating so happily and asked them to come back again. Seo Young was excited that she could still eat sushi. Seha told Woo Ji-yoon that they would be going now and would see each other at school later. Woo Ji-yoon wished the boys a good journey. She was alone with her brother. Her brother immediately asked if she'd gotten one from the head of their sports club. Woo Ji-yoon asked her brother how he knew about it, but her brother persisted and asked her why she had gotten it from him. She started to remember. The girl remembered everything that had happened then. He had turned her upside down by her legs and soothed her in other ways. She replied that nothing had happened. Her brother asked if she was not going to answer him. She'll come to her senses. What if he starts walking around her school and asking around? Woo Ji-yoon pressed her lips together in thought, after which she exclaimed that she and Som were just having fun and messing around. Nothing much happened. She tried to prove it to her brother. He stood in front of her with a knife in his hands. He asked her not to let anyone hurt her. It was the age when just watching the fallen leaves fly, feeling happy. That's just the beauty of being 17 years old. The most amazing thing is that at that age, they feel like they can do anything if they just want to. And they enjoy it. That's the result of young blood chemistry and unreasonable self-confidence. In a word, it's all youth. As they get older, the days when they can smile so brightly become fewer and fewer. You have to create lots of memories by having fun with friends. So all the young men and women of this world, let them enjoy the present. At 3 o'clock in the morning, how long are they going to be out partying till? Seo Young exclaimed that she felt very tired. It's already midnight. Seha said that it was 3 in the morning. She's definitely going to get in trouble from her father. The girl asked about Seo Young. She said that she hoped it would go well. Seha said it was getting late, and asked the girls to scatter to their homes. After that, they said goodbye. But Seo Young didn't fare as well this time. Her father shouted, asking what time she thought it was. People on the floor below were saying that the neighbors upstairs were at it again. It's so noisy that it's impossible to sleep. Do they even know what time it is? The man who was next to his wife said he would go and say a few kind words to them. He started banging on the neighbor's door and asked in a loud shout if they even knew what time it was. That's when the girl's big, furious father turned to him. Just the sight of him alone would scare anyone. The neighbor was very much startled and wished them a good evening. When the guy came back, the wife asked if he had talked to them. The husband asked the girl to just sleep. Father told Lee Seo Young that it's too late, so they'll talk tomorrow. The girl exclaimed that it was okay to stay a little longer while vacationing with friends. She wanted to be an adult as soon as possible, and thought, I wonder how the girls got there. She picked up her phone. She texted the girls, and they texted back to say they'd all gotten it. Suha was the only one who didn't get it at all. She was jealous of her because she would definitely be punished tomorrow. And what kind of punishment she would have tomorrow. As she fell asleep, she was very worried about tomorrow. And so the morning came. Her father exclaimed that cleaning toilets for 3 weeks awaited her. Lee. So Yan thought about the fact that she had expected much worse. She was lucky this time. Dad said he's punishing her by keeping her off the streets for a month, plus cutting her allowance in half. She will be responsible for bathing the cat and getting slapped around a lot. The father asked his daughter to put her hands out. She did it immediately and tilted her head down. The girl lowered her eyes, growing sad. She was very sad. My father exclaimed that he was increasing the hand strike. Now instead of 3 strokes, it would be 4. But her father increased the hand slaps to 5 times. Lee Seo Young thought about how life was hard, and then her father started slapping her hands. She changed her face. She was very hurt that her father was punishing her like that. She turned red and covered in sweat. Tears glistened in her eyes. Father was very furious. His eyes were full of anger, and the girl was sad. He asked her not to pretend. She was in pain. Her father asked if she thought he was hitting her so she wouldn't be hurt. If she didn't get up while he counted to 3, he would start again at 5. The girl started crying and said she didn't want to. You can stay out a little longer when you're out with friends. It's too much. She wasn't going to get up. She continued to sit with tears in her eyes. Her father got even angrier at her by clenching his teeth. After that, the girl stood up after all. But she ran for the exit and exclaimed that she was leaving this damn madhouse. Kim Woo-jun was very surprised to hear the girl run away. When asked why, she said she didn't know. She said she would never go back home. The boy asked her where she would sleep then. Lee Seo Young replied that she would go to Chimjilbang. He asked her if she had any money. The girl showed him everything she had. Kim Woo-jun placed his hands on his hips and sighed heavily. He took a breath and said that if she had nowhere else to go, she could go to his house. Lee Seo Young exclaimed that his parents would be uncomfortable. She's really okay. Thanked me for the offer. The girl said their yellow-haired anchovy was worthy of praise. When did it get so big? Kim Woo-jun explained that it was okay. Dad doesn't come home very often. And Mom, before he could finish, the kid said that his sister also brings home a friend for a drinking party without asking anything. Even if he brings his friends, they won't tell him anything, and she can sleep in the living room. Lee. So Yan asked if she could really go to his place. Kim Woo-jun replied that she looked like an abandoned puppy. How could he leave? And asked her to just go together. But in this case, the kid mumbled that they were no longer master and apprentice. Lee. So Yan replied that he wanted it for himself. Kim Woo-jun explained that it makes him feel some sort of hierarchy. It makes him feel uncomfortable. It's like they're not friends anymore. The girl said that everything was the same for her then and now. They can also continue to be friends. After which she called the kid a sassy asshole. He asked her to think about it later. He then exclaimed that he was switching to you. When they went to the boy's house, Kim Woo-jun asked his sister's friend what she was doing here. She replied that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and asked if the girl was his. What good times in his youth. His sister noticed that he'd brought his girlfriend without even asking permission. He was out of his mind. He replied that she'd brought her own. His sister exclaimed that he must have gotten a taste of life. Just the other day, he said he was going to start studying. Isn't it because he's in love with Lee Seo Young? Or not yet? Kim Woo-jun asked what she was even talking about, and explained that this girl would be staying with them tonight. He, in turn, said everything. But is everything okay? Even if he's an idiot, biologically, he's a man. Do parents usually let their daughter sleep so easily in a guy's house? Kim Woo-jun replied that she ran away from home. She wondered when. He explained that it was in the morning. Her sister said she would lend her some clothes and told me to go to the shower to change. The girl immediately thanked his sister and started to get ready for a shower. After she bathed, she put on her sister's clothes. She was wearing a sweatshirt that was completely tight. It looked like it was going to come apart at the seams. The pants were tight, even tighter around her legs and hips. She felt very confused and uncomfortable in those clothes, since every part of her body stood out very much. My sister crossed her arms across her chest in surprise. They were the same height. Then she was changed into a wide t-shirt and shorts. They asked if she was comfortable. The girl thanked them for that. Her sister was holding her t-shirt, which was very stretched out. Her friend was laughing with her. The sister's friend laughed until she cried. She asked Woo-jun's friend what her name was. The girl replied that she was Lee Seo Young. Then the sister's friend offered to have a drink with her. Life is hard. Ani ran away from home at her age too. The girl asked if she was bragging about it. Kim Woo-jun noticed that she was drinking underage again. He was very surprised and wondered why Seo Young accepted the glass as if nothing had happened. He was frightened and thought that this situation might suddenly become known. He imagined the girl's father twisting him up and asking him how he dared kidnap his daughter and drugging her with alcohol. Kim Woo-jun immediately snatched the glass from Seo Young's hands. Then the boy knocked over the glass and drank it himself. The friend laughed, calling him a black knight. He started grabbing his sister's friend with his hands, pulling her ears with anger. She thought he was planning to finish her off. He'd told her not to give alcohol to minors. The girl started screaming that she wasn't going to do it anymore. He kept scolding her and pulling her ears. Seo Young somehow looked guiltily in his direction. My sister's friend noticed that Seo Young is really pretty. Does she come to their house often? Woo-jun's older sister is also pretty. She asked her to stop her brother, but her sister wondered why she was having a lot of fun. Like some kind of celebrity, they were all watching. Kim Woo-jun was really nervous. Droplets of sweat dripped down his cheeks. Seo Young sat back with her hands clutching her knees. She was offended. He wondered what was the matter with her. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. Seo Young was lying under the blanket without sleeping a wink. Kim Woo-jun's sister's friend had been snoring for a long time, but the girl couldn't sleep. It was very loud. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared at the ceiling. Kim Woo-jun couldn't sleep either. He was using his phone while lying on the bed. Suddenly, Seo Young walked up to him and asked the yellow-haired anchovy if he was awake. He jumped up abruptly and asked when it was that she had managed to move in here. Seo Young replied that his sister's friend was snoring all over the room. Could she sleep at his place? The kid agreed. He gave her his bed. He decided to sleep on the floor. The girl explained that her conscience would eat her if she kicked him out of his bed. She decided to lie on the floor, just so he would let her stay in the room. So Kim Woo-jun lay looking at the ceiling. He asked Seo Young if she was asleep. When she said she wasn't, he asked her why she ran away from home. Seo Young crossed her arms on her chest and looked sadly at the ceiling and thought. He asked if she wanted to tell him. The girl remained silent. Kim Woo-jun was lying there thinking. He was very sad for some reason. He told Seo Young that even though he had only met them briefly, her parents were good people. They're so strict because they love her so much. There aren't many people in the world who will love her for nothing. Her parents must be worried right now. In any case, his sister has a temper, and staying at their house for long won't work. Even if he's in favor, his sister will definitely be against it. Seo Young replied that she understands that. They're not being hard on her because they hate her. It's still been very hard on her. The girl explained that she didn't want to go home. Kim Woo-jun abruptly got up from the bed. He looked at Seo Young and scolded her, sending her running home. Kim Woo-jun explained to the girl that anyway, his sister has a temper, and staying at their house for a long time won't work. Even if he was in favor, his sister would be against it. Seo Young replied that they are being harsh on her not because they hate her, but she tried to explain to the kid that she didn't want to go home. Kim Woo-jun abruptly jumped up from the bed and asked the girl to hurry back home. He was very hard on her. He asked her if she felt sorry for her parents. Seo Young saw that he was really angry. If you think about it, since she didn't say anything, it would seem like she ran away from home for no reason. Still, it was rude not to tell him the circumstances under which she had been allowed to sleep here. Then she must tell him all about her heartache. Kim Woo-jun mumbled that their concern for her was not something to take for granted. She should be grateful. The girl jumped up and exclaimed that she had something to tell him. He inquired as to what had happened at her place. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be nice to tell him anything without knowing her circumstances. The girl began to explain that it was about 3 o'clock in the night. She came home late and was punished. That's why she ran away. The boy listened to her, but then he changed his face sharply and grimaced. Seo Young clenched her fist and added that it wasn't the whole reason for her escape. Kim Woo-jun was afraid of her fist and listened. The girl began to explain that compared to other families, hers had always been overprotective and strict. Her parents were forever meddling in her and her brother's lives, making sure they didn't get bullied or get in trouble. Controlling everything from insanely intense workouts and diets to lifestyle and friends. She does not say that she is completely dissatisfied with her parents' educational policies. There are some things that were helpful. If she hadn't trained as a child, she wouldn't have been able to fight him and An Do-hyun. It would have been impossible to become so close friends with him. And she knows they treat her so harshly because they love her so much. But this love is too burdensome for her. Compared to the other kids who enjoy freedom, she lives like a bird in a cage. Whatever she does, she has to worry about how her parents will react. And if she does something wrong, she gets punished. She's tired of it. She realizes that her parents are well-meaning, so she has continued to tolerate it. She just can't live like this anymore. Kim Woo-jun asked if she had tried talking to her parents about it. Lee So-yeon replied that if words worked on them, she would have tried. But they have a strict hierarchy in their house. No matter what she said, it would probably only look like an ear-splitting protest to them. Her father, it's like a natural disaster turned into a human being. And his character and his looks. He knows that talking won't accomplish anything, so he goes straight to action. But she can't be oppressed like that. Kim Woo-jun implored that she was a real kid after all. The girl exclaimed that she didn't know anything about what she was going through. He in turn enjoys his freedom. Kim Woo-jun replied, then naturally, he doesn't know. After all, he has never received love from his parents that could be called burdensome. He doesn't even know what his mother's face looks like, or if she is even alive. His father, even when he visits, the only thing he gives him is financial support. It's probably some sort of minimal responsibility on the part of the head of the family. But he doesn't hate them. After all, there is no law that parents must unconditionally give love to their children. He also knows that parental love is not a natural right given to children, so it's even more hopeful that she and her family won't drift apart. So he asks her to try to talk to them, even though it seems like it won't work. He admits that her father looks like the final boss, but people are not a natural disaster, so convincing him should be easier than fighting a natural disaster. And it was really her fault for coming home at 3 o'clock in the morning. He asked her to think for herself. She would be worried too if her 17-year-old daughter didn't come home until 3 in the morning without warning. Lee So-yeon replied that she knew that. And he's the smart one, trying to teach her. The boy looked at her sadly and snorted. Lee. So-yeon put her head down and thanked him. She said thank you for letting her stay the night and listening to her, and then she apologized. She didn't know about his family's situation. She was only thinking about herself. She should be stripped of her right to be a master. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he too had flared up without knowing anything about her circumstances. So they are now evenly matched. He left her overnight because a friend is someone who can help and be relied upon. After all, she had told him so herself once upon a time. The girl sat very pensive. She suddenly threw a glance at him. He looked at her and smiled in return. Kim Woo-jun said that they were no longer master and apprentice. You could say they're close friends now. The kid explained that calling her Lee Seo-yeon, instead of just by her first name, was kind of off-putting. He looked at her again and smiled slightly. After this cordial conversation, they went to their beds. The girl laughed and exclaimed that her best friend was Soo-hee. Kim Woo-jun explained that they hang out together every day. That's what close friends are. It would be kind of cold and unfriendly to call her Lee So-yeon all the time. The girl mumbled that she would continue to call him yellow-haired anchovy. He notices that his hair is no longer yellow, so he asks her to call him Woo-jun. She mumbled something back to him. The boy asked what it was she had just said. Lee So-yeon called him a fool and asked him to sleep already. He blushed after saying that. He immediately turned away in the other direction. And so the next day came. The sun was shining on a huge multi-story building. Kim Woo-jun escorted the girl to the exit. He asked her to be careful on the way out. Lee So-yeon turned to him and thanked him, calling him by name. He froze, very much surprised. That she'd finally called him by his name instead of yellow-haired anchovy. She was surprised at the look on his face. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that he himself had asked to call her by her first name. Suddenly, they both froze in place. In front of them was the girl's father. He looked at her and exclaimed that she had been caught leaving the boy's house. Her father said she had no shame or conscience. Would he have taught her that? He then glanced at Kim Woo-jun and asked who he was. The boy froze with his fists clenched. The father looked at the boy, trying to recognize him. He was very surprised to see this guy as a yellow-haired anchovy. There was no limit to his rage. Lee So-yeon asked her father not to jump to strange conclusions. Woo-jun just took her in for the night. She tried to explain to her father that there was nothing wrong here. Her father noticed that she called the kid by his name, so he got even angrier. After all, she didn't usually call him that. Kim Woo-jun started telling his father that he couldn't leave her sleeping outside when she ran away from home. So he brought her home so that Lee So-yeon could rest in his sister's room. He was just doing his duty as a friend. The father asked if he could call a friend. The kid replied that it was kind of embarrassing. What if Seo Young was rejected and she had to sleep outside? And he doesn't have girlfriends especially. The man replied that it was obvious enough. In any case, he called out to his daughter to quickly go home. How dare she run away? Her father grabbed her roughly by the arm and asked if she even knew how worried everyone was about her. He warned her that she would be severely punished. Kim Woo-jun clenched his hands into fists and shouted at his father to stop immediately. The kid started saying that he knew it wasn't good to meddle in other people's family affairs. And yet he had something to say. He was very steadfast and confident in his decision. His father immediately asked what he wanted to tell him. He added that for his information, he was not in the best mood right now. Kim Woo-jun gathered his courage. He sighed heavily, but he didn't show any signs of chickening out for a second. The kid started to explain that because he was so strict about everything, Lee So-yeon was having a hard time. It's hard for a girl in this case. His father stood looking at him with frantic eyes. He replied that it sounded like he was unhappy with his parenting methods. Kim Woo-jun explained that the girl had shared her worries with him. He realizes that a man wants to give all his love to his dear children. He is a gentler man than one might think, and it seems there are a lot of things he can't say out loud, even if he wanted to. He hopes that he will behave more carefully and gently from now on. Saying this, the boy thought he was finished. How menacingly his father looked at him as he approached him. Kim Woo-jun realized that if it were Lee So-yeon, she would be able to survive a couple of attacks from this bulky guy. But he wouldn't be able to do that. Even if he hit lightly, he would face death. And he probably knows it too. So the kid realizes that his words carry weight. After all, he's talking now, putting his own life on the line. It's all for his friend. He pleaded with his father to understand his determination. Of course, he hoped the man wouldn't kill him. The father in turn clenched his teeth. He asked the boy not to call him father. He stood over him like a mighty and formidable mountain. Kim Woo-jun inquired when it had ever happened to call him father. But his father exclaimed that he'd heard everything and called him a lousy asshole. Asked him not to rush things. He hadn't given his permission yet. Kim Woo-jun explained that he had just misspoken. The emphasis of his words was something else entirely. Lee So-yeon laughed and asked her father if he was crazy. Then the father looked toward the girl and addressed her again. He said that he had to go home anyway. Lee So-yeon had to agree. When they started walking towards the house, she felt a very heavy atmosphere. She felt guilty and turned to her father. The girl apologized to him. My father asked me to say it in front of everyone when they got home. He added that there was no way she would escape punishment, and he would try to be more attentive to her from now on. If she didn't like something, her father told her to speak up. Lee So-yeon listened to him carefully and replied that she would. Her father noticed that she had made a really good friend. The girl was very surprised. She didn't expect him to say that to her, that he would be able to notice it. Lee So-yeon asked if he had already realized that she really had a good friend. The father exclaimed that he was against the lad being her boyfriend. The girl explained that it wasn't like that at all. They are just friends with him after all. Meanwhile, people were walking along the beautiful, clean alley. Only underfoot yellow leaves began to appear, flying off the trees. Kim Woo-jun picked up a leaf from the pavement and thought about the fact that it was already fall. His friend, resting his head on his shoulder, exclaimed that time was flying very fast. The vacation was already over. The friend explained to the kid that he was so lonely with the onset of fall. He poured out his soul to him. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon and Soo-hee were also walking down the alley. They heard Kim Woo-jun's voice. Lee So-yeon turned in his direction and said hello to him. She called his name again. The boy's friend was very surprised. He blushed as he looked at Kim Woo-jun. He wondered what had happened between them. How his nickname of the yellow-haired anchovy had changed to his name. Lee. So-yeon asked her not to make a fuss. After all, the friends just called each other by name. Kim Woo-jun asked why they were so weird. What is there to be surprised about? Soo-hee was also very surprised. Kim Woo-jun's friend told her that they were giving them teeth. After all, it's really strange. Lee. So-yeon replied that he was the only one who was weird here. Kim Woo-jun then asked the girl to just go from here, and they both turned their backs to their friends and headed forward. A friend remarked that it was really suspicious. Why did everyone take it so lightly? Autumn was still sad and depressing. When the vacation was over, it seemed to Kim Woo-jun that time was flying by. Vacation was super short, and once it was over, their school schedule was daunting. It's so different from what it was in middle school. And the exam felt like you were being tortured. The teacher told the boys that they had done well on the exam. He asked Kim Woo-jun to hand out the results to everyone. Kim Woo-jun thought about the fact that the midterm exams for the second semester had been passed, but it was too early to feel relieved. There are still mock exams and grading waiting for them. He just wants to die. Will they be able to stay sane until their senior year? At the same time, graduates are tearing their hair out and tearfully refusing to study. But it is necessary to keep one's temper in check. Young Soo-hyun exclaimed that the final exams are near. You can't give up now. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for all the effort spent? The guy said that Young Soo-hyun was crazy too, but the boy replied that he was completely sane. Lee. So-yeon wasn't sure she could handle everything. He, the flower of school life, is coming. The school festival is coming up. A boy came into the classroom and said that the boy's grades had arrived. Kim Woo-jun's friend noticed that he was very good. He told the kid that he had a great score. The guys started saying he really pissed them off. Is there anything he can't do? Kim Woo-jun told them not to be jealous. After all, they are in different worlds with them. The teacher said they had math answers. They need to work on their mistakes when they're done so they don't forget to turn it in. Lee. So Yeon was kind of excited. Kim Woo-jun asked how she passed. The girl told him not to even ask. She failed all the subjects. What should she do? Is she really an idiot? She realized that the kid must have passed well. His ear-to-ear smile was very annoying. Kim Woo-jun replied that it's nothing like that. It was just a little effort that had paid off. The girl exclaimed that he was really annoying. Jae-hyun was asked why he suddenly walked up to them and how he passed his exams. The boy replied that he would do fine. But the guys didn't believe it and asked to see the scores. When they looked at it, Jae-hyun said it was embarrassing. He was definitely better than them. How come he got those scores and he's still embarrassed? Probably wants to die. He got 100 points almost everywhere. Young Soo-hyun exclaimed that this was expected of Ji-hyun because he was the #1 in school for a reason. Did Woo-jun know that he came from a very wealthy family? He has a very different level of education. All of his older brothers graduated from S University. He has so much money, but he still drinks sodas at convenience stores. Is having money such a big deal? If you have a strong will, you can do anything. The guy said he would go around him and asked him to watch carefully. The others wondered how they could bypass Jae-hyun. The boy saw Seo Young and waved at her. Kim Woo-jun and his friend were very surprised and asked the girl if they knew each other. Seo Young explained that he bought her a soda. Jae-hyun walked up to the girl and said that they had decided to say hello to each other if they met at school, right? Seo Young said hello in response. The boy asked if she did well in her exams. The girl replied that she did so. She asked him why he came to their class. The boy explained that he just wanted to talk to her. He and his friends were planning to organize a small group for classes. Would she like to join them? Seo Young replied that she wasn't a good student. He better pick someone with good grades. What if she ruins the atmosphere? Guys in high-ranking positions are sensitive. Jae-hyun then advised to just come, listen to the explanation, and that's it. He just said what came to mind. His classmates usually use the word class among themselves. Does she know that when studying, repetition is the most important thing? And when you repeat out loud trying to explain the material to someone else, the effect is even better. They will explain the material they learned in class to her as a refresher, and she can understand it properly and repeat it again. So it's a win-win for both parties. Seo Young heard it and said that it sounded pretty good. She asked if it was free. The guy said that it was naturally free. Kim Woo-jun noticed that class was about to start. He asked Jae-hyun if it was time to go to his class. The boy replied that time had indeed flown by very quickly. He thanked Kim Woo-jun for reminding him. Anyway, he asked the girl to think about it and give him her answer. When Jae-hyun left, Kim Woo-jun asked Seo Young if she would agree to this. The girl hesitated. Meanwhile, in some dingy gray brick building, a bright light was burning in a window. Someone was sitting inside blowing poisonous white smoke out of their mouth. There were teenagers sitting in this room with cigarettes in their hands. When the kid showed up on the doorstep, they told him he was late again. The guy looked back at them with a strange look. One of the guys with the cigarette moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked what he was looking at him for. The kid replied that he had just forgotten his cigarettes. His look was frightened. The guys grinned back at him. One of them mumbled that he hadn't taken his cigarettes either and called him a jerk. He stood across from him with a snide look in his eyes. Then he laughed and called him a bum. The second laughed and exclaimed, "Who knew he would forget his own?" After all, he wanted to borrow his own. The boy said that since he couldn't even smoke, he would rest here for a while and go to school. The other one remarked that he was very model and asked if he would go to medical school. The boy said of course he would have to. Then the guy with the cigarette asked how things were going at school, if anything interesting was going on there. The boy explained that there was someone he wanted to get close to lately. Other than that, it's boring. And it would be great if some idiot wanted to fight. The guy realized he was trying to get close to some girl. Jae-hyun looked at him with a puzzled look. He answered that he didn't know. Then he said he was leaving and asked them not to smoke too much, so they don't rot their lungs. The guys replied that they understood everything, and asked him to go to school sooner rather than later. If anything happened, they were asked to call. The boys said goodbye to their friend. Jae-hyun raised his hand in the air and wished them good luck. When he left, the guy gritted his teeth and called Jae-hyun Mr. Polite. The other kid asked if he and this bro were friends. The guy said yes. Jae-hyun in turn walked out of that building breathing heavily, because the smoke from their cigarettes had already gotten into his lungs. He left and called them idiots. Seo Young said that she decided to study with Jae-hyun. She called it a good opportunity. It would be more reliable to study with the first student in the school. She replied to Kim Woo-jun that she would take over Jae-hyun's knowledge and teach him. The girl laughed and said it would be good to make new friends, and it's completely free. Kim Woo-jun listened to her, but he was very dissatisfied. He was holding a juice can in his hand. Then as he left, he clutched it in his hands and angrily threw it in the trash can. And here before us is the huge bright school building again. In class, the students put their hands up and exclaimed that they needed to plan a festival. There will be a talent show. If they come in first place, they will get a prize. And they will buy something tasty with it, just like they did during the last competition. Someone suggested a dance. Isn't there some kind of fun dance? Like if we did a Chocolate Boys song. The guys said they had super complicated moves, but someone said that Seo Young would lead them. Everyone agreed with him. But the girl said she couldn't dance. The guy said she could. They all saw a glimpse of genius in her during the competition. Seo Young explained that it was different. Then she was just using her strength. But the guy kept saying that she could do it, and if not, at least she would do a somersault in the air. Seo Young asked why he took it for granted that she could somersault in the air. Kim Woo-jun's friend exclaimed that he had personally seen that Seo Young was a master at tumbling. The girl commented that he was crazy. They decided to go with the Chocolate Boys after all. There's another reason why they should do this group's dance. They also have Woo-jun, Hyungin's doppelganger from that group. Everyone supported the guy and said it was just the perfect plan. Woo-jun with Hyun-young's face will be in charge of the appearance. And with Seo Young somersaulting in the air, the victory would definitely be theirs. The girl thought they thought she was a clown. The only thing left was the individual talent competition and the class event. Kim Woo-jun's friend decided to do it. Then everyone wondered what Jang Si-hyun wanted to show them. The kid replied that he would sing. It's a song of his own composition that he dedicated to her. Si-hyun asked the boys to listen to the excerpt. Someone asked about a class activity. They were talking about the ghost house. Meanwhile, Jang Si-hyun started singing a song. The song was about him missing her. Meanwhile, the guys had already decided who was going to be the ghost. The boys have been told that from now on they will rehearse the dance after school. We need to take our places. Today will be the first rehearsal, so a good workout is necessary. Everyone supported the kid and decided to just tune in. Kim Woo-jun glanced at Seo Young. He wondered, looking in her direction, who she was texting so enthusiastically. Maybe with that Jae-hyun. After they decided to study together, they've been spending more and more time together. Kim Woo-jung was getting very annoyed. Suddenly he turned to the girl. He suggested she go home together after rehearsal. Seo Young immediately agreed, looking at her friend. And so they started rehearsing. All the guys got in their seats. They started doing certain moves for the dance to come out. They raised their arms up and out, moving their legs and bodies. The training continued. Everyone was working very hard. No one was slacking off. After the rehearsal was over, the guys were praised and told that they had done a great job for the day, so they should call it a day. Chung Si-hyun exclaimed that it was easier than he thought. Soo-hee scratched the back of her head and replied that she wasn't very good at it. Her body wasn't obeying her at all. There was a cheer from behind them. Someone shrieked and clapped their hands. It was Oseha. She called them good dancers. You couldn't tell that it was their first time dancing this dance. The guys asked her when she'd gotten here. The girl explained that she heard that Class 3 was practicing a dance, so she thought she'd stop by. Kim Woo-jun asked if they were practicing. Oh, Saiha replied that they would be starting tomorrow. Jang Si-hyun shifted his eyebrows and smiled, and asked if they were afraid of being bypassed. The girl replied that it was fine. Their class of 4 will win with beauty, because they have it, so you're halfway there. Jang Si-hyun exclaimed that they really had a strong opponent, but they have Kim Woo-jun who looks like Hyun Young, and he who looks like Choi Yoon-woo. Kim Woo-jun asked what he was carrying. Kim Woo-jun turned to Seo Young and asked her to go home. The girl apologized, and explained that because of the study group, she couldn't leave yet. Afterward, she asked him to go first. Kim Woo-jun became angry after the girl's words. It was as if she had struck him with lightning. Meanwhile, it was already evening. There was a bright light in the windows. Seo Young was sitting at dinner with her family. Her father, mother, and her brother were gathered. The father asked his daughter what she had been doing lately. After all, she'd started coming home so late. Seo Young replied to her father that she was serious about studying. And they all stared at the girl. They thought she'd eaten something wrong. The brother exclaimed that she had a funny joke. But the girl explained that she was really studying. There is no need to support your daughter and sister when she is studying. She exclaimed that she's doing the first to last in school in math and everything else. Her father asked if she was joking. Whether she's really friends with the best student in school. The planet is surely going to end. Father asked who he was. The girl replied that his name was Im Jae-hyun. They have recently become friends. He is a very good student and kind. He teaches her some kind of lessons. Her parents and brother listened to the girl with interest. They seemed to like the fact that she had befriended the best student in the school. Seo Young's brother said, to think that she's finally taking up her studies. She's finally acting like a human being. The mother exclaimed that she would finally be able to breathe a sigh of peace. The girl listened to them with interest. Had she really lived so thoughtlessly before? Evening was already turning into night. More and more light bulbs were turned on in the apartments. The girl was lying in her bed with her hands behind her head. She was looking up at the ceiling, thinking about something. She was very serious and a little sad. Kim Woo-jun asked her then when he called her to go home together. "How can you refuse so suddenly?" The girl apologized and told him that they would definitely go together next time. Then the kid exclaimed that she could study all she wanted and took offense. Seo Young looked at the ceiling and wondered if she should take offense over something like this. She couldn't understand why he was mad. Lately, because of her studies, she hadn't been able to play with him much like they used to. She decided to play with him more often when she excelled in her studies, and named the yellow-haired anchovy to herself. Manga is a kanga of 10 couplets written by Wolmyeonsa, a Silla monk. It is a lyrical poem of Buddhist content based on the idea of reincarnation. Jaehyun began to ask the question, why did Wolmyeonsa write this hyanga? Lee So-yeon asked if it was to honor her deceased sister. The girl sitting next to her praised her and said that the answer was correct. Lee Seo-yeon crossed her arms and said that this kind of thing was easy for her. She tried really hard and was doing pretty well. Suddenly the girl looked at her phone and exclaimed that time had flown by very quickly. What kind of alarm clock is that? After all, after school today, she and her classmates had agreed to rehearse a dance for the festival. She said she'd be out for a while and came here. Now it's time to go back to rehearsal. She asked if they were going to rehearse. The girl who studied together just replied that they don't do that. What's the point of trying hard by sounding out a dance? To get high grades you have to study at the time. Everyone worries about such things. Lee So-yeon explained that the exams are still a month away, and the festival would start very soon. The girl replied that it's not a whole month, just a month. She agrees with her opinion. A schoolboy's duty is to learn, so who can say anything against it? She advised Lee So-yeon to better focus on her studies. Jaehyun asked what grade she was at. The girl replied that she was on the 4th. Then he asked what university she wanted to go to. Lee So-yeon replied that she didn't know yet. He asked if she had ever thought about the future. From what he can see, she doesn't seem to realize the situation she's in. The term admission exam hell exists for a reason. Although still in their first year of high school, they have already become seniors and have reached the most important step on the way to their first step in society. This is an important issue that is directly related to the quality of her life. Yes, cruel, but she has no choice but to try her best to adapt to this social system. He is not urging her to give up her current happiness. He will just try for a better future. So he doesn't think that in the current situation they have time to even think about practicing the dance for the festival. Lee So-yeon thought about this guy's speech. It really made a lot of sense. But she promised with her classmate to help with the dance rehearsal and actively participate in it. She paused, thinking about what she should do next. Meanwhile, the guys were already rehearsing. Jung Si-hyun asked Kim Woo-jun where Lee So-yeon was stuck, why she was still missing. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that let her just catch his eye. The friend asked what he would do to her when he met her. The boy replied that he didn't know yet. Oseha appeared, wiping the sweat from her forehead and saying that they were finished. She wished them good luck. Kim Woo-jun got angry and asked her to leave soon. They were done. When the boy texted Lee So-yeon about going home together, she replied that she had class again and he could go home by himself today. Kim Woo-jun was angry again. It was another lightning bolt hitting him. Meanwhile, a conversation was going on at school. The guys were asking who skipped rehearsal today. The boy was told that Seo Young. The kid noticed she was getting cocky. He asked her why she was skipping school. He was told that the girl said she would come back later, but she never came back. It was pretty clear when she left with the backpack. How could she be truant when practice had just started? Does she really think they like practicing so much? And they had such high hopes for Lee So-yeon. The girl exclaimed that she was disappointed in her. Just then, Kim Woo-jun appeared in the doorway. He asked if there was enough whispering behind her back. If they were unhappy about something, they could tell her to her face. The boys immediately fell silent. One of them asked if he didn't know what this was about. Then the guy said that Kim Woo-jun is friends with Lee So-yeon. Doesn't he know why she missed the rehearsal? The kid thought that if he told that she left because of the study group, the guys would react even worse. So he answered that he didn't know. The guy said she's not even answering her cell phone. She must have turned off her cell phone on purpose. Anyway, next time he skips out, let him not even come participate in their haunted house. Kim Woo-jun wondered what she was doing. She herself was looking forward to the festival the most. The kid had already gotten out of school and headed home. Suddenly someone called out to him. He turned around, and he saw Oseha in front of him. The girl waved at him in a friendly manner, smiling sweetly. Kim Woo-jun immediately looked at her. Afterward, they sat down on a bench. Oseha asked how things have been going with Seo Young lately. The kid replied that he didn't know. She's constantly busy with the study group right now. That's why they hardly see each other. The girl was very surprised. Kim Woo-jun realized that she hadn't heard yet. He said that Seo Young has been practicing with Im Jae-hyun's band lately. She's been studying all day long, so she doesn't even have time to rehearse. Oh, Seha said that the exams were still a month away. Besides, she was looking forward to the festival. Oh, Seiya said an interesting thing. Maybe the girl just can't get out of there. Kim Woo-jun asked what she meant. Oh Seiha explained that Seo Young had been waiting for Seo Young more than anyone else, and suddenly preparing for him had taken a back seat. Even though the exam was still a whole month away, she was completely focused on her studies. Isn't it strange? And she's not close enough to Jaehyun to stay together all day, the girl suggested to Kim Woo-jun just to talk to her. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon was just holding her heavy backpack full of notebooks. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jun called out to her. The girl froze when she heard his voice. The boy asked her to talk to him. Then she turned to face him and listened. Kim Woo-jun asked if she would skip practice again today and go to study. Seo Young replied that she would skip it. The boy asked her why she was so eager to study. Did she suddenly have some kind of dream? The girl replied that if she studied well, there would be a wide range of choices. Then he asked which university she had chosen. She's been really weird lately. She even bailed on the festival she was looking forward to. Isn't Im Jae-hyun holding her back by force? He advised her to take some time off from her studies, because her schedule's too busy. You guys, I love that she skips practice all the time. More importantly, she seemed tense lately. He hadn't seen her resting at all. The girl promised that she would find time to practice. At least she would try. Afterward, Im Jae-hyun asked if she wanted to plan a looser schedule for the festival. Lee So-yeon looked into the guy's eyes with some consternation. He asked her if so far up to this point her schedule had been too hectic. It was like he was pushing the girl, but she didn't seem to notice. Time flew hour after hour. A pen and a notebook were always in her hands. Those days were centered entirely on studying. My friends didn't recognize Lee Seo-yeon. She didn't show up for training and was completely absorbed in her studies. It wasn't the same Seo-yeon. She was surrounded by strong students who were fully committed to learning. Jae-hyun looked at the girl and exhaled a sigh, saying that there was nothing to be done. He thought she'd understood after their conversation. The kid apologized and said it looks like he was wrong about her. He doesn't want to be a monster in her eyes. After all, he called her to be friends. But if it stresses her out, she may not come anymore. The girl exclaimed that no, it wasn't like that really. She remembered her mom rejoicing and telling her that she could finally breathe a sigh of peace. It was as if Lee So-yeon was at a crossroads. She clenched her fists sitting over her notebook. Droplets of sweat dripped down her face. She folded her hands on the desk without letting go of her notebook and pen. Meanwhile, the boys reconvened in the training room. They got together to rehearse. Kim Woo-jun waited for his girlfriend, but she was still gone. Didn't Lee Seo-yeon come today too? Now she's blatantly ignoring everyone. Jung Si-hyun turned to Woo-jun. After all, he said he talked to Seo Young. The kid replied that she said she would try to make time. The friend then asked if he thought she was really being held there by force. Kim Woo-jun replied that judging from the fact that she didn't show up, it looked like she was. He didn't know Seo Young was so weak. What's keeping her there all the time? He doesn't know what exactly is going on. But Im Jae-hyun is definitely the problem. We have to do something about it. Jae-hyun said after studying that they would finish today. He praised the boys for doing a good job. Then he went over to the girl and told her that she was good too. He apologized to her for being a little harsh. She is an amazing person. So he wanted to take care of her, and he went overboard. He mumbled that they could adjust the time from now on. She can do whatever you want. Lee Seo-yeon replied that she can't. If they're going to study, they should study together. It won't be pretty if she's the only one who starts skipping. The atmosphere will be weird. Besides, the opportunity to learn personally from the best student in the school doesn't come to everyone. The girl exclaimed that now was the time to invest in a bright future. Jae-hyun leaned over to her and said that she finally realized it, because that's what he wanted to convey to her. He believed that she would realize everything, because she's so smart. He smiled and asked her to try her best. After all, he was sure she would succeed. Lee So-yeon listened to him very carefully. She didn't say anything against him. On the contrary, she exclaimed, blushing a little, that this was the way it was going to be. When Kim Woo-jun listened to her story, he was very surprised. But Lee So-yeon replied that it just happened and her parents were very happy about it. The boy asked if she was going to keep acting like this. And what will happen to the festival because it's tomorrow? Lee So-yeon replied that this was the last festival of her life. Kim Woo-jun asked if she would say the same thing next year. If even the first year is so busy, what will happen next year? Lee So-yeon wondered why he was grumbling so much, instead of encouraging him to study hard and cheering him up. But the boy exclaimed that she was looking forward to this festival so much. He wanted her to enjoy it and not regret anything in the future. Besides, she needs to build a good friendship. At least she knows that the guys are criticizing her for skipping rehearsal. Why does she follow Im Jae-hyun even though she doesn't want to? It was as if the girl didn't understand anything and was very surprised that the guys were criticizing her. Kim Woo-jun was completely sweating as he explained to her everything that was going on. Lee Seo Young tensed her fists. She stood across from the kid, listening to him. Kim Woo-jun wondered what he was even doing right now. He's telling her off like a little girl. He didn't mean it. That's how things turned out this time. While Lee Seo Young was studying hard, enthusiastic voices were already ringing out and trumpeting that the festival was approaching. It was the beginning of the Kinso High School Festival. The children were all set for a fun and interesting concert. The presenter said hello to the students of Kinso High School. After all, the long-awaited festival has finally begun, and what a wonderful feeling it is. Before the official opening of the festival, Nam Se-young, a member of their student council, would like to say a few words to them. The girl wasn't expecting it and wondered if she needed to say something. The guys were annoyed with her. Jong Se-hyun couldn't wait for it to start. He was open-mouthed and excited that the festival was finally here. Kim Woo-jun, on the other hand, crossed his arms over his chest and looked sadly ahead. A friend offered him to eat tteokbokki after the performance. And so the festival began with the #1 class dance number. Kim Woo-jun, annoyed by everything and filled with anger. The speakers were greeted with applause. The boy was very angry with Im Jae-hyun. He was also annoyed by Lee Seo Young, who was suddenly acting very differently. The kid couldn't understand what was already wrong with him. Maybe he shouldn't have talked to her like that. He thought he had spoken a little harshly to her. You shouldn't have talked to Lee Seo Young like that, and hurt her by saying too much. It's not like he was going to be that emotional. In fact, in a way, isn't that good for Seo Young? The best student in the school is giving her private lessons. Maybe he's jealous of Im Jae-hyun, because that jerk has privatized all of Seo Young's time. So pissed off at her for doing whatever the asshole says and worrying like an idiot for no reason. Maybe he's just worried about getting close to Seo Young. If it really happened like that, what should he do in that case? Suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Song Si-hyun. He told his friend that their class would be performing next. The lad was completely bewildered and thoughtful that he didn't even notice the time had come. Their number really should have been next. The guys were already on standby. Jae-hyun stood next to his girlfriend and smirked evilly. Kim Woo-jun gave him a scornful look. He thought about how much he wanted to punch that face. He was filled with hatred for this guy. It was like he felt that this jerk was taking Lee Seo Young away from him. And so the third grade performance began. The children gathered lined up on the stage. Kim Woo-jun thought about the fact that he needed to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and focus on what he had to do now. He couldn't understand why he was the one in the center. Oh, Seha exclaimed that third grade Hyun-young was really cool. Sabin thought she had fallen in love with him again and laughed. After which she apologized to the girl. Meanwhile, Woo Ji-eun was sitting in the front row. She was also watching the festival. Lee So-yeon was on stage with everyone else. Ji-eun wondered what was wrong with her. She's a terrible dancer. Maybe she's not feeling well. She only knows how to fight. That's why Woo Ji-eun thought about it. Kim Woo-jun asked his friend if he was good. Jung Si-hyun exclaimed that he was better than any Hyun-young. Lee So-yeon mumbled that she was terrible. How many times did she get her movements wrong? The guys were definitely disappointed in her. She has to slowly make things right by all means. She wanted to be treated as she was. Something had to be done to make that happen. The girl yelled for the boys to stand back. She began to accelerate and do a lot of somersaults over herself. The girl did a lot of somersaults flipping around like a ninja in the air. She decided to do as they had originally agreed with the guys. Everyone in the audience opened their mouths, not expecting their dance to take such a turn. Lee So-yeon, after many somersaults and somersaults threw herself, stopped looking at the audience. Suddenly, everyone got up from their seats and started shouting and clapping their hands. She made a sensation to everyone else. Then the guys began to hug Lee Seo-yeon, happy for their success. They had succeeded after all. Nice dance. And soon the fourth grade will be performing. And soon it will be the fifth grade's turn. Someone turned to Im Jae-hyun. The boy's ears perked up and he turned around. He saw Kim Woo-jung in front of him. He said that the kid did a great dance. He might even become a celebrity. If he has something to say, then let him say it later. It's time for the lower class to get ready. Kim Woo-jun moved his eyebrows to his nose and said, "It's funny. After all, he's not the least bit interested in this festival. No matter how much he thought about it, he obviously approached Seo-yeon with ulterior motives." The kid clenched his fists and said that since he had no intentions of having a long conversation, then he would ask him directly. Kim Woo-jun asked who Lee So-yeon was to him. After all, he's determined to find out what this guy wants from her first, if he has feelings for her. Jae-hyun realized that Kim Woo-jun likes this girl. And here in front of us is the first in school in terms of grades and from a good family, a polite, handsome, excellent student, and a poor, perpetually fighting bully with a bad temper. If one of them were to die right now, that's an interesting question. Who will the people choose then? Jae-hyun smiled wryly, looking into the boy's eyes. People are divided into classes. Many people think that the caste system has disappeared, but it has not. Only the explicit form has disappeared, but it clearly exists. As long as humans exist, class divisions will last forever. because that's the way they are. That's what a woman used to tell her son when he was a child. So she asked him to go as high as possible. He is a man who can reach a high level. After all, he was her favorite son. The boy answered his mother with a smile that he understood everything. Afterwards, his mother asked him how he had passed his last exams. The boy replied that, apart from his native language and social studies, he had 100 points everywhere. A mother asked her son why he was smiling. Why is he proud if he didn't get 100 out of 100 in all subjects? It's only elementary school level, though. Becoming a doctor is not easy. The son was no longer smiling so clearly. He promised his mother that he would try to work harder from now on. His mother explained that he wasn't a genius. Therefore, he will have to work hard. The future will be easier if you keep working hard now. Needing to play less and study more now is an investment in the future. Later, there will come a time when he can really relax and have fun. When that time comes, all his investment in his studies will pay off. Then he would be very grateful to his mother. The boy hoped at that time that the time would come soon, but he wondered when it would be. Meanwhile, outside the window, the boys were playing ball. Different games, soccer, basketball, and more, and he just watched from the sidelines. He didn't have time to play with all the other boys. All he did was study and learn. He could only watch the kids without playing with them. That's how his childhood passed him by. The boys wondered what it was with Jae-hyun, but he thought they were completely pathetic. He saw himself as completely different, and he thought he was completely different from everyone else. He considered himself a high-level person who would be able to achieve great heights. He used every means possible. He strengthened his position by developing friendly relations in various spheres. He participated in school activities from time to time and developed an image of a promising honor student who is good in social life. Even though it was very stressful, it was all about the future. When he answered the phone, he said that nothing special had happened, and the guys he talks to are not close to him at all. Social relationships are important too, but he just used them. When asked if he would become a bully too, the kids said they knew him. He's different from them. Saying all this on the phone, he didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping on him. When he passed out, he turned toward the guy. One of his friends asked what the call was about. He was definitely talking to Mom. Talking about the bullies he uses, didn't he mean him? Jae-hyun realized that the guy had been listening to his entire conversation. He was getting annoyed with him. Jae-hyun said that he hadn't said anything that bad. He knows his mother's personality. Because he says so, it makes it easier for him to communicate with them. My friend told me not to talk nonsense. In fact, he'd suspected for a long time. After all, the kid had been looking down on them all this time. It was always as if he'd seen something nasty. Does he really think they didn't realize he was treating them like idiots? Does he think they're complete morons? The guy asked, shoving his stupid excuses into one place, looking at him with a scornful look. I mean, even now he's acting like this, with complete dislike, and like he was the coolest guy here. And he thought he was a friend, so he didn't say anything. But it's impossible to know what's going on in his head. No matter what he did, he always hid his true feelings. Did he ever even consider them his friends? Just a crazy puppet who acts in a way to look good in front of others. This is how the guy acted to really look good in front of others. The mother, reading what her son had written, asked if it was his aspiration. She asked her son to rewrite it properly. In her opinion, he had the right ability to become a doctor. She said he needed to move to a higher level. He shouldn't be socializing with lower-level people. That's not how she raised him. That's how a mother slowly taught her son. That's why he didn't even play with the boys when he was a kid. And as a teenager, he just pretended to be friends with his peers, not really putting them into anything. Jae-hyun told his friend not to use his rotten tongue as if they were on the same level as him. He called him low-level scum. The guy was immediately seething with anger. He clenched his fist and pointed it toward the kid. He was very angry. After all, he had considered Jae-hyun his very good friend until now. A fight broke out. The guy hit him back with a counterpunch to the shoulder, so hard that his friend coughed. Everyone around him was very surprised. Jae-hyun had not only betrayed his friends, but also dared to hit them back. Then someone hit him on the arm with another one as hard as he could, and he exclaimed who dared to do it. It was a yellow-haired anchovy, when it was still dyed a light hair color. Clenching his fist, he asked the guy to try and answer him. He became very angry. He became boiling with rage and started using obscene language. After that guy started running as fast as he could. Kim Woo-jun was feared by everyone at that time, and they were talking about how his name seems to be Kim Woo-jun. A bully who fights all day long. He's a zero in his studies and his relationship with the guys is a mess. Getting close to him won't get him anything. So the guy decides it's pointless to even talk to him. Besides, they'd never even been in the same class once. He couldn't understand where this guy suddenly popped up from. Kim Woo-jun asked if he was okay, and told me to be careful from now on. Don't mess with guys like that again. He thought he'd grab an honor student and yell at him. And here's what's going on. Kim Woo-jun noticed that Jae-hyun grew up in a good environment. So why does he live like that? Jae-hyun stared at him with a questioning look. Kim Woo-jun didn't know that he had actually set his friends up. I didn't know, and I helped him. Dispelled those guys who raised their hands on him. At that time, Jae-hyun wondered who the strange guy was. He didn't know Kim Woo-jun yet. He couldn't understand why that guy was standing up for him. And now a whole year has passed. We have a huge high-rise in front of us. A year later, the boy joined Kinso High School. But even though he had become a high school student, he occasionally remembered their argument from that day. A puppet who acts to look good in front of others. These phrases of a worthless guy made him so angry that he couldn't stand it. Jae-hyun pretended not to know. That he had changed the direction of his life by someone else's choice. Was forced to come face to face with something he tried to ignore. The harsh reality he faces and the uncertainty of the future. When he can truly have fun and relax. His ultimate goal is to reach that moment. But no matter how much he runs, he has nowhere to catch his breath. Because it wasn't his way. And even though he knows it, he has no choice but to keep going until the end. Now it is difficult for him to even dream of the future on his own. He feels that he has completely lost his soul. The more he tries not to hate himself for being so weak, the harder it is for him. He couldn't focus at many points. And sitting at the desk, as always over the textbooks and notebooks, thought about the fact that it was very noisy around. What's so interesting about life? Those smiling faces were annoying. He wanted to smash them all. He couldn't see low-level people happy. He began to feel even more contempt for low-level people. He felt that he was becoming more and more like his mother. There were rumors going around that Kim Woo-jun from the 3rd grade had defeated the ringleader of the 3rd year. They were wasting time discussing some nonsense. The kid realized that he and Kim Woo-jung went to the same school. He didn't know because he didn't care about such things. And this guy still didn't seem to be making any progress. He thought he was trash too. Meanwhile, the lessons were already over. The time was approaching evening. There were many people on the streets. Im Jae-hyun was on his way home after class ended. Just then, someone called out to him and asked if he was Im Jae-hyun, who went to the same high school as Kim Woo-jun. He was already aware of everything, so he asked the kid not to even think about pretending. He asked if Kim Woo-jun had any weaknesses or family history. Jae-hyun asked the guy who he even was. Opposite him stood a boy with a cigarette in his teeth. He answered that he was An Do-hyun from Gyeomanggo, and he asked Jae-hyun not to pretend, but to say what he knew. After all, he already knows everything. He explained to Jae-hyun that he was going to piss him off and seriously fight that guy. So he asked him for his cooperation. Jae-hyun replied that he really didn't know him. Do-hyun clenched his fists and exclaimed, "That's what everyone says at first. After a couple of slaps, they start to remember. I wonder if he's different from them." Jae-hyun explained that he really doesn't know. He's not interested in people like him. There's no benefit in getting close to him anyway. He's just trash. But about the facilitation, of course he'll give it to him. The guy asked if Kim Woo-jun had done something to him. Jae-hyun replied that he once saved a middle schooler from a bully who tried to beat him up. Do-hyun didn't expect him to say that. After all, he thought the guy had beaten him up. But Jae-hyun started to explain that Kim Woo-jun was fucking up in front of him. Some scum had the nerve to act like this and show off in front of him like he was the coolest. Do-hyun agreed with him. After all, he always thought it was strange that that guy pissed him off so much. He hated his confidence and arrogance. Low levels abounded and they swarmed like lichs. Jae-hyun offered to dig up information on him together. He'll give him a reward if he has to. But there's one thing he's willing to put up with. The boy promised to do his best. He asked Do-hyun to beat him. He wants to see the face of that sod who fell into the abyss and became completely empty. Jae-hyun held out his hand with a caustic smile. He was full of vile plans. It was the face of a man who had been forced to facilitate another. What a miserable life. The boy looked at the sheet and wondered how he had collected all this material. Jae-hyun asked Do-hyun if it would definitely work. The guy replied that it's 100%. He's a surprisingly unscrupulous guy. Jae-hyun asked if he could say that he was actually consistent and hard-working. After all, he was just working hard because he didn't want to get beaten up. Do-hyun noticed that he could pour very well. Who would doubt that he's the first best in school? Do-hyun promised to go provoke him tomorrow. He can't wait to see this guy's pissed-off face. Jae-hyun mumbled that if he turned him into a bloody stain, he would personally give him a reward for it. That's when the guy turned around and took him by the pecs. He got him already with his reward, and asked him if he thought he was his dog. After all, he was the one who gave him the assignment, not the other way around. Looking at him with a furious look, Do-hyun asked to know his place. Jae-hyun smiled wryly and said he understood and apologized. He thought to himself that for a guy of such a low level, he had an annoying temper. Looking at Kim Woo-jung, the guys noticed that he looked quite intimidating. The guys heard that he got into a fight with Ahn Do-hyun from Gyeomang High School. And the look on his face isn't any better either. Did he really lose? The guys were discussing whether they had heard rumors about it. Jae-hyun watched Kim Woo-jun through the window. He asked just to look at that expression on his face that had lost everything. That's the kind of look that suits him. This is the place for someone like Kim Woo-jun. This pleasure goes beyond what he imagined. The feeling of complete freedom inside. What if he became addicted to it? They remembered Kim Woo-jun yelling that Seo Young was the master, and the girl asked him not to talk about it so that no one outside would hear. Jaehyun used to watch these events all the time, and eavesdropping on their conversations. He couldn't understand why Kim Woo-jun was perfectly fine. Do-hyun explained to the guy that it was all Lee So-yeon. She intervened in their fight and ended it. She must be Kim Woo-jun's friend. But enough about that. How does she have so much strength in her little body? She's a chimp in human form. Something about that image. Jaehyun didn't expect this at all. Not at all. That girl went and ruined everything. A variable named Lee Seo-yeon. Even if he crushes Kim Woo-jun's spirit. If that girl is around him, she'll ruin everything. Lee Seo-yeon is a kind of mental support for him. So this guy decided to deal with her first. Some guy came up to him and asked him if he was Im Jae-hyun. He heard that Jaehyun gave the assignment to An Do-hyun. He said he's good at it too. He likes to make a lot of hustle and bustle and make a lot of money. Jaehyun heard this and asked him to gather information on Lee Seo-yeon from Gunso High. He explained that he needed it for the plan. The boy said he was expecting to hear from him in that case, whether 3 months would be enough for him, and he added that they would see him in exactly 3 months. So he said goodbye to his mutts. And it's been 3 months. The girl's already got a lot of information on her. Jaehyun noticed that that guy was really meticulous. He was beyond his expectations. The guy asked how dare he use him for something like that. Jaehyun explained that he had already thrown him the money. In response, the boy thanked him but said that from now on he would not take any more cases related to that girl Lee So-yeon. It was really weird. No one wanted to mess with her. Apparently, the guy had to sweat enough to find any information about her. He even got a smack in the face from her more than once. It wasn't easy to find out anything. He even followed her and put on a mask. But the girl was walking down the road being very careful. She noticed she was being followed. She always felt as if someone was following her. I wonder if she imagined it. The guy explains to Jaehyun that he almost died. Lee So-yeon is strong enough to crush even Do-hyun, but he was able to dodge her punch. He hasn't been caught once in 3 months. Jaehyun realized that this guy would be useful in the future. He promised he would remember that, and thought about what he would do in the situation. This guy was actually very sneaky and dangerous. And then came the moment when Kim Woo-jun asked him who Lee So-yeon was to him. He looked at him with a scornful look, shifting his eyebrows. Jaehyun smiled cheekily and snidely in response. He realized that the boy liked this girl. But when asked the question by Kim Woo-jun, the guy was silent. He blushed slightly and got even angrier. How dare this guy ask him such a thing? But he did answer that he really liked her. If he's in some kind of trouble. Jaehyun started laughing defiantly in his face. Kim Woo-jun asked what was so funny about it in the first place. The guy apologized and said that he didn't expect him to respond so confidently. It really is a complete success. He saw him as a huge romantic and kept laughing at the kid. Kim Woo-jun didn't expect such insolence. Jaehyun continued to smile at him, looking him in the eye. He exclaimed that he wanted to see the boy fall into the abyss. He asked me not to take offense at anything. After all, it's just a hobby. He was the one who told An Do-hyun about his past. And he also deliberately separated them from Seo Young. He wants to make him nervous so he can die sooner. If he wants to mess with him, Seo Young has nothing to do with it after all. Kim Woo-jun asked why he touched her. The guy replied that if anyone heard, they would misunderstand. After all, he is teaching this girl for her own good. He realized this based on the information he researched. She had been living a life of misery all this time. Besides, she probably didn't get much praise from her strict parents. And when Seo Young became a teenager, they probably had frequent emotional conflicts. And the situation probably worsened when she ran away from home during summer vacation. It was at such a moment that he showed up and started one-on-one training with her. Given Seo Young's character, she couldn't help but tell her parents, "There's no reason to hide it when you study hard." Hearing sincere praise for the first time in a long time, Seo Young must have thought about her life. Moreover, the guilt towards her parents accumulated over the past time and the desire to be recognized. They became shackles and made her more obsessed with her studies. Besides, he repeatedly emphasized to her that such an opportunity does not come to everyone, and also mixed together and used the most insidious factors. He assures that Seo Young won't be able to give up on him. Kim Woo-jun called him a complete stalker. Jaehyun replied that it would be better to say consistent. Jaehyun said that he was really surprised. He can't believe that Kim Woo-jun fell in love with Seo Young. He has a specific taste. What's the big deal about her anyway? Kim Woo-jun warned the guy not to insult her in front of him. He won't say it twice, so he asks him to be more careful. The guy said he understood and apologized if he was offended. He asked me to answer one question. Kim Woo-jun asked what he had done to him. The guy replied that he wanted to let him lose his temper right now and beat him up, but he just doesn't have words for what's going on. Kim explained that they hadn't crossed paths with him much. Why he's so taken with him. Okay, other guys who come to get back at him because he once beat them up. For someone to pick on him just because they don't like him, for the first time. Jaehyun replied that he doesn't really hate it. It's just his hobby. All people have different value. For example, like in the case of things, selling a few cheap things to buy a more expensive one. Can't you sacrifice a few pathetic human scum for one decent human being? Well, maybe it's funny to use the word sacrifice here. He asked why he dragged Seo Young into this. Because she's interfering with his plans. If he's going to make him unhappy, she shouldn't be around him. That's why he organized the study group. Even if he tells everyone what he just heard, no one will believe him. Because there is an obvious difference between his reputation and Kim Woo-jun's. The kid took him by the pecs and told him he could try and clearly see how a person's level reveals itself in such a situation. Jaehyun, looking at him with a cheeky, snide look, only laughed back. Kim Woo-jun was just shocked at this guy's chutzpah and meanness. He was boiling with rage. He was ready to tear this guy into many pieces. Jaehyun spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that if he wanted to hit, let him hit. Meanwhile, the students heard some noise and all began to listen to see what was going on. They wondered what those guys were doing over there, if they were fighting. Isn't that Kim Woo-jun from class 3? They looked at who he had grabbed. One of the guys said that it looked like Im Jaehyun. He's probably holding his pecs to hit him. Jaehyun didn't do anything. The guys told me to call the teacher. Kim Woo-jun has been quiet lately. I wonder if he's back to his old ways. Jaehyun wondered if he now understood what the difference between his and his value meant. The reason why he had chosen him specifically among the other scum. It's that he's the lowest grade of them all. He's not capable of anything at all. Kim Woo-jun was completely crushed inside. This guy was acting on him mentally. The kid immediately let go of his shirt, expiring sweat. He looked down at his hands, wondering just how much this guy had affected him. Jaehyun continued to smile impudently. He was overconfident and tried to finish off Kim Woo-jun with his words. They continued to stand across from each other, Kim as if unable to do anything about it. He had become a different man after all. He took him by the shoulder and told him that he wouldn't deny the difference in reputation they'd earned over time. Well, even a low-grade scumbag would give up after hearing such a speech and just give up. In that case, he won't die with his life. Kim Woo-jun looked him in the eye with a furious look. Jaehyun wondered what he was going to do. Not to fight him now. To which the boy replied that they would fight now. Since he brought him to this. They continued to stand opposite each other. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that if he felt like trash and even hated himself, he would stay like that forever until someone came and saved him. But does he know that there aren't many people who can be a support to a person going down and get them out of there? Most of the time they are trying to save someone else, thinking only of his heart, but ends up getting depressed themselves as well. However, Lee So-yeon made him realize that he is not alone. She opened his eyes to him, who had cut himself off from the world simply by rampaging. She became his support, so that he would not give up on himself and rise from the bottom on his own. When everyone thought he was a piece of trash who didn't deserve a chance and stayed away, she stayed by his side and cheered him on. It was then that the teacher came up to them. The kid went on to explain that Seo Young is one of the few truly strong friends, and if he gives her up now, he'll hate himself again. He just can't do that. Jaehyun asked if he was going to hit him. Kim Woo-jun replied that he wouldn't use his fists anymore. The teacher flew over to them and called Kim Woo-jung a lousy kid. He asked if he was making trouble again and pushed the boy away. Even at the festival. And why should Jaehyun be the one to beat up? It's just a commendable act. Kim Woo-jun pushed the teacher away with his hand. He asked him to just move over. He asked Jaehyun to compete in the exams. Jaehyun wondered if he was in his right mind. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that they will fight on his field. If he wins, Jaehyun will let Lee Seo Young go. Jaehyun mumbled that he was really teaching this girl. She's actually really progressing. Does he really mean that he's going to pull Seo Young out for her sake? Is that really the case? Kim Woo-jun said that if he beats him in his studies, he'll teach it himself. So don't let him relax. He, Kim Woo-jun, can even win the district games if he puts his mind to it. Even though the record was broken this year, he asked the kid to be ready for this competition. Meanwhile, the teacher was already pulling the boy behind him. Jaehyun was very surprised at this turn of events. It was very strange to him that the guy wouldn't fight. After all, once he got to that point, he should have snapped. So why does he try so hard, even though he knows it's useless? Jaehyun is approached by his girlfriend and asks if he's okay. And this can't even be called a plan. He was challenged by some scumbag who was living a life of misery. He wanted to beat him on the exam. It's like a death agony or something. He thinks he's going to make an effort and that's it. That's a stupid guy. Jaehyun decided to take this fight and show him how low he is by a clear margin. Jung Si-hyun exclaimed that Kim Woo-jun didn't hit Im Jaehyun in truth. Soo-hee hoped that nothing serious would happen. The girls said that Seihi's class was now performing, so they should support her and then go to see how Ujun was doing. It's getting kind of lousy. Where the hell did he go after ruining everyone's mood? I don't think we'll be able to enjoy the festival now. Jung Shi-hyun asked everyone to be quiet since they weren't the only ones there. One of the guys asked why they had to be quiet at the festival. Shi-hyun replied that Queen Junso was performing right now. It'll lift your spirits, so stop muttering. The guy replied that it's true that Osea thinks. But could she do anything about that atmosphere? The boy replied that of course she could. Meanwhile, the girls were praising Seo Young for that crazy somersault. They asked if she practiced in secret from them. The girls were just touched. She had worked her hardest. And there in front of us is a huge light-colored high-rise building. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun's sister Kim was cooking something at home. She was whisking the batter, throwing in the chicken eggs. Her friend stood behind her watching. The girl was already sweating as she prepared this dish. Her friend couldn't wait to finish, and the girl kept adding eggs and kept whisking. After which she added milk to this dough. Once again, he began to whip his invention very carefully. She cooked for a very long time. After all, it was not an easy process. When she had whipped the dough, she poured it into the baking dish. After that, the girl sent this mold into a well-heated oven. They began to watch the process. And now it's finally ready. It was a sponge cheesecake. It looked delicious. They wished each other a pleasant appetite. The girl asked not to spoil the dish with a fork, but to take a picture first. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Kim Woo-jun exclaimed if they could see what he was doing. He asked them to help out just a little. The girl handed her brother a piece of pie and asked him to eat. You need to eat sweet things to keep your head working well. The boy thanked his sister. A sponge cheesecake created by Kim Joo-eun, age 0 years, fell asleep in the stomachs of Kim Joo-yoon, Kim Woo-jun, and Kang Shi-yoon. After that, some time passed and the long corridor of the school was empty. But Kim Woo-jun was already sitting over a notebook with pen in hand. He was very pensive. Suddenly someone called his name. Seo Young stood in front of him. She clenched her fists and asked if it was true. The boy thought that, as expected, the rumor had reached her ears. Of course it had, because it had made such a fuss. He mumbled that she'd already heard, but there was a reason for that. Seo Young exclaimed that means it's true that he twisted Jaehyun's chin, performed a facebuster, and turned him into a vegetable. Kim Woo-jun was very surprised and asked which creep said such a thing. After all, there was no such thing. Behind the girl's back, Chang Shi-hyun was pointing his finger at the door. When they went out with a friend, the friend asked if he had beaten that guy. Kim Woo-jun asked what he thought. It really was, and the kid told it like it was. The friend asked if he was really talking. Kim Woo-jun replied that he was. After all, he looks down on everyone. Jung Shi-hyun asked what he decided to do. Kim Woo-jun explained that they had a bet over who would beat the other in the exam. If he wins, Jae-hyun will eliminate Seo Young from the group. The girl, meanwhile, had apparently heard everything while watching them. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that he himself knew that it seemed unrealistic. Still, he decided to give it a try. Jung Shi-hyun asked if he was serious. The kid replied that he was being serious. A friend mumbled that in this case he would somehow, but it would work out. Kim Woo-jun exclaimed that no matter how much his friend said he couldn't do it, he would do it all. Shi-hyun scratched his cheek and said that he had been like that since he was a kid. If he set his mind to something, he would get his way. What he meant to say was that Kim Woo-jun has a fierce determination. He became the leader of the middle school because he couldn't stand the bullies' antics. As soon as he came to Gyunso High School, he immediately defeated Sunbae and became the new leader. And he's a smart kid. He's got a high learning curve. Well, he just didn't think about studying before. In fact, if he didn't fight and just studied hard, he'd probably be #1 in the whole school by now. Kim Woo-jun thanked his friend and said that he thought he would just tell him to give up. Jung Shi-hyun replied that he would have stood his ground even if he had said that, and he, as a friend, should support him in whatever he decides. And everything he said before was sincere. He knows him well. He asked the kid, when he defeated him Jae-hyun, to treat him to something tasty. Afterward, Kim Woo-jun hugged his friend and exclaimed that where would he go without him? The school building stretched as if to the heavens. It was slowly getting dark outside, and then night fell. All the apartments were dark. Only one of them had a light on. There was a lot of studying going on in that apartment. A notebook and a pen in the boy's hands. Kim Woo-jun worked tirelessly. He even studied at night. He was a very persistent guy. Jae-hyun, in turn, was more calm, since he already knew all this material. He recalled Kim Woo-jun grabbing him by the pecs, but still stopped and didn't hit him. He hesitated for a moment. The guy wasn't sure if Kim Woo-jun was in love with Seo Young. When he confirmed the hunch, he thought this was his chance. He wondered what kind of look Kim Woo-jun would have on his face when he realized there was nothing he could do, even when he knew everything. But he couldn't understand why this guy was so resistant. Why can't he just give up? Why can't he just break? Meanwhile, it was already midnight. The lights were on in more than one apartment. Jae-hyun also sat over a notebook at night. After all, he was still a human being, not a prodigy. He had to be well prepared. After all, Kim Woo-jun had taken up his studies diligently. They both wanted to win at all costs. Jae-hyun tilted his head back and held his hand over it. He mumbled that he needed to pull himself together. What the hell is he doing anyway? Thinking about silly things and not being able to concentrate. He needs to become like his older brothers. He needs to work twice as hard as that guy. After all, unlike his brothers, he's not a genius at all. And now school is back in front of us. It's exam day. It's finally time for one hell of a special training session. Finally, the endeavor to bear fruit. Go to a good university. Give your parents a luxurious life. Live the high life. Life blossoms when you go to university. You'll find a boyfriend and a good job. 3 years later, their Lee Seo Young came, a student at a prestigious university. The girl asked her mother to cook her a steak. Lee Hanbyul is 18 years old. It was his sister who came. They wished each other a pleasant appetite. When Seo Young was in high school, he wondered how she would go on with her life. But their girl had grown up so much. She even gave them a new house with the scholarship money. Dad was proud of his daughter. There was a time like this. My brother cried tears of joy. Or because he really wanted to eat his sister's food. He couldn't take it anymore and reached for his plate. But the girl kicked him, calling him a little shit. The brother cried again. Lee. So Yeon exclaimed that he could do it too. If he puts in the effort and gets into the university, he will achieve what he only dreams of. One must believe in oneself and take action rather than taking away her meat. Meanwhile, the cat was behind his brother's back. He too was crying and begging to share a piece. He was already meowing and attacking the food. He couldn't take it anymore either. Then the next blow flew at the astonished animal. How dare he covet what not even his brother could taste? That's what the girl was thinking as she walked into the school. A lot of thoughts were going through her head. Kim Woo-jun also came to school. He was very sleepy and tired. The students sat in the classroom waiting for the teacher to arrive. Lots of notebooking, studying and studying. Kim Woo-jun didn't stop working every minute of the day. He already had all his notebooks scribbled out. He sat over his lessons with a very serious and very thoughtful look. Young Shi-hyun also worked hard, because it was necessary to gain knowledge. Suki picked up her notebook and began to scrutinize it. Lee. So-yeon was also quite serious. She was even sweating while shifting her eyebrows. Jae-hyun was in his own time and was also looking at his notebook writing something down. Kim Woo-jun was completely sweating when he was writing. He was very worried about how he would write the paper. They all tried hard in this exam, and now the correct answers came in. The teacher exclaimed that they could mark their mistakes and leave. Kim Woo-jun thought that he seemed to have made a lot of mistakes in the math test. This time, the test was really difficult. But he did his best. He tried very hard, using all his knowledge and abilities. All that remained was to check the result. The boy was very worried and hoped that he had written well. He began to circle the answers. He was working on his mistakes. The kid looked at his answers and then suddenly jumped up. He wondered if he was asleep. Droplets of sweat ran down his face. He couldn't understand what had happened. Maybe he really is a genius. If it goes on like this, he might actually defeat Im Jae-hyun. Kim Woo-jun wrote this exam very well. The error work went well. The hard day at school went on and on. The students were in school. Some were sitting with a notebook in their hands. Some were just sleeping on their desks. Lee So-yeon exclaimed that she could finally relax. The work on the mistakes has already been completed. She asked Kim Woo-jun if he did well on the exams, and she explained that she's doing really well with them right now. She's having super good results. But she noticed there was no response. Kim Woo-jun had fallen asleep next to her at the desk. The kid slept as he labored and studied at night, studying for the exam. Lee. So-yeon realized that it looked like he was studying hard too. He wouldn't even notice if you picked him up and carried him on your back out of here. The girl kept watching the boy and decided to wait a little longer. Kim Woo-jun didn't wake up, but then he felt someone's presence near him. He opened his eyes and saw Lee Seo-yeon in front of him. She was sitting next to him watching him, and then she turned away abruptly. Allegedly, she didn't know he was awake. The guy started rubbing his eyes and asked where all the guys were. Seo-yeon replied that everyone had already gone home and asked if he was done marking mistakes. Kim Woo-jun replied that yes, and asked if she was done. The girl replied that she had finished a long time ago. She passed the exam perfectly. The boy praised her. He asked if she was going to study today. Seo-yeon mumbled that they didn't have an appointment for today. He asked why she didn't go home right away. The girl explained that she had been waiting for him to go together. He was upset that she didn't go home with him, wasn't he? Kim Woo-jun blushed a little after she said that. So they finally got out of school. Lee So-yeon asked if he remembered her somersault at the festival. She hadn't even practiced it once. It was as if the skill was already in her body. Was it possible that it was hereditary? The boy laughed and decided that such a thing was impossible. Kim Woo-jun asked her if she remembered eating bingsu in the summer. Kim Woo-jun said she remembered because he gave it to her. Then he suggested she go somewhere else. But what a bingsu, it's cold. But they say eating bingsu in the cold is even tastier. Something about overcoming the cold with cold. Seo Young exclaimed that if he's treating, then they have a deal. One of the guys mumbled that he had failed his exams and asked what his friend's scores were. They've already been shown the correct answer sheet. Kim Woo-jun was heading towards his opponent. He leaned right in front of him. Jae-hyun smiled and said, "Judging from his self-confidence, it looks like he did well in the exams." Kim Woo-jun replied that he did. Because of one scoundrel, he was practicing day and night. That's why it was the easiest thing to do. And he suggested opening the scores. Jae-hyun exclaimed that in this case he should be grateful to the scoundrel. The guy asked him to shut up, and so they began to look at each other's results. Jae-hyun continued to smile evilly. There was a smug, satisfied smile on his face. A genius, a heaven-born talent that far surpasses others. Even if a person with outstanding talent does nothing, their talent is known all around them. A person who stands out amongst a lot of ordinary people. Jae-hyun thought back to his childhood. He thought everyone was worthless. Those disgusting, cowardly scum. That's what he called everyone around him. Always exalted himself far above others. He stood in front of his opponent with results. He clenched his fist with the paper in his hand. Kim Woo-jun also clutched his paper, completely sweating. He tilted his head downward. They continued to stand across from each other. The boy was upset. Jae-hyun continued to grin evilly. Droplets of sweat were running down his face, too. His smile was strange. First place in the cons. How many weeks has it been since they argued? Since then, that's what he's been doing diligently, fighting a nosebleed. Jae-hyun's face changed completely. His smile turned into a menacing grin. Kim Woo-jun grabbed him by the shoulders again. He asked the kid not to get cocky like he usually did. He promised, "Next time be sure to get around to it," and asked me not to smirk in such an insolent manner. And Jae-hyun continued to smile lousily in the direction of his opponent. He lifted his head up and laughed. He was a very mean and lousy guy, who continued to exalt himself. Rapidly rising, blood-boiling, concrete adrenaline. It felt like his internal organs were being twisted. It was rage. He was bound to trample him with a clear edge. Today, Jae-hyun got to show the difference in numbers between the two of them and enjoy the look on the face of a completely crushed guy. The forlorn look on the face of a scumbag who just doesn't have a future. Jae-hyun was simply shocked. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. I mean, this guy denied everything he was trying to accomplish through gritted teeth. It was an interesting, surprising fight. At that moment, deep within himself, he realized that it was possible to have a man of that class who would surpass him in the future. The kid actually saw a man in front of him who was more than scum. They continued to stand opposite each other. Kim Woo-jun took him by the shoulders and pulled his head down. Jae-hyun said that he had won and asked the boy to raise his head. He praised Kim Woo-jun. He exclaimed that he respected him. Afterward, he said that Kim Woo-jun could take Seo Young for himself, and whether he should have tried so hard for that stupid gorilla. He wanted to ask one last question because he was very curious. Why does he like that gorilla so much? But before he could say anything, the kid's fist flew into his face. Jae-hyun immediately flew back a few meters. The guys around me got up from their seats. The guy was lying on the floor. His glasses were off to the side and blood was dripping from his mouth. Jae-hyun got to his feet after all and clenched his fists. He changed his face and became very angry. He also didn't want to give up, but Kim Woo-jun was much stronger. He walked up to him and grabbed him by the neck. He was getting ready to hit the kid, holding him tightly by the throat. It was already hard for Jae-hyun to breathe. Kim Woo-jun clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had warned him not to insult this girl. He was about to hit the guy, but his friend suddenly intervened. He started to stop him, but Kim Woo-jun asked Jung Si-hyun to get off his back. The friend kept stopping the guy. He asked him to stop, but suddenly Kim Woo-jun elbowed him on the head. The friend flinched a little to the side. He hadn't expected this turn of events. He was saved by his ability to fall properly. It happened quickly, but Kim Woo-jun couldn't figure out how. The teacher was already behind him. Everyone saw him beating the boy and pushing his friend away. Everyone saw him beat up the guy. The teacher was caught in the middle of it. Meanwhile, all the teachers were gathered in the teacher's lounge, discussing something. Someone was talking about Jae-hyun having a fight with a friend. But not that he was badly hurt. Apparently it was the teachers talking. They asked about Woo-jun's father. He didn't answer the phone. Guy asked Jae-hyun to wait for a while. His mom was supposed to come soon, and Woo-jun was warned that he would have to wait a little longer. The kid sat at a table, waiting. Just then someone placed some sort of pouch on the table in front of him. Jae-hyun had abrasions, a piece of Band-Aid stuck near his mouth. Kim Woo-jun continued to be angry at the kid and clenched his fists. He was absolutely furious at this guy. Someone's feet were already walking down the wide corridor. The woman hurried to get up to the boys as soon as possible. It was Jae-hyun's mom. She finally showed up. She wondered where the kid was. Kim Woo-jun noticed that she didn't knock or say hello. Jae-hyun must have learned manners from her. But he couldn't understand why he was suddenly so fidgety. Kim Woo-jun really wanted to punch him again. A mother walked over to her son and took his cheek with her hand. She asked her son to look at his mother. I asked him if he was okay. Jaehyun replied that he was swollen. He asked if the left side of his face was okay. Kim Woo-jun understood everything perfectly. The mother felt sorry for her son. She then ran up to him and punched him hard in the face. Everyone around him was very surprised. Kim Woo-jun didn't expect this turn of events. When she hit him, she exclaimed that she'd told him before. Always emphasized it, even when he was in middle school. And for communication and things like that, they are useless, even if you keep these people around. So you don't want to get involved with low-class people. His older brothers, Jak Jung-hyun, if only he was half as good as them. His mother asked what it was that made him look so awful. His brothers were so smart for his age, to the point where she thought they might be real geniuses. Not only were they excellent students, but they didn't force her to come to the teacher's office for things like this. She was told all about it over the phone. She'd heard he'd barely beaten the guy, and he also got hit for swearing for no reason. The mother continued to berate her son. She asked how badly he needed to put his own mother away to feel better about himself. She kept yelling at her son instead of calming him down. Someone came into the office and said hello to everyone. The girl explained that she had heard that their father was not answering the phone. So she came in his place. It was Kim Woo-jun's sister, the mode of a member of the society. She said hello and explained that she was Woo-jun's older sister. She asked if her brother was bothering her. The woman inquired if she was the guardian. The girl laughed. She noticed that the woman had very expensive earrings, an expensive necklace, an expensive shirt, an expensive watch, an expensive skirt, and expensive tights. Then the girl mumbled that her useless little brother had shown great rudeness. She would take responsibility and begin to retrain him in etiquette. She asked to accept this bow and not to be angry. The girl bowed to this woman. Kim Woo-jun asked his sister what she was even doing such a thing. Jaehyun's mother started laughing. The woman asked the boy what his name was. The boy replied that his name was Kim Woo-jun. She asked the kid to bow his head to her son and apologize to him. She doesn't want to get dirty, so she asked me to apologize and call it a day. Well, if he doesn't want to, she'll have no choice but to go to special measures. Jaehyun started to ask his mother not to do that, but the woman asked him to be quiet. Kim Woo-jun became angry through clenched teeth. His friends and the other guys were watching them through the window. Droplets of sweat ran down the kid's face. He was very angry and tense. This situation was already too heated. The kid clenched his fists, apparently wondering what to do in this situation. His sister stood opposite, also clenching her fists. Kim Woo-jun couldn't stop being angry. He was in no hurry to apologize to that guy. Jaehyun's mother noticed that the kid didn't want to apologize. But Kim Woo-jun bowed his head to her son and said he was right. Bowing to him, he apologized for hitting him. Jaehyun listened to him very carefully. After that, the mother calmed down and said that they would end there. She called her son to follow him. As a result of Jaehyun's mother's generous gesture, they were spared from difficult problems. From issues like the obligation to pay for hospital expenses and damages, the school administration wouldn't even listen to him, and he was suspended from school for 7 days. Kim Woo-jung's sister said as they walked home that she was going to go crazy with him soon. The boy replied that everything was resolved in the end. What about the suspension from class? Kim Woo-jun exclaimed for her to buy new shoes. How is she not ashamed to walk around in one of those? The girl explained that vintage is in fashion right now. Kim Woo-jun asked if she thought that if it was dirty, it was vintage. My sister said that all felt tip pens are different. Kim Woo-jun paused slightly and turned to his sister. He apologized to her. Whatever the outcome, the incident was over, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. The nurse said that he at least recognizes his guilt, and that's a good thing. Meanwhile, it was nice sunny weather outside. Lee So-yeon opened her eyes very wide and exclaimed, "Who can contact Kim Woo-jun?" She was very surprised about something. Why no one was answering. Jung Shi-hyun replied that no one answers because no one can contact him. The girl exclaimed that Shi-hyun is very close to him and how he can't contact him. The guy explained that he ignores the calls. And if he goes to his house, the boyfriend doesn't come out. He must be too depressed. Jung Shi-hyun called him names. What the hell is he thinking? The boy realized that he was very much offended. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jun was lying in his room with the light off under the blanket.